And I swear to God, I will hold you in my
Good afternoon and welcome to round 7 Sunday of the OPL. My name is Michael Hingers-Hing, and as always it is great to have your company today as we continue the march towards finals in this, the second half of the split. The sun is shining bright here in Sydney, Australia, where the Riot Studios are located, and we have 2 al dente spicy matches for you today, kicking things off with Tainted Minds versus Legacy, which we'll see Choo Choo's, formerly of Tainted Minds, stepping in for Claire on the side of Legacy after this week Claire received a 2-week competitive suspension for account sharing. But as he did play almost 2 years on the squad, you got to think he's going to fit right in. So will this be a return of the prodigal son, or like me, will Choo Choo's just be another familial disappointment to his high-achieving parents? Only time will tell. Then it is showing that people on Twitter are very keen to call a grudge match Direwolves take on Avant Garde, an Avant Garde roster who have recently picked up Sybil, formerly of the Direwolves himself. Both teams looking to try and take third from a win today. The battle of the keyboard warriors, but will they at each other? Yes, they absolutely will. Joining me here at the desk to break down these games as they happen, we have returned fresh from his day off. It is our in-house OPL analyst, Nathan Mendrix-Mendez. Hello, you doing well today?
Doing great. Had a lovely day off. Really enjoyed it. It was for a wedding, so my only regret is I missed the OPL yesterday. But I can't wait to see the games that happen now.
I think I said to everyone you were just playing AP Nasus in solo queue yesterday. I flamed you. But also our special guest joining us today, Captain and jungler for Sin Gaming, Brandon Jews Defina. Thank you for being here today. Looking fresh compared with yesterday. You got a fresh fade?
Fresh fade. Seems to be a correlation between me on the analyst desk and me losing League of Legends games. But at the end of the day, I made my appointment and priorities, I guess.
But also, you guys picked up a win, one game versus the Chiefs yesterday, so it didn't take out the series. But you got to be happy with taking a win off formerly the number 1 team in Australia.
Yes.
Or in Oz, I should say.
It's always nice beating the Chiefs, even if you didn't win the series. So we're aiming to be the best team we can be come Gauntlet time. That's it. I mean, if we make Gauntlet, I assume we're going to make Gauntlet.
He says.
So yeah,
it's a long time to fold.
It's promising. It's promising.
That's the
All
best
right.
way to go about it.
Well, let's take a look at our first match of the day: Tainted Minds versus Legacy and Juvs. Tainted Minds have had a bit of time to settle in with this new roster, and we saw a lot of Cogmore play out of them last week. A bit of comfort picks for Squidgy.
Yeah. Well, I think it's no secret that Tainted Minds don't really play meta. I mean, they've pulled out a different roster. They pulled out Talon top, Queen 80 carry. They seem to be pulling out these picks that they just really like and they're really comfortable on. And I guess if you can get through laning phase on Cogmore, you become a late game beast.
And really, I would like to see them maybe evolve it this week. I mean, they've had a week extra to sort of work on that specifically. And what I'd like them to do is say, you know what, stick to a specific composition. If you're going to do Protect the Cogmore, get a utility mid, get yourself a utility support, grab a solid tank with decent CC, and just run around completely solely as a one unit moving around. Easy to execute. But if you're going to go for 1-3-1, you should go for 1-3-1. And I think you actually telling me it was quite easy to execute that composition, Jude.
Yeah, so I think if you're a new team and you don't have much synergy throughout the whole squad, a really easy thing to do is just run the 1-3-1. You have 3 people sit mid, wave clear, have your split pushing top or split pushing mid laner, just hit towers. You can be down 10 kills, but let me tell you're going to get the towers.
It's a game of objectives, not a game of kills.
Yes.
Let's get to it, because earlier today I spoke to TM mid laner Wizard about their upcoming match, and I started by asking him if we'd still see a lot of comfort picks from the team now that they've had a bit of time to settle in.
I think yes. We've kind of discovered that we can't really play Standard into a team that's practice Standard all split and proven to be best at it. So yeah, we're still looking for comfort picks.
All right. Well, your opponents, Legacy, have brought in Tainted Minds' old mid laner Choo Choo's to fill in for Claire today. You've played against him before. What's your assessment of him as a player?
I think he's pretty good, and I think that he'll fit well for the next 2 weeks, and it will be a challenge, but hopefully we can do well into him.
So you're coming in today as underdogs. What are you expecting from Legacy in terms of playstyle and levels of aggression today?
I think they seem to be a team that is quite calculated, so I think they won't go over the top, but maybe if they disrespect us a bit, hopefully we can capitalize on it.
So you think you can maybe sneak a win, maybe even take the series?
I think hopefully, yeah.
Excellent stuff. Well, thank you for speaking to us, and best of luck in the match.
Oh, good. Thank you.
There we have mid laner Wizard having a good laugh at the prospect of them winning today. Not a lot of confidence, but let's take a look at the guys as they're getting ready and go through their lineup for Tainted Minds. Their top laner, is Praetor, the one remaining from the start of the split. Their only is jungler. Sorry, their jungler is only Wizard, who we just spoke to, is their mid laner. Squidgy, their AD carry. And Brawler is their support player today. And Mendrix, they've had a bit of time to settle in now. Aside from this Protect the Cogmore possibility, what else are we looking for from these guys? Maybe some more Echo out of Praetor?
Oh, definitely. I mean, he played exceptional in that game. He was really good in terms of moving around the map, making sure he was there flanking at the appropriate times, as you need to do with Echo. And it really helped facilitate the team in terms of allowing Cogmore to get to that point in the game where he could dish out the damage that he needed to.
Well, across the Rift, their opponents are going to be Legacy today. And earlier I spoke to Choo Choo's, and I started by asking him how it felt to be playing for Legacy again.
It feels strange. I didn't think I'd be back so soon, but yeah, it's good to be back with the boys.
Well, you're coming up against Wizard in the mid lane today, who's only just joined TM from Sin a few weeks ago. You've played against him already a couple of times this split. How do you rate him as a player, and how do you think your matchup will go today?
I think he's fine. I think he's just another mid laner in my eyes. I did play against him. I don't remember that matchup too specifically, but yeah, I respect him as a player, and I think I'll do fine.
He's fine. He's just another mid laner. Your words.
I'm not really one about BM, but yeah, he's just another mid laner.
All right. Well, Legacy obviously going in today, top of the ladder, and as favourites up against TM. Are you guys expecting to 2-0 this?
Yeah, this should be pretty easy.
All right. Well, thank you for speaking to us, and best of luck in the match.
Thank you.
No BM there, but this will be easy according to Choo Choo's. This is Legacy getting ready in our studio right now. Let's take a look at their lineup. Their top laner is Tally. Their jungler and captain is Carbon. We have Choo Choo's mid lane stepping in this week. Lost is their AD carry, and their support play is Cupcake. And Juves, you know the secret to beating Legacy because you're the team that's done it this year. What are the weaknesses?
Well, I think I had a field day that series. You know, I ran around the map. Every gank that I went to do came off. So I think if you're to beat Legacy, don't look to verse them in the mid to late if you're Tainted. Just get a snowballing jungler and look to just like abuse lanes.
Get Juves in there.
I think you actually went in and you got a kill in every single lane throughout that series. First one was top, then mid, then bot, and you just made it work every single time, which was just excellent. Yep. So it makes sense if you're able to really initiate on those ganks, really sort of jump around Carbon, that's your chance to win.
Yep.
All right, well, every match matters at this point in the split because the ladder is how we define the gauntlet running into finals. So let's take a look at these teams run home, starting with Tainted Minds. And a lot of tough matches between now and the end of split for Tainted Minds. Direwolves, XL5 and Chiefs. Looking to pick up points against XL5, you'd think, but Direwolves and Chiefs, not easy matches at all, Juves.
I don't even see the XL5 being an easy one for them. XL5 showed yesterday they're actually improving, and they took a boost to 3 games. So I think, yeah, if you're Tainted, you're worried about the run home.
Yeah, if they can pick up 3 points today, Mendrix, then that leaves them in contention. They could be fighting for 4th, 5th place with Juves as Sin.
That's right. So it is sort of a big moment for them to actually make that work. If they can get the points, well, then you'll have a bit of a tough road ahead of yourself.
Little battle for 5th place, boys. What do you reckon?
Get in there. Well, let's take a look across the Rift at Legacy's run home because these guys are currently sitting top of the table. Next week, obviously, a very difficult game against their against Sin. They've beaten them before. They can beat them again.
We've got the recipe for success against Legacy. So yeah.
But then Avant, Garde and Abyss as well. So Legacy could well see, if they win today, could be looking towards that 1st place finish come gauntlet time. That seeds them directly into the grand final, Mendrix.
Yeah.
So they've got to be pretty happy with that run home.
In terms of where they're sitting, they've got a pretty good run home, especially because they're #1 at the moment, bar the fact that they lost to Sin. So they're probably looking to maybe take you out this time around, get some recompense.
This could actually be the season where Sin define who wins or who gets directly seeded into that grand final. Because you beat Legacy, you took points off Chiefs yesterday. You've got to face Legacy again. I mean, if you guys can step up, it could be Chiefs, it could be Legacy. Who knows who you're going to put into the final?
You know, I like the idea of playing God. I like to decide who's going to win OPL. Nah, Legacy are a good team. It's going to be a good game. It's really hard to pick. I don't know. I would assume they're going to win 2 of their games home at the very least. I'm not going to assume they're going to beat us.
Sure.
So yeah, it looks like Legacy are in a good position to take home the 1st place.
All right. Well, let's talk about this game coming up today. We've seen a lot of Cogmore out of Squidgy in the last week, and his first showing for TM. And when you look at these stats, Mendrix, the thing that kind of points out to me is that's a lot of damage to champions on a losing team.
Absolutely a lot of damage, and it just seems to be the nature of Kog'Maw. Once he gets 1 or 2 or even 3 items, or specifically 2 items, he sort of hits that mark where he comes online, starts dishing out a lot of damage, and it really needs the rest of your teammates to sort of be supporting him in order for him to get to that specific point.
Now Juves, last week we saw a team ban out the Kog'Maw eventually for TM. If Legacy don't do that today, explain to us, what is this Protect the Kog'Maw comp that you want them to play?
So basically, you pick Kog'Maw, you pick a tanky jungler or a jungler with peel, so like i.e. Gragas is being played a little bit more. You pick a supportive mid, you pick a top lane tank, and you literally group as 5, Sin ARAM, down mid, and you just run at them. And everyone's in front of your Kog'Maw while he has W going and he's just spitting at them and just does damage.
That's excellent. But the thing is that it isn't a way for them to sort of, or for Legacy to deal with it specifically. We've seen them. They're tried and tested when it comes to them playing Lucian Braum. Kog'Maw isn't a mobile ADC. You use the passive from Braum, you use the passive from Lucian to get the double tap. Instantly he's stunned and you crush him. And you just continuously do that over and over again. But I think you were telling me before, Juves, about a Karma and a Kog'Maw composition.
Yes.
Actually intends to counter Braum specifically.
So in lane, if you've picked Karma into Braum, you definitely have like the shove advantage, and you have like the advantage early in lane where pre-6 you can just really push that lane in, get it poked down, and you want to do most of the damage like early in that lane because as soon as Braum and Lucian hit 6, they're just looking to all in. They'll call jungler bot and they'll jump to a minion, Braum ult, engage, and Kog'Maw doesn't like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the thing is as well, I mean, when Kog'Maw does get to that point where he's online, Braum will melt immediately. He gets Rune and Hurricane. Once he's got that, he puts up his Unbreakable. He's taking 3 shots immediately from this Hurricane, and that's shredding HP damage coming from Kog'Maw. He'll absolutely melt. So if it gets late, Braum does become a liability in that matchup.
So it does seem like bot lane is where today could be fought and lost. But if you're following along at home, hashtag I'mOPL is how you can get in touch via social media. And also, we're running a competition right now that you might want to get involved with. It is our fanfic competition. Obviously, this is the Dragon Slayer one. I apologize. I'm misreading the graphic. This is our social competition. Please name the dragon which will be slain the most during this week of the OPL and how many times it will be slain. You can enter this on Facebook and Twitter. And Juves, which I asked this of Blinky yesterday when he was on the desk. What is the most important dragon for Sin, do you reckon?
Well, if I go to the caster's opinion of us and the Sin ARAM, I would say we need the Regen Drake. I mean, like, all we do is group mid, and all we do is ARAM, so the Regen Drake makes sense for us.
Regen Drake. All right, we'll get your entry in then, Juves. I don't know if you can win some sweet Dragon Slayer skins.
My favourite.
All right, well, let's get your tips. But before we get to that, let's look at your tips, opltips.com.au. You can see who is tipped to win, and a lot of people saying it's going to be a Legacy 2-0 today. Juves, what do you think? Is this going to be 2-0 to Legacy?
My heart says 2. No, my brain says 2-0. But my heart's hoping at least Tainted can take a game.
All right. Mendrix, if Tainted take a game today, how are they going to do it?
We're probably going to be through that bot lane, really. Just get only to facilitate that. Get sort of Squidgy Boy rolling pretty well if they do decide to go for the Kog'Maw. Again, just facilitate that and pick a composition, stick to it. But I still reckon it's going to be Legacy 2-0.
All right. Well, I think I tipped a Legacy 2-0 as well. You can check that out, as I said, on opltips.com.au. But it is time to get hype and get ready. Strap yourselves in, because it is time for Game 1. So let's get into Champ Select with your casters, Spawn and Fish.
Thank you, Keyboard Warrior. I'm Matthew Fish Stewart. Joining me is Jake Spawn Tabiri, the strong man himself, and we're about to get into game number 1 between Tainted and Legacy here.
You skipped gym one day and you start putting yourself down, Fish. I mean, it sun's out, guns out. You've got your nice white shirt on, flexing the chest muscles.
Yeah,
like.
just making
I
sure
can
it looks
see it
strong.
going on there.
You can see producer doesn't want to see any of that anymore.
Yeah, he just pushes us through the Champion Select as fast as possible. This should be an interesting match, Fish.
It is. I mean, Tainted Minds, a few weeks in a row now. I mean, first they lost their coach, then they changed up their entire roster, and they did it again and again. And every single time they've done it, they've been able to take games off teams. So excited to see if they're going to be able to continue that trend now they're against the top team in the OPL Legacy, who are sitting 5-1 at the moment.
And it just feels right that during the regular season, Legacy have reclaimed that top spot. I mean, now that the Chiefs have dropped a game versus Sin, they're even further out ahead. I mean, if they get 2 points here, they're all but guaranteed that is where they're going to be sitting at the end of the gauntlet. You'd expect that Chiefs maybe going to drop at least a point or 2 versus Direwolves, maybe all 3 with the current form. So Legacy, given the fact that they're all in that other group, they don't have to play those teams twice. They're sitting pretty.
They certainly are. And like you mentioned, Chiefs can be might drop points in the future. And
Lost. Oh, he's so adorable.
And they actually did last night. They dropped the game to Sin. So they're only able to pick up 2 points. Now Legacy are 2 points ahead of them on the first place of the ladder, looking to try and pick up all 3 points here against Tainted Minds today. The bans have come through for now for Tainted Minds. They have Lucian as well as Ivan and Graves being taken away. So taking a reverse approach from what we saw from the Chiefs, banning out the Lucian from the Lucian Braum comp instead of just the Braum. Whereas Legacy have taken away Camille as well as LeBlanc and Jace.
And that makes sense. I mean, Wizard's a big Jace player. LeBlanc is just that strong that you don't really want to give it. Inferior mid laner, as Choo Choo's was kind of hinting, a stronger pick in that regard. I think that when I look at this week's OPL, it's really going to tell us a lot, because if Legacy crush here, they're probably going to be the top dog. If AV are able to take it to Direwolves, then you'll have to put them above Sin maybe, but if they don't, then maybe they're pretty equal. So I'm wondering how the rest of the season is going to shape up, and I think that today tells us a lot about that.
I mean, the match after this one, Avant taking on the Direwolves. Now that they have Sybil, we'll have to see how much that's going to impact their roster. They've had a couple of shaky weeks, but the first 4 weeks on the OPL, barring their week 1 loss, they look fantastic. Tainted Minds, on the other hand, they looked great coming into the league. They completely changed their roster, and now we have no idea what to expect from them. This is the second game they'll be playing with an actual stable roster, so to speak, with Praedyth and Wizard. With Praedyth being the only remaining member, Wizard now joining the team with only Squidgy and Brawler. Speaking of Tainted Minds, they've locked in Karma as well as Echo, and they first picked Varus, a champion we commonly seen banned out during the first few bans here, and it's still 7.4, so no nerfs have hit his Q or Deathfire Touch. Legacy respond with Nami as well as Jhin.
Yeah, exactly right. So far what we've seen is the use of Echo as a flex one more time. Of course, Praedyth most likely going to take that into the top lane, but if something like Syndra comes out of Choo Choo's, don't be surprised if Wizard is able to swing it down into the mid lane. Carbon, priority picking his jungle. This is what we're used to seeing out of Legacy. Bottom side of the map secured, and we go into the second round of bans.
Yeah, and there's 2 target bans going over towards Carbon as well, taking away his Ivan and Graves. Now we see bans being thrown towards Tally on the top side of the map. Renekton is the first ban coming out. Lee Sin being banned away by Legacy.
Yeah, and it kind of confuses me when you're the one with the inexperienced solo queue jungler and you're taking away, you know, Ivan Graves, and they're not priority picking Rengar. Because you've seen what Legacy have done now is hit all the junglers. Only is going to be on something that he's a little bit uncomfortable on, you would have to expect. Maybe even a tank jungler, which you don't see running around solo queue all that much. And we were critical of Only last week because he was ahead in CS but wasn't able to get much done on the map.
Yep. We'll have to see if he goes to something like Kragus, like Juice was mentioning on the desk. And very importantly, I mean, they took the Varus first, which is very common, but they're up against Lost and Cupcake. They're very solid bottom laners, and they picked up Jhin Nami. Jhin against Varus is the matchup we've seen throughout the 2017 split so far. And Legacy are going to put a tank into the top lane as well. Tally will be picking up Nautilus to go up against Praedyth.
And I was talking to Tally a lot before the game. I was like, Tally, what can we expect to see? And he was like, Tim, just lock me in Nautilus, please. Definitely has embraced the tank top lane meta. Has grown a lot, you would have to say, within it. His teleports have looked good. His laning phase is still on point. And we'll see whether that is a continued trend for Legacy, that they're just happy to play 1-4.
Tainted Minds seem like they still have a jungler to go to, which is the Rek'Sai, but they lock in a Talon. We'll have to see if that's going to be top lane or heading into the mid lane for Wizard. Praedyth has played it before, and we have seen Talon in the mid lane.
Bjergsen played it this morning.
Did too.
TSM's loss against Envious. Sorry for the spoiler alert if people slept in, but if you want to watch it live, you should get up in time. So I think that, you know, it's interesting. They can definitely play it in both positions.
Yep.
I assume it would be fine versus Nort, although Nort does well against squishy members because his early percentage, not percentage damage, his early base damage is incredibly high on his E and spammable.
He also does well against anyone who doesn't have sustain, just because he has Courage of Colossus, he has that big shield and auto attack reset. It's a really good wave control as well. So Talon traditionally doesn't have too much sustain until maybe 4th or 5th item, so he can do well there. We'll have to see how they do swap that one around. We have seen it played in the mid lane by Fantix as well. If it is in the mid lane, it's going up against Choo Choo's, who's picked up Victor, going up against his old team of Tainted Minds, back on his old team of Legacy.
Yeah, exactly right. And it looks like it is going to be Talon mid lane. Fantix played it, and I think that one of the things you need if you're going to play Talon is they have to play something that comes towards you. LeBlanc, because then you can get the point-blank range E, Q, or something like a Z who's willing to jump on top of you for the exact same reason. If you're gap closing with the Q, it doesn't do as much damage, Fish. And I think that Choo Choo should be fine in this laning phase.
Yeah, he's picked up Victor, a very strong control mage, and we have seen Victor coming back recently. He did get hit with a very hard nerf last year and didn't see much competitive play, but still very staple and solid mid laner.
Yeah, Victor's back. I mean, I'm waiting for Talia to once again enter the scene. Big pick over in the LCK right now. I think that Victor's in a fine spot. We saw that Claire was willing to play it last week versus the Chiefs, played it to great effect. In fact, picked up the 2-0 for his team and was my MVP. And, you know, the fact that Choo Choo can pick it up and slot straight back into a legacy lineup is nothing but good news.
And again, we look towards Tainted Mind's roster. We talked to Wizard earlier, and they're still looking for comfort picks.
Yep.
And they've got a lot of comfort picks here.
Got it in spades.
You've got Varus Karma bottom lane. You can't get any more comfortable than that. Echo in the top lane for Praetive. Not quite sure about the talent pick, but Wizard has thrown spanners into every single mid laner he's played.
They like to 1-3-1, and Talon's a great 1-3-1 pick. Can join the team very early over those walls with the parkour. So not surprised to see that this is the way that the game has gone.
Certainly can. With a tank jungler and Varus Karma bottom lane, it's very easy to put those three in the mid lane and just start to siege up. Oh, we are on to Summoner's Rift for the first match between Tainted Minds and Legacy here. And Legacy are expected to take this one 2-0, but Tainted Minds, they're always a surprise when they go up against the big teams.
They're just about expecting the unexpected right now, Tainted Minds. So we'll see if they can continue to play upset. Legacy is a team in the past that have been able to crush anyone that is mechanically inferior to them. I mean, when you look down the lineup of Tally, Lost, Cupcake, Choo Choo's is no slouch, as is Carbon. But they should be able to take it to this younger, inexperienced squad.
And one thing we always get to see from Tainted Minds is they're always jovial, always very happy. Even when they pick up their losses, they're smiling, you know, looking forward to the next week. They just want to play League of Legends. Even with this new squad, same thing coming out from them. And it's good to see that they still have high hopes when they go into these big matches, like against Legacy, or like we saw from them last week as well. For now, it seems like Only will be starting on the top side of the map here. Blue buff seems to be the start point for him. As Carbon is looking towards his Raptors with a little bit of help from Tally.
Yeah, so that's interesting because generally if you're going to get help for Raptors, it's from the mid lane. So the fact that Tally is the one that's now walking up maybe would hint at a red buff start and might allow Carbon to get a little bit of a tempo advantage over Only.
On top of that, we saw Choo Choo's moving towards the Raptors. Claire did this as well in an OPL game and actually stole 3 of them, denying level 2 from the jungler and getting a good lane presence for himself. I believe that was against the Chiefs.
Yep, certainly was, game 1.
So you can see already Choo Choo's adapting some of the strategies of the previous mid laner for Legacy, who is currently out for 2 weeks. Choo Choo stepping right back into his original roster. Has played with so many of these players. Tally as well as Carbon on the team last year with him. Just the bottom lane that has really been swapped around. Up on the top side of that, you can already see Tally doing a good job trading against Praetive nice and early.
And Praetive actually missing a truckload of CS. I mean, he's missed everything in that wave apart from 1. So Tally going to be able to get an early advantage. And as I said, squishy top laners generally don't do a good job against Nautilus because his base damage is incredibly high and the CC means that you can't really run away from him.
Moving back to mid lane, you can already see Choo Choo's and Wizard. They've traded quite a bit here. Have popped a lot of potions. Just throwing out their range spells whenever they possibly can. Carbon looking to try and make some impact in towards the top lane. He's wrapped around onto Praetor. We'll spot him out by a wall, but it's a Nautilus trying to chase him down. Tally flashes forward, has a big shield, but the stun is coming through as well. Praetor will still get taken out for first blood.
He flashed as well. That's really bad out of Praetor. That means if ever he is pushing up, he is in range of being ganked. The wave is going to be nicely frozen for Tally. So great gank out of Carbon, just does top side of the map and goes there. Only will use this to his advantage to counter jungle a lot of the bottom side of the map. But really, first blood going over to the jungler, you would say that's worth.
And that's exactly what Jules was talking about for Tainted Mind's win condition. But now Legacy are the ones that have sprung that trap. Throwing the Rengar into the top lane nice and early.
And he CS that poorly that he didn't even get anything on his recall. I mean, he's sitting on a potion. That's it. Whereas it's going to be Corrupting Pot coming through for Tally as well as... Oh, here we go. Only in the mid lane, though.
Flashes forward to Choo Choo's. Wizard jumps on him. Ignite is ticking. There's a shield, but is it going to be enough? It might have been, but the Praise Seeker coming out from Only takes him down.
Yeah, better safe than sorry, and really nice snipe ability out of Only there. They burnt a lot of summoner spells to be able to ensure that one, but You got to respect the Carbon at the same time. Good pathing jungler will be able to duck into the Raptor camp and take that one away. So you have to say that this early game quite even for the squads, with Tally getting a big advantage in the top lane, but Wizard getting one for himself in that mid lane.
We'll have to see which one's going to be able to use that to their advantage the most. You have to think for now, Echo's going to have a difficult time until he hits level 6 up against the Nautilus. See them trading again up at the top side of the map. Power Conversion does not get the stun going, but will give himself a nice shield, and Tally is happy to try and freeze this wave and continue farming against the Echo.
Exactly right, but the only thing that really they can take solace in is as soon as level 6 hits, he gets as many free recalls as he wants on time with his ultimate, so that's not all that bad for Praetor.
He went back to base.
Yeah, went back to base. Hadn't used either of his pots, but just decided it was a little bit too low.
We'll be able to pick up his double Durans. Tally should be doing the exact same thing. As you can see, he pops his shield just to try and push this one out, heads back to base. So still trying to deny some experience away from Praetor, as well as minions level up on the top side of the map. Our bottom lane's a lane we haven't checked in on just yet. Lost and Cupcake are no easy duo to go up against, but Squidgy and Brawler holding their own for now.
Yeah, they look absolutely fine. I mean, the chip damage is slowly coming through, and that's what you expect out of the Nami Jhin lane, because you can accelerate him with those crits. We've seen it so many times, and you can't get your health back if you are... Oh, he's dead.
That's a lot of damage. Forced to flash away from the bubble.
Flash and heal Fish. I mean, that's absolutely massive. Double summon a spell. And I think that maybe even if it had have come out a bit quicker, the layering of CC was definitely available for Cupcake and Lost.
We haven't seen a Varus Jhin lane for some time. Usually, Varus has to pick up his tier and then one serrated Dirk before he swings that back in his favor.
Yep.
A lot of Varuses in the OPL have made the mistake of not going back early to pick those up and delaying their time spent in lane, just giving Jhin that advantage for the entire time. Have to see if Squidgy's able to pick up any of his items here as he goes back to base. Has a slight CS lead, but that's just because he backed later than Lost did. He's already going for the tier straight away. And the serrated Dirk. So, good back timing for Squidgy.
Yeah. I mean, doesn't have any potions in a sustain lane, so that's going to hurt him. But if they can manage to get themselves a kill, definitely will be worthwhile. It's just a roll of the dice for this early in the game against one of the better teams in the OPL. Probably the best, honestly, at the moment on current track form. And that's a roll of dice. I mean, I respect it because I feel like if you don't take risks against Legacy, you're just going to lose very slowly. But we'll see whether this accelerates that.
So Wizard's been jumped on in the mid lane. Choo-Choo's pops his ultimate, gets a decent amount of damage down onto the Talon, but he's running out of mana himself and no blue buff in sight. Looks like he just wants to clear out this wave before heading back to base. Only's going to use this time to move in towards Carbon's jungle. Doesn't find anything there, but red buff is respawning. Carbon is on the other side of the map, inside of Only's jungle.
Exactly right. That's all they're waiting for. I mean, Only wants to be able to counter jungle away that. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, they don't want to be dove, so you can see a lot of respect being given by Squidgy and Brawler. But Only should be able to pick up this red buff for free now that he's sitting on his Barmy Cinder. We're not seeing the real solo Q build come out. There's no Tiamat on Only at this stage of the game. So will be that tanky member that Tainted Minds need.
And he has been keeping up with Carbon in pathing, as well as the ganks coming out from him. Picked up one in the mid lane. Now he's moving towards the top side of the map. He is down in CS, but let's see if he can take down Tally. Trying to path over. Good stun for Praetor and a knockoff from Only. Tally has his flash available, holding onto it, but it will be Praetor that picks up a kill in the top lane.
Yeah, really nicely done out of Praetor. I mean, he's able to get the gank swung back in his favor. He is still down a massive amounts of CS. But hopefully this is the start of him being able to refine some footing in the game, because we've seen so many times, Carbon actually being stalked out here.
Yeah, Wizard trying to look for
You can jump over the walls if you want, Wizard.
Unfortunately, does not see Carbon. All the wards are for Legacy. So he's guessing at the moment the River Wizard. Has his serrated Dirk, and Talon packs a punch once he hits level 6. Squidgy, you can see they're just trying to poke out Lost. Very difficult to do against the Nami, but has expended a lot of Cupcake's mana pool. And a lot more synergized, the Tainted Minds bottom lane. They were all out of sorts when they first got together. Now looking a lot better.
Exactly right. I mean, having Squidgy in the team certainly looks to be helping, although now Ultimate's coming out.
Yeah, Rengar's coming down as well. He's going to jump straight on top of Squidgy. He's going to go down. Lost snipes him with the ultimate. Brawler's been locked down by the bubble as well. Tally and Praetor have both teleported into the bottom lane. And that's just going to stop any further dive coming out from the Legacy squad. Squidgy with hands on his head there, not happy that he went down.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, I feel like Brawler could have maybe looked to tank it up. They're still heading into this bottom lane.
Yep, they've got Choo-Choo's coming down as well, so all 5 members from Legacy are looking to try and get down here. Praetor does have the ultimate available, pops the Parallel Convergence, will be able to get a big shield and a stun on Carbon. Choo-Choo's tanking the turret. Good ultimate from Praetor, he's going to jump back in, but the flash from Choo-Choo's gets him back to safety, pops the ultimate as well, and Cupcake almost dies.
Yeah, so in the end, a really nice defense coming out, and meanwhile, Only's on the top side of the map, taxing the wave, but also taking down this turret nice and early. Actually might be first brick, because he's got a red buff. It's just worn out, so it's going to take a little bit longer, but very nice work out of the Tainted Minds jungler. Good read on the map, and going to pick up a big objective.
Let's see if he can take this one down. Nautilus is at his inhibitor turret.
He can't.
Only might stay and try and destroy this wave as quick as possible. He can tank up a bit of Nautilus damage. No ultimate available. Only might push forward. We can see he's popping his potions. Wants it.
I think that's actually a really selfish call out of Only there, because that wave was pushing back into Praetor. Would have been able to ensure a deep freeze, and now Tally's up here with a Barmy Cinder. There's no way that you can take that damage out. So even though he's got a massive amount of CS, he's nearly a level and a half over Carbon. I think that is the wrong decision for the Rek'Sai to go towards that, because you can see he's actually like 20 CS up over Praetor at the moment, and most of that's from Praetor's lane.
Well, it has given Only an opportunity to catch up with Carbon. Last time we checked in with him, he was about 20 CS down, and now he's about 13 up. Praetor will return to this lane. The top lane turret is incredibly low, so he does get a good push going for himself. That will fall, and it'll be first turret for Tainted Minds. Currently, though, Legacy leave about 500 gold in their favor. That's a slight lead 10 minutes into the game. Have to see if they can use that incremental advantage to continue to snowball.
Yeah, you also have to say that maybe a little bit smaller than what you would have expected out of Legacy for this stage of the game. They have got themselves the lane bullies in at least 2 of the lanes. Bottom lane's doing well, but the rest of the map looks like it's not struggling, but certainly not as far as ahead as you would have liked.
Ooh, that's a big bounce coming out from Lost. Put Squidgy down to half his health. It's Carbon looking to try and take an Ocean Dragon for his team. Cupcake and Lost will charge on down and take this down with him. Makes him pick up another objective for themselves.
Yeah, of course, the way that Rengar's W works, giving you back the health that you recently took, means that he's one of the best Dragon Takers in the game at the moment. Fish.
He's fighting in the bottom lane though. Squidgy tries to flash away, gets out of the bubble, but he's so low. Going to be able to get back to safety, and he snipes off Cupcake in the back lines. Only now trying to see if he can go for Lost, but decides not to engage any further.
Thought he might have tried to trade the flash for the flash there Only. Instead, he's just going to stick around and shove it into the turret. I mean, this is very solo queue-esque.
Give me all the farm.
Give me everything, he says, and I will carry you.
He's got more farm than his top laner and 80 carry. Catching up to Wizard soon.
Yep, that's the next target. I mean, he hasn't taxed that lane yet, so we'll have to wait and see whether he goes for it. But level 9, an absolute beast at the moment. I think at this stage, if you're willing to take that much farm, you actually have to be willing to go a Tiamat.
He's got 4,600 gold spawn.
He's the richest person on the map.
Yeah, higher than Lost is the next highest, 4,300.
The real question, though, is did he pick up a Tiamat, or is he just going to go tank? He's just going tank.
Yeah, so only he just wants to be a beefy frontliner for the team.
And he goes up for the turret gold as well.
They're going to get it, so turret's going to fall, but they're on the hunt. Tally looking to try and lock down Praetor, pops the ultimate, but will still get knocked up. Just a sacrificial lamb for Tainted Minds.
Yeah, so in the end, Only goes up there, claims some of the gold for himself as well. Going to now look to hand off the blue buff. Unfortunately, Praetor did fall down, and it's starting to become a pretty big disadvantage in the top lane. Carbon looking to stick around to maybe get something done here. I mean, Talon can get over the wall. I think that they would be willing to fight this.
They do have a ward, and immediately it's going to be Legacy to back off. They don't get much damage onto that turret at all. And
instead, just another 3 creeps.
Yep. Only just hunting down those minions. But Tainted Minds look good. I mean, for a team that's been together for 2 weeks, they look good going into Legacy, who's the top team in the OPL.
Yeah, exactly right. I agree. They're up in gold. They're up in turrets. They lost out on that early dragon, but who cares? It was only an Ocean Drake, of course. Juve said it was the most useful for those teams, for their team. But A-ramming, who does that anymore?
Squidgy and Brawler played that bottom lane fight quite well. Squidgy almost fell to the crit shot that came out from Lost.
Yeah,
but
baited him.
Flashed out of the bubble, forced him to move forward, and got a kill into Cupcake.
However, it is such a volatile lane just because of the fact that Lost has got a couple of tank stats now with the Ninja Tabby. So going to be able to tank a deceptive amount of damage. And Squidgy needs to make sure that he's not committing into these all-ins until he's built up maybe a second item.
We've seen Ninja Tabby's being picked up by everyone on Summoner's Rift at the moment. Even Carbon's picked up his. And that's probably why. One arrow takes down a quarter of Cupcake's health. Does have his heal available and gets back up to full nice and easy. Omi's going to continue his rampage throughout the jungle. Takes down Scuttle Crab for himself.
I mean, he's actually a monster for this early in the game. You can see Carbon waiting in the wings on the bottom side of the map. See whether this is going to be the next ultimate used.
Legacy do have teleports
Red
available.
buff is also potentially an invade point that they can go for.
Legacy do have the teleports. Praetor still has his on the top side of the map, and he's pushing out. Tally's actually cheated down towards the mid lane. You can see Choo Choo's has disappeared into Fog of War, threatening to go bottom. But Tainted Minds keeping up the pressure in the mid and top lane.
Yeah, they feel like they should be better coordinated across the map here, Legacy, so they continue to pick on the bottom side. Of course, that's where all the teleports are going to come in. Now they roam up into the mid lane and try and secure some vision on the bottom side of the map. Such a dangerous game, because if you get caught out here, it's very easy to turn around and be able to snowball into a bottom lane or a mid lane objective.
Seems they want to go for Wizard. They're even calling only down to protect the mid lane.
Oh, Cupcake!
Takes a lot of damage. The Curticle's going to get popped by Lost. Ultimate will come out from Choo Choo's just for damage to kick things off, and only tanks all the shots coming out from Jin.
I mean, he's a brick. He's going into a dead man plate at this stage of the game. Level 11, highest level on the map. 2 levels higher than Carbon. Only as an absolute... I mean, there's nothing else. He's a boulder. He's a boulder that goes underneath ground and just takes damage. Carbon looking for the dive on bottom lane now.
Here he comes. Squidgy's alone. Going to get locked down. Pops the ultimate there, but it's not going to be enough. The bouncing grenade coming out from Lost will take him down, but only's down here with a teleport. Carbon's in trouble. Wizards parkoured over the wall. Gets a kill. Rek'Sai picks that one up. They do burn teleport for their troubles, but Tally responds with his own.
Yeah, exactly right. So Tally's down here as well. Now only looking for the continued fight.
Ooh, this is going to be dangerous. Praetor's jumping in. Going to jump on top. Cupcake, that's quite a bit of damage. Lost is the next target. Suddenly the Talon as well as the Rek'Sai getting in amongst it. Tally has to use the anchor to try and get back to safety. They were looking for the kills, but it just burned some of the spells.
Can they continue to dive though? Because only is full health and pure tank with flash available. So they pull the trigger. They get everyone down very low. They're trying to respond in the mid lane with Choose, but a 1-for-1 trade and kills going in favor of TM at this stage of the game is definitely a good news story.
And they're 2,000 gold up, Spawn. They're against the best team in the OPL. 2,000 gold up. They will lose mid lane turret. Squidgy just picks up some gold, but Tally in trouble again. Forced to flash and anchor his way back to safety.
And I mean, Only is absolutely everywhere. 2-0 on 1. This is what we wanted to see. Don't go into a farming style juggle. I'm sure.
Oh, flash forward, looking for Carbon. Power conversions does not lock him down, but that's a lot of damage. He's going to hop, skip, and jump away. Brawler's now the one that's in trouble. Tags the blue buff, gets him angry, tries to fight Legacy as well. They will lose their support. Only will get out of their life.
Yeah, that was overzealous, let's just say. Definitely think that they should have just backed away with what they had achieved. Top lane was pushing a massive wave into the tier 2, which is going to crash and waste some gold. Instead, they continue to fight, and it looks like they're going to lose a Mountain Dragon for their troubles fish. So maybe biting off more than they can chew, and it hurts them a little bit.
Maybe a little bit indecisive as well from Only, saving the flash for that specific moment. If it was a bit earlier, might have been even better for them. So Tally sees a Talon and a Rek'Sai and decides he wants to stand right in between both of them.
I mean, he does have enough damage mitigation at this stage with Sunfire Cape as well as the Tabbies to really not worry about the damage all that much. I think, you know, when Black Cleaver starts coming through on the Talon, then that's when he really starts to pay attention. Although he is lower level in both right now.
It's been able to catch up on the top side of the map. Still 30 CS down, but has a kill for himself and equal in experience. Tally's now in trouble. Wizard is here. He does a lot of damage. He's got no flash, Tally. He's going to have to try and run around to get an anchor back to safety. Pops the ultimate. Only still chasing him down. We'll be able to take him down.
Yeah, so in the end, they get the ulti out of him as well. Ignite goes a long way. You could see that it was an extended trade. Only now looking for a red buff as well.
He's 2 levels up on Carbon.
Yep.
They do have a Victor there, so it does get secured by Carbon himself. Still only 147 farm. Doing a fantastic job so far, but Legacy looking for the mid lane. That's a flash forward from Choof onto Squidgy. Lost is trying to snipe him out, but he gets out of the range. After the ultimate coming out from Jin, gets back to safety. Still 1,500 gold up, and Wizards on top lane turret.
Yeah, exactly right. And this is what we're used to seeing out of Tainted Minds. They play an unorthodox 1-3-1, kind of use the mid lane as cannon fodder, and then play towards their side lanes more than any other team. And they've got 3/4 of the health of the top lane turret already. And Praedyth is continuing to push bottom side. And you're right, experience-wise, he's evened out. Gold-wise even, maybe because of the turrets, might be in close range. Actually, he's ahead of Tally. So good news stories everywhere.
And I believe we were talking on the podcast
2,000 gold for only. Oh.
He's the richest man on the Rift. I believe we were talking on the podcast about what trade between two teams would benefit both of them. Not quite the same thing, but I believe the trade where Ryoma went from the Chiefs over to Sin, and Wizard from Sin to Tainted Minds have benefited both of them so well. The 1-3-1 out of Tainted Minds is looking great in this game. 2 weeks of practice together. And Ryoma fitting with Sin quite nicely, is evident in their, although 2-1 defeat, their win in a match against the Sin against Chiefs yesterday. Interested to see if Wizards can be able to provide the same impact for the rest of the game for Tainted Minds. He's still split pushing at the moment, top side of the map. Praedyth's in the bottom. Squidgy and Brawler just trying to hold out with the wave clear in their kit.
And this is one of those things that now Tainted Minds need to get a little bit more patient, because they need to be able to push out mid lane, ensure that Praedyth is actually winning the 1v1 versus Choose, which he's currently not. Choose has got that Rylai's Crystal Scepter, so a little bit more control around the Rift. And just make sure they're not getting picked off, because right now Carbon, you can see, is doing his best to control vision throughout the entirety of the jungle. That puts a lot of pressure on Squidgy and Brawler to be able to stay alive. So, you know, maybe take the foot off the pedal just for a fraction of the second, get some shops in, because right now Legacy have control over 3/4 of the map.
Only almost getting jumped on by Carbon there, just throws out the bowler and takes down the wards. Angry Knife Cat. But they're moving towards the bottom lane again. Praedyth already being forced back towards his turret. Mid
They're actually bringing down 4 members, Fish. So you can see that Squidgy's response is actually to head towards the top side of the map. We'll see whether he can make anything happen up there. I don't think that's a good call.
Missed out on the ward and goes back and destroys that. Wizard does have blue buff, so he has plenty of wave clear. But again, Nautilus does well into champions that don't have lifesteal. Wizard has none at the moment. No sustain for him. And that's evident in the damage he's already dealt to the Talon, forcing him out of the lane.
And he's not going to get any anytime soon. I mean, realistically, he's going to... Whoa, that was not the purchase I was going to say. So realistically, he's going to go back and get a Black Cleaver. Instead, he goes back and picks himself up another Dirk. And if he's going to be laning against Tally, that's not going to help him at all.
We do see a swap coming out from Tainted Minds, so they might actually want Wizard to go up against Choo-Choos. The mid laners will battle out in the bottom lane.
I mean, I think 20% cooldown reduction still helps him against Choose regardless, just because of the Q resets.
Yep.
So you can see that they're just going to swap back. They see them on the map first, and this leaves Tainted Minds in a really sticky situation, because with that pickup, there's no way that any of them can scratch Tally.
4 Ninja Tabbies been picked up though here by Legacy. Everyone except for Cupcake has one at the moment. Not happy with the attack damage that will be dealt by Wizard, Squidgy, and Only. And we've seen some Victors come back into competitive play. Most of them going for the Rylai's Crystal Scepter build, although Tally's in trouble. Here comes Only and Wizard right over the wall, cancels the chain coming through. Tally's forced to flash away. Wizard still hunting him down.
0 damage so far.
They do burn a flash on the top lane to get him down to half health without burning any, with only burning Wizard's ultimate.
Sure, that is correct. But realistically, that is just absolutely no damage. He was in no damage of dying. I don't even think he had to go for it. Instead, they're going to teleport towards Baron and now start this one up.
They pull the trigger. Legacy looking to try and take down this Baron. Rek'Sai is getting closer. Wizard's trying to parkour his way through. Baron, 1/4 of its health gone. Legacy aren't taking this one down fast enough. Praedyth's looking to try and get in. That's a big knock-up onto Lost and Cupcake. They're chasing them down. Lost lives with a sliver of health. He'll be able to open up with the curtain call, though. So Tainted Minds now in a bit of trouble. They take down Praedyth before he can pop his ultimate.
Ooh.
Carbon has to flash away from the Baron as well, but Tainted Minds stop the Baron attempt, only losing their top laner.
Yeah, so really nice engage there out of Only as well as Praedyth. But you can see that they weren't ready for that fight. There's no Lich Bane picked up. That would have been definitely a one-shot coming out of Praedyth. He's not as far ahead as he would like to be. And even the Talon, just going to go back to the build. hitting the tanks a lot of the time, not able to get it done.
Tally, he's in a bit of trouble, gets a big shield from Courage of the Colossus. Now Choo Choo's trying to lock down Brawler. Jin charges on forward. The laser beams are enough from the Victor to take him down. Squidgy and Wizard trying to get the heck out of there, but that's a flash forward from Choose. Wizard will get locked down, pops the ultimate, goes invisible, trying to run away, but on the wrong side of the map at the moment. That's not the way home.
Certainly is. I mean, he can parkour everywhere, so he will eventually get out. I don't think Squidgy is going to be as lucky because Carbon's going to find him.
Oh, he didn't pretend to be a wolf. Now they know that he's a human and he's dead.
And they give it over to Lost as well, so very nice job from Legacy. That's 2 members down the bottom lane. They can just go straight back to Baron if they so choose. And no one can deal with Tally at this stage of the game.
Legacy didn't get any backs in after their previous attempt, except for Tally, who almost went down in the
Teleport
lane.
going into the top lane.
Yeah, Praetor wants to try and stop this Baron attempt. Legacy, half health, half mana on most people. No shops coming in. Tainted Mines, although they've lost their AD carry, they do have an opportunity to try and go in here. Blinking health bars, Wizards does get jumped on. He's going to be melted down. Choo Choo's gets that kill. Praetor picks one on the backside. Carbon will fall as well. Only takes him on. 4-on-1. He will get taken down by a loss, but that Rek'Sai's a monster.
Certainly is. I mean, that is a 2-for-2 in a 5v4 trade. So definitely worthwhile for Tainted Minds. You can see that they have got a kill over onto Praetor. He should be able to go back and finish up a much-needed item. But really, it becomes down to these structures because Legacy have started to equalize. Ooh, Choo Choo's maybe in a bit of trouble.
Squidgy tries to hit him with the arrow. If that connected, you would expect an ultimate to come out right afterwards. Choo Choo sidesteps it. Squidgy not being too aggressive here. That mid lane turret's below half health. Squidgy's still trying to siege. Good sidesteps coming out from Choose though. But still, Legacy have equalized the goal. It's now 42,000 to both teams. But still, 25 minutes into the game, Tainted Minds don't look like a team that have been together for 2 weeks.
No, they certainly don't. I mean, they're playing very impressively. Only especially after his debut has definitely ramped up his play in week 2. I'm so excited to see if this is a continued upward swing. They finally get Praetor into Tally. Tally still has no magic resistance picked up. As they're playing towards his side of the map, I don't think it's really going to matter because Praetor can't really all-in him.
The one thing Legacy have done very well this game is maintaining control over these elemental dragons. Ocean's the next one to fall. We will get the Cloud Dragon coming up next.
They also broke mid lane turret really early, which I feel gave them a pretty significant advantage, to be honest. As Choo's going to look for this.
See, mate.
Smite too strong.
Top lane turret is taking quite a bit of damage from Wizard. Choo Choo's forced to respond. Gets up into that lane.
But now they have isolated Praetor versus Tally, so Praetor's going to try his hand. Still doesn't get all that much out, Fish.
There is no magic resistance on Tally, but normal space stats should help him out quite a bit.
Doesn't look like he cares all that much.
No, he's a big tank.
And now the big go button has been sounded by Carbon.
Yeah, he's focusing right now. Sees only. That's not the target he wants. He wants Wizard. Jumps on him.
Really nicely done from Only.
Gets knocked up, but Wizard still gets stunned by the boulder strike. He will get taken down. Only's having a field day.
I mean, that was perfect. I mean, knocks him out of the jump. That's what you want to see out of things like Gragas and Rek'Sai. That's why they're a soft counter to the Rengars. Yeah, you're right. Again, this is a huge force one more time. Sure, Wizard's down. That's a lot of the damage, but there's still the big stun that's going to come out of Only as well as Praetor.
Half health
and
and Squidgy's still
full
poking.
committed.
They're going for it. 2,000 health. Praetor's looking to try and jump in. They disengage. They stop damage. The ultimate going on towards Squidgy, trying to stop it. Only goes in. It's not going to be taken though. Carbon gets the smite going. Praetor will back out. They will be able to take down Tainted Minds jungler.
That was a really bold call, and now he's going to pay for it with his life. They actually made the decision to focus Baron over trying to go for a team fight. So you could see that Praetor jumped in, hit the Baron with all of his abilities, and then Only went over the wall. Carbon was more than equal to the task. Technically, that should have been Only's smite because he's higher level. But the veteran comes through, and now Legacy are well and truly ahead.
Legacy now looking to try and siege off this mid lane. Kodakor gets popped. Brawler's the target. Carbon gets exhausted as soon as he jumps in, and all 4 shots do get fired. Squidgy is still trying to poke members out from Legacy, but with the Baron buff, Inhibitor is going to fall.
Yeah, and there's absolutely nothing they can do because they just don't have the percentage armor penetration to be able to deal with this comp. I think that they're very much over-invested into lethality. I mean, another Dirk picked up on Varus. That 100% should just be a last whisper at this stage of the game because everyone is stacking armor.
Ninja Tabbies galore as well as a Nautilus that's going to run straight into your face. He's not even going for any magic resistance. Randuin's Omen is going to be his next item. There's no crit coming out from Tainted Minds as well. Barring Wizard.
Yeah, so we'll see whether that is going to be something that helps Tally out. It's such a bizarre game because Legacy have bullied their way back into this. I mean, Lost has had a field day, 6-0-4, up in gold, up in kills, but everywhere else on the map, it seems that Tainted Minds have kind of just dropped the ball a little bit.
I mean, it's fairly even top side of the map. 400 gold this late in. It's
Nothing.
like 200 health.
Yeah.
Junglers are up at the moment. It seems like Rek'Sai's 2,000 gold up ahead of Carbon. That's a nice lead for the Rek'Sai. Mid lane is where we start to see the advantage form. Choo Choo's is 2,000 gold up. Squidgy's also 3,000 gold behind his bottom lane counterpart. Legacy now looking to try and siege the bottom lane inner turret. Wizard will trade 1-for-1. But with Baron buff, Legacy can potentially force onto the bottom lane inhibitor.
Exactly right, and this is why we always see things like the Jhin, because he can just open up as Carbon ults in, and there's nothing they can do to defend this one. Wizard really gambling in this exchange, and looks like he's going to be made pay.
Squidgy gets jumped on, takes a lot of damage. Redemption gets him back up to 4, but Praetor gets taken out before even being able to use his ultimate. That's a pop coming out from Lost. They take down 2 more members. Legacy are on top of the Nexus turret. We do see the Talon trying to get back to base, but it's a 2-on-4 spawn. Legacy looks shaky to start, but they close it out nice and strong. They pick up the Game 1 victory.
Yeah, exactly right. They're going to be able to close this one out. Only and Wizard not even going to look for the commit. And they had a good early game, but Legacy just too good.
They certainly are. They showed why they're top of the ladder at the moment. Still, if you're a Tainted Minds fan, you take that. That was a great start for them.
I mean, the start was good, but the end was really disappointing.
It was.
I mean, just getting picked off, losing key objectives. I mean, I like the way that they played the early stages of that game, but the Varus definitely didn't come through for them. And I think that they looked pretty uncomfortable when the game got, after the 30-minute mark.
I mean, they started off the 1-3-1. They're like, yeah, we can do this. And then Legacy were like, we'll just kill everybody and see if you can still do that strategy. But like you mentioned, Lost and Cupcake still performing so well in the bottom lane. Jhin was like 6-0 at one point. He was a monster, dealing tons of damage as well. Even on top side of that, Tally didn't care about anyone. He was just a big tank.
Yeah, exactly right. And I feel like if that's going to be the standard comp that Legacy run, there's not all that much that Tainted Minds can do to shut it down. Instead, they need to try and force some skill matchups, get a bigger early snowball rolling on someone that's not a Rek'Sai that's building no damage. Because it was, only was a boulder, but at the end of the day, they just ignored him. And he didn't steal the Baron, which meant that his experience lead wasn't even anything to really write home about.
There were a couple of points, though, especially the first Baron team fight, where they went in, almost took down 2 members. The only imperative combo didn't succeed for Tainted Minds. We'll have to see if they change anything up going into Game 2. And to tell us if they're going to do that, we'll throw it back to the analyst desk.
Thank you, Fish. Thank you, Spawn. Well, there we have it. Only popping off and having a massive game, but Legacy proving too strong in the end, taking the first game over Tainted Minds. Now, guys, let's talk about this game. We said early on, if Tainted Minds were going to take a win, it'd be through that bot lane, and it looked quite strong for a while, Juves.
Yeah, they got the 2v2 off, I believe. They got a kill. They got teleported on as well, and I think they played it well. Like, they lost 1 kill. They held the wave and only got to push wave into top. And I think that was really well played from Tainted.
That really set up only for the rest of the game as well. He was, as Spawn was saying, he was an absolute brick the entire time. And it really helped when those Baron team fights happened. He was there. He was able to soak up the most of the damage. And it really held Legacy off for quite some time.
So let's take a look at these drafts. And in particular, we see from Tainted Minds, the first thing they want in the first rotation of bans being that Lucian, to break up that Braum-Lucian combo. What were the win conditions for Tainted Minds, and why didn't they achieve them, Juves?
So one thing we talked about before the game was the 1-3-1 for Tainted, easy to execute, and that's what they did. And they actually looked quite good doing so, I believe. They had a few hiccups in lane assignments, so Nautilus was stacking armor, and they put Talon into that lane rather than Echo. And I think that was a big mistake because Talon can't do damage to a full armor Nautilus. But I think for the most part, they did well in trying to execute their comp, just Legacy's experience.
And again, only did a really good job as well as hugging his lane assignments when he needed to at specific points in time. That really allowed them to continue that game, looking really strong every single time he got those ganks off.
Yeah, he did.
Well, for Legacy, Mendrix, what are they trying to do with that team composition?
With them specifically, they had a 1-4. And what they want to do is just group up as one, force team fights. That's where their composition really excels. And that's exactly what they did. They forced the Baron roughly 3 times. Every single time they did it, I guess you could push the buttons when it comes to Tainted Minds because they wanted to continue splitting. But when you lose a Baron, it's kind of hard for you to maintain your formation.
Well, for Legacy, I mean, they had a couple of attempts at Baron, and then finally they took that Baron that was kind of a decisive moment in the game, right?
Exactly, yeah, exactly. And it really wasn't a decisive moment in the game because they immediately just piled on afterwards. And the big thing here is they've managed to kill off Wizard already. And they're sort of saying to them, okay, Tainted Minds, you can come at us if you want to, but it's going to be a bad day for you. They can't really get the flanks off that they wanted to initially. And then Legacy just have excellent target priority as soon as they jump into it. As you can see, Tally is just zoning everyone off. That makes it that much easier to get the smite off. And really, Legacy at that point, it was just a matter of fact for them. They were allowed to just continue the rest of their team fights and go into it. And I think you wanted to discuss that specifically, the smite before, Juice.
Yeah,
as well.
one thing I really dislike about what Legacy did there was they risked the 50-50. Like, there is no reason to risk a 50-50. So Cupcake had a ward in his inventory. He could have just placed it over the wall. Once he placed it over the wall, burst the Rek'Sai. Like, you have Jhin, you have Victor, you have things to hit him over the wall. And then do the Baron, and then finish it. Risky play, but it worked, I guess.
Yeah, so why weren't Tainted Minds able to steal that Baron then? Are you saying that... Because they had a few members in the pit then, right?
It just missed the smite.
Yeah.
50-50.
That's all it is.
50-50, rolled the
coin
dice.
flip. So if TM take that Baron, does that change the game?
Oh, 100%. I think they win the
Yes.
game if they get the Baron there.
Yeah, it would have made a big difference because immediately you've got split pushes with Baron, which just sort of makes Legacy say, okay, you know what, we can't group up now. We have to sort of just hold these waves until everything happens. Like, puts them back into the game. Your assassins or your flankers get much stronger because of it. And when they get to that point, it is them not able to execute on their team composition. So them getting that Baron was a big deal.
Yeah.
Does that mean for you guys this game was closer than we were expecting? Because both of you said, Mendris, you said Legacy 2-0, but for a while, Tainted Minds are ahead, and you're saying that Baron could have been decisive. They could have taken that game.
Absolutely, absolutely. TM are really showing up, and it shows that they have evolved. They're taking to a specific team composition. And what I also do like about it, they're still being unpredictable. I mean, how hard is it to sort of say, all right, Talon Echo? I mean, how can you really plan for that? Which lane is it going into? So it just speaks to their playstyle, speaks to their genre as a team, really.
One thing I also like to touch on, before the game we spoke about ganking Legacy's lanes and actually snowballing from that, and that's what only did 2 kills early, and it forced Legacy into almost like a bit of a panic, really.
Yeah.
Until they just like calmed down and they said, all right, we got our team comp, like what do we do with it? And executed.
All right, well, there we have it. Legacy take that first game 1-0 over Tainted Minds. But don't go anywhere because we'll be back with Game 3 right after this.
Cupcake, that's quite a bit of damage. Lost is the next target. Suddenly the Talon as well as the Rek'Sai getting in amongst it. Tally has to use the anchor to try and get back to safety. He'll get in. That's a big knock-up onto Lost and Cupcake. They're chasing them down. Lost losing a slew of health. He'll be able to open up with the curtain call though. So Tainted Minds now in a bit of trouble. They take down Brayden before he can pop his ultimate. Wizard does get jumped on. He's going to be melted down. Choo-Choo's gets that kill. Brayden picks one on the backside. Carter will fall as well. Only takes him on. 4-on-1. He will get taken down by a loss. The ultimate going on towards Twitch and trying to stop it. Only goes in. It's not going to be taken though. Carmen gets the smite going. Brayden will back out. Legacy are on top of the Nexus turret. We do see the Talon trying to get back to base, but it's a 2-on-4 spawn. Legacy look shaky to start, but they close it out nice and strong. They pick up the Game 1 victory.
Feels good to stretch my wings. Bring it. Pick on someone my size. This way.
the vibe is what matters more than anything. We got to go and capture the vibe. Does the character make sense with the art, with the lore, and with the music? This is all one package. And if it does, then we've all done our job. And if it doesn't, we can improve on it. Every bar, every decision that's made needs to be based on what works for that character and what does that character feel like.
The concept often is so strong, and then the only thing that can fail is yourself in the execution.
Thank you one more time, please.
Just keep going.
Nope.
Just keep going and keep going.
Take 82. I'm not a violinist, but that doesn't seem right.
I don't want to disappoint our players, you know.
If the goal is to create something new, then basically anything's fair game at that point. You're shooting into the darkness.
There's a lot of like crazy technical shit too.
How does it make sense? I think it probably makes literally 0 sense.
We're all gamers. We're all nerds, you know?
We could spend a lot of money during the recording session, get all these instruments, and they make a big ruckus. But if the vibe isn't right, then we've failed in our job.
If you construct a great piece of music that brings people into your world, those things tend to stick around forever. Those memories tend to stick around forever.
Welcome back to Sunday of Round 7 of the OPL. My name is Michael Hingersing, and if you're just joining us, Legacy are currently up 1-0 over Tainted Minds. I'm joined here by Juves and also Mendrix. Before we get into Game 2, let's give this a bit of a preview. Juves, does Tainted Minds need to do much different going into Game 2, or are they doing all right, do you think?
If I'm being completely honest, I think that Tainted don't need to change much. They showed that actually works for them. 1-3-1 works for them. Like, they looked like they could have taken the game if they just had the right lane assignments, the jungler hugging the right lanes. Like, he did it for most of the game, and that's why you saw them looking so good. It's just maybe like that once or twice that they didn't do it. And if you don't do it, you're going to get punished by a good team.
That's right. I think even like a change-up of champions as well is something you could do. I mean, if you really must have the Echo, rather than putting it in Prative's hands, even though he's amazing at it, just give it to Wizard, put him on the Fiora. He does amazing on that particular champion. I think you were actually telling me about this, Juves. It ends up shredding most tanks. He does well into Nautilus, does well into everything else that really could be seen from Legacy when it comes to tanks. And we know Prative is seasoned on it. I mean, what sort of changes could you effectively see from it if he was to get that? Get the Fiora.
So yeah, I see, like, if Prey gets Fiora, I definitely think, like, he can 1v1 kill the Nautilus. Like, that's actually a known, like, good matchup later, like, at 2 items for Fiora. And I think Echo made it to 2 items, so I don't see why they couldn't make Fiora get to, like, they couldn't allow Fiora to get 2 items too. Once Fiora gets 2 items, Nautilus can't do anything. Like,
well, if you're Legacy, though, you've got to be a lot of problems in the early game for you coming up against this Tainted Mind squad. So what do you need to change going into Game 2, do you think?
If I'm Legacy, I think I just try and make the game cleaner. So, like, they had the right idea about, like, diving bot lane. It just wasn't clean. Like, you can't fault the team for having the idea and being proactive. It's just about, like, making it cleaner and, like, making it second nature so that when you do go for that execution, like, it happens and it pays off.
And it does go back to the laning phase as well. I think one of the things you mentioned and touched on was that the way you actually won the games was because you made your ganks work. And it really looks like Legacy is quite gankable every single time. Only was hugging each side lane. He's able to make something happen early. And if they can do that, if they can snowball off that, that's probably their key to victory in the future.
Well, let's talk about Only, because in that matchup versus Carbon then, he seemed massively ahead, often 2 levels in front of Carbon. Massive CS advantage from farming top lane. I mean, does Carbon need to change anything in his gameplay, Juves?
No, I think Carbon, he's naturally going to fall behind in CS, just the way he plays. Like, he'll farm 2 camps and he'll go secure with vision. And a lot of, some other junglers won't necessarily put that heavy emphasis on vision, so they're going to actually clear 2 extra camps than Carbon will actually will in that time frame. So, I think, yeah, Only had a good game. He did what he's good at, which is ganking lanes and power farming. And whereas Carbon, I don't think he necessarily did anything wrong, but I think that bot lane execution dive, like where he died, it set him pretty far behind because like Rek'Sai was just power farming when he was dead. So.
Yeah, and it absolutely does go back to that dive. I mean, they put a lot of resources down there. Praedyth did a fantastic job of holding it off, and then the entire time Only was allowed to free farm up there, almost take the turret, and that put him roughly 30 CS ahead in front of Carbon. Pretty much gave him 2 levels up, and that was why he was such a menace the entire game.
Well, the narrative we've been talking about today is Choo-Choo's trying to fit into Legacy as well, so I want to touch on that before we get into Game 2. There he is on screen right now. I mean, how do you think he played that in that first game, Jubes?
Yeah, he played well. Like, he did what he needed to do to win the game. And I think, like, on stage, many people, they think, like, when you're playing in OPL, you have to do these things, like, certain things to be labeled a good player. No, you just have to do your job within the team.
Yeah.
And, like, that's what Choo-Choo's did. He did his job. He died to a gank. He didn't crumble under the pressure of dying to a gank. He came back to lane, farmed, and he was, like, around Baron Pit, like, his ulti zoned, like, 4 people. What more do you want?
It's not what Victor's about, really. I mean, Victor isn't supposed to... I mean, he exactly did his job perfectly, but in terms of that, he was able to hold on to what he needed to do, get towards that late game, and fight on. I wouldn't say that he did it perfectly, but he did his job right.
Yep.
All right, well, do either of you want to change your predictions before we go into this game too?
No, I think I think your first game is a feeling out game. You feel out the team, and it's a little bit messy. And I think this next game from Legacy will just be a lot cleaner.
Yep, I'm feeling that as well. Legacy will probably bounce back from any sort of mishaps that happen there, play a much cleaner game, and come out on top 2-0.
All right. Well, those are the final thoughts from our analysts before we head into Game 2. So let's get into Champ Select with our casters, Spawn and Fish.
Thank you very much, Hingers. We're about to get into that second match between Tainted Minds as well as Legacy. And, you know, Legacy still picked up, after 25 minutes, quite a clinical finish.
Yeah, I mean, they were never really stretched, I feel, because Only was the one that was absorbing a lot of the farm, and he wasn't actually building any damage. He was just going to be a pure tank. And as soon as they got into an area where they had the better tank in the Nautilus, the game became much easier to win.
It certainly did, and we're still... we're going back into the Champions League for game number 2 here. Legacy, they don't want anything but a 2-0. All 3 points will help them out so much, especially since Chiefs dropped a game yesterday, which means they only picked up 2 points from their win against Sin. Pick up all 3 points here will make sure that they increase their lead and try and secure their finals place once Gauntlets comes around in the next 3 weeks.
Yeah, I mean, this is really one of the last big hurdles for them. It's kind of a mental check. You've just taken out the Chiefs to claim top spot in the OPL. What do you will not want to do? Drop a game versus Tainted Minds, who is in a constant state of flux. So if they're able to get over this week, you know, then they can start building towards that gauntlet, towards that final that we know that they, long term, that's all really Legacy Chiefs direwolves are thinking about.
It certainly is. You can see on your screen the coach of Legacy, Soul Strikes. Very smart man. And has been helping out the Legacy drafts quite a bit. But one thing I wanted to see was Tainted Minds. Always concentrate on the game. They were smiling at us ahead of the Champions League. That's after a loss, and they're just very jovial people, always very happy to just want to come in and play the game. And they're playing it well, going up against the Legacy and performing that well early is no easy feat. But now that the bans have come through, Jace, Ivan, and Lucian. Again, Tainted Minds taking the Lucian away.
Rengar here, if you are Tainted Minds, in my opinion. I mean, you've already seen that they've banned out Graves. You've taken away what you feel is an annoying jungler in Ivan to have to deal with. I mean, mixed results in how strong he is. You can't let Carbon get the strongest jungler in the pool again.
He did well in the Rengar last match, unlike his first game against the Chiefs last week.
I mean, his first 20 minutes against the Chiefs last week were fine.
Yeah.
And then he proceeded to die for 30 minutes.
Yeah, intentionally feeding, apparently. Rengar has been picked up by Only.
One thing I will say is Rengar's an easy champion to intentionally feed on. I don't mean actually intentionally feed. I mean, like, he's easy to get overzealous, jump into a team and just get blown up time and time again, because he gets such a speed boost as he gets levels when he goes on that prowl, and then his leaf is deceptively long. He's kind of like Kha'Zix. You can initiate from wherever you want, and then you're like, team, why didn't you follow up?
Yep, I felt that way playing Renekton recently. Rusty was not happy with my games last night. Dying twice in the space of 3 minutes into the game is not great. And speaking of Renekton,
not when you're on Renekton.
speaking of Renekton, it has been locked in here, I tell you. especially not when you're up against a Sims or a Cho'Gath. Yeah, and we do have Echo being locked in again. That takes away the flex pick from Tainted Minds. They did lock in Karma as their first pick, and now they have the choice of their third pick during the first pick rotation.
So Choo-Choo's is going to be playing the Echo, unless Carbon wants to play it. That's old school, but I expect that's going to be Choose. And top lane Renekton has seen a lot of play. I mean, we saw Swiper deal with it quite handily with a Rumble yesterday. Even when Flares had double buff, he was able to withstand.
He was. We'll have to see what Tainted Minds decided to throw up there. But they pick up Caitlyn.
Yeah, that's not a Tristana.
I mean, Jin's left open. Getting back on track.
No, Squidgy's a Tristana player. This isn't me speaking. This is because Squidgy boy, big Tristana, big Kog'Maw player. Caitlyn is neither of those champions, Fisher.
It's neither Jin or Ezra, which I would have expected to come out first, but still. Caitlyn being picked up means they're going to ban out a couple of supports here. Well, like you mentioned, it should be Choo-Choo's picking up the Echo in the mid lane. So, support bans and possibly jungle bans will come out from Tainted Minds. Legacy will be looking towards the solo laners of the TM squad as well.
And I wonder what Carbon goes next to his next string. Does he go to Lee Sin? Elise has been a big champion for him in the past. Does he go for a Kha'Zix, which has fallen really far out of favor in the OPL, but internationally still seems like a high priority pick?
We'll have to see. Legacy do have the second and third pick. Sorry, the fourth and fifth pick in the final phase here. Kha'Zix is actually banned out by Tainted Minds. We could potentially see Carbon go to Rek'Sai. I mean, put on an early performance.
No, I don't think so. I think you would much rather play Elise over Rek'Sai. You can see that he kind of not looking all that happy at the moment, Carbon. Squidgy, told you he likes Tristana.
He does. I mean, mid lane Caitlyn. Let's go.
Support Caitlyn.
Ooh.
Let's go.
Traps all day. Squidgy is going to be able to pick up the Victor instead here. That'll be given to Wizard in the mid lane, going up against the Echo. Now we'll have to see what Carbon decides to play. Lee Sin is left up.
And I like Victor into Assassins still, just because, you know, you're able to get the short burst of movement speed out of your Q, you turn around and return damage very well. And putting Gravity Field on top of yourself means that they just can't really get that massive assassination that they're looking for. So I think that that's a good pickup. He also has the ability to go HP in his bid still, with something like Rylash Crystal Scepter, so, you know, deceptively tanky. Or you can even grab things like the Abyssal Scepter into the Lich Bane, so Wizard should be completely fine in this build.
Speaking of being deceptively tanky, they've picked up Lulu, and that's going with a Renekton and an Echo. Legacy, although they don't have a pure tank, it's going to be difficult to kill them. They also got Varus, a pick that's always banned away, and Carbon does go back towards the Lee Sin.
So he's going to have to be the one fishing for initiations here. I mean, Choo-Choo's is more of a controlled player. He's not known to dive in, although in the past certainly was when he was playing things like the Zed. But Carbon, he's probably going to look for the isolation kicks here, be able to set up Tally as well as Choose to be able to output all their damage. And then, of course, Lost, he's just going to do his thing because he's an absolute monster on AD carry at the moment.
What? Hang on. That's an Italy. That's going to be Rengar top lane.
Yep, top lane Rengar. Didn't see that one coming.
Even Sunstrikes is a little bit confused here. Wow, Praetor has just decided, I'm going to play Knife Cat.
That is weird. I mean, that is just outright bizarre. Unless Only doesn't play Rengar, which I can't see a world in which a solo queue jungler doesn't play Rengar, right? Then I see absolutely no point to this bizarre switch up.
Tainted Minds spawning, always going to have something fun.
You take Flesh out of Tainted Minds, but you can't take the Nidalee out of Tainted Minds, apparently.
Certainly can't. Only's going to pick it up. You can see Soul Strikes giving the last pieces of advice to Legacy here before he gets off comms. Everyone looks very focused coming into their second game up against Tainted Minds. We'll be looking for the 3-0 victory. Tainted Minds again. They've thrown a curveball, Swan. I'm excited for this one. Rengar in the top lane.
I mean, it's a big curveball. It just depends whether one of those curveballs is actually going to be a strike or whether he's just pitched it into the stands, because I don't really think that... I mean, I just can't see a world in which Rengar has enough pressure against Renekton, because Renekton is such a beefy top laner. With Fervor, he stacks it up really quickly off his W, then able to get in there with a Q and put out so much damage. So Only I mean, sorry, Praedyth needs to be incredibly careful in this lane, Fish, because Rengar, when he's behind, it sucks.
Does. But if he can get a nice and cheeky kill early, everything else sucks.
Yep, true. I mean, this could be the new Talon top.
It potentially could. We already seen Talon mid lane today by Tainted Minds. Now we see a Rengar top lane from the squad as well. We'll have to see how that one's going to do as we head back onto Summoner's Rift for the second match between Legacy and Tainted Minds. And I just hope that we sit top lane for a while. I know we're not meant to because that's where all the tanks fight and nothing really happens, but they've got Rengar into Renekton. A cat against a crocodile. You would normally think it's in the crocodile's favor.
Yeah, I'm surprised that he didn't go full commitment to this. Just take Exhaust if you're going to play Rengar top lane. All in level 3 when you have all your abilities available.
Why go level 3 when you can go level 1? Just jump on someone, punch them in the face a few times, and exhaust them afterwards. But for now, let's check in with Soul Strikes, who's standing by with Hingers.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Soul Strikes, and you're a smart guy. Give me your assessment of the TM comp, because they don't have a coach for me to talk to. So what do you think their win conditions are?
I feel like they kind of went for their pocket picks, comfortable picks. Like Victor is pretty kind of wizard champ, wizard Victor, and the Rengar pick at top kind of threw me off guard, but Renekton's pretty much the king of the top lane, so I don't really expect Rengar to do well, but you can question me. Chippies or Series can ask me this, but it's an unknown factor for me, so yeah, it's a bit of a weird pick for me.
So how do you think this game's going to play out then with these kind of unorthodox picks?
So our plan is obviously 1-3-1, match them, then once they scattered, then we bring Renekton and Echo to the Varus, then we just collapse on them. And Varus with the poke, it's just going to do wonders.
Excellent stuff. Well, best of luck in the match, and thank you for speaking to us.
Okay, thank you.
And while we're talking to the Soul Strikes, they can already see the Rengar jumping out. Yeah, quite a bit of damage down towards Tally here. He's building up his rage meter quite nicely, though. Already just trading back and forth. Praedyth is not scared of no one.
I mean, he also has extra potions, which is going to help him out. I feel like Tally's missed a trick here that he probably should have just gone towards the shield and scaled into the game. Renekton is good early game, but also is much better once he has like 1.5 items, in my opinion. And we'll see whether he's going to be able to sustain through all of this raw aggression out of Praedyth.
And Mr. Smart Guy said that Renekton's the king of the top lane. I disagree. I died twice to First Blood last night.
Mr. Smart Guy, is that his now name?
Oh, that's why Hinger's called. Said he's a smart guy, I believe that.
Here we go.
Ooh, Choo-Choo's avoids the spear, but only just going to chuck little ones at him. It still pounces on forward, forcing the flash.
Yeah, Nidalee, of course, runs a little bit of AD generally. You can see running around with 72 there, so only agrees. And you can see that the ganks just with red buff pay out wonders. Although now with Carbon coming into the top side of the map, we'll see how this one goes. He must have shown that.
Yeah, he must have got spotted by the cannon minion's vision. But Praedyth goes and puts a ward down. Out of potions now, so the Doran's Blade is going to come out strong. Tally is stacking out Rage, which makes it very hard for...
You can't all in Tally anymore.
Yeah, the Rengar can't jump in.
Which you can see, because he's actually just being forced back. Tally sustaining the, through the lane. And now Praedyth is in dire straits.
Cool. Still just trying to chip at him every single chance he gets.
Yeah, but he's 7 CS down.
Meanwhile, Choo-Choo's is jumping on top of Wizard. Victor's going to have to be forced to run away. Does have only in his back pocket. And Choo-Choo's respects that, despite the lack of vision.
Yeah, well, he certainly should, because he knows that Nidalee was cheating towards that side of the map. I mean, Raptors is a good place for Nidalee to go towards. And if he gets hit by a max range spear, I mean, Choo-Choo's is back in kill range, and he has no summoner spells. So certainly isn't the area that he wants to be in. And Tally one more time has teleported first, guaranteed himself a freeze.
Ooh.
Oh, it hit!
Gets him. Choo-Choo's pops Parallel Convergence. Will get a nice shield, but the flash out from Only prevents the stun. They still go toe-to-toe, and Choo-Choo's outplays him to pick up First Blood.
Yeah, I actually think Only fumbled that one super hard, though, Fish. I mean, he went in, Parallel Convergence wasn't going to go down for a couple more seconds, didn't need to flash that hard, should have just committed to the fight maybe, but buffs over now to Choo-Choo's, who did play it pretty well, and means that Tainted Minds on the back foot, and now Gang coming in top lane.
And Praedyth did use his teleport to get back here to match Tally, but Tally popped it first. Got a Doran's Blade, a second one that says, you know what, you want to jump on me, Knife Cat? I'll fight you.
Yeah, that is exactly what you do when you're playing against another lane bully. You just continue to go fire with fire. You can see how much tankier he is at this stage of the game as well. And Carbon knows he's there.
Might go for a dive for Carbon. Goes for it. Lands Sonic Wave into Resonating Strike. That's half health on the Rengar. Big minion wave is there. Inside just to take away the Krog camp instead. Only now moving down towards the bottom side of the map, spotted out by a ward. Cupcake's going to be slowed down. Squidgy chasing him forward. The spear doesn't connect, and he gets turned into a little thing. I don't know what this Lulu does to them, but he's going to run away. Exhaust being used onto Lost as well, and just a weird trade between the two on the top side.
Oh!
Carbon almost gets taken out. Praetor jumps on forward. He's flashed on this one. Carbon still has his flash available, and Tally is just going to walk him down. Boulder Strike does come out. That might mean he gets back to safety. Carbon flashes, gets the Sonic Wave into Resonating Strike, picks up the kill.
Yeah, so in the end, he's able to pick that up there, Carbon. Really nicely played. Backed away until Praetor was low enough health that the Execute was going to be able to come out. Tally now a huge advantage, as well as a pushing creep wave into that turret. And all over Summoner's Rift, TM are falling to pieces.
The sniper's back, Spawn. Lost has done it again, picks up a kill into Squidgy. And there's a reason why you shouldn't let this guy have Varus.
Exactly right.
He's disgusting.
He's 10 CS up. He's a kill up now. Forced all the summoner spells out, apart from Flash, which Squidgy could have used to employ a dodge against that particular shot. Instead, decided not to. And Choo Choo's is ahead.
Ooh. Ooh, that's a bit of damage. Parallel Convergence coming down as well. Choo Choo's just going for it. Does have ultimate available. Wizard will back out. Still, this is the start we expected from Legacy last game. 2,000 gold up, 6 minutes in, nice and early.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, Legacy aren't really a team that will try and control you. They will generally go down to your level and beat you with better mechanical players. And this game has shown exactly that.
Choo Choo's pops the, Wizard pops his ultimate there.
The old school Victor, get the heck out of my lane.
Leave. As Tally's freezing the top side of the map. Praetor's still level 5. His time as a lane bully is, well, surely over.
And this is why Rengar also isn't that great in lane, because his ultimate lends him nothing, whereas Tally's makes him big and has sand swirling around him, which if nothing else is intimidating.
It is.
Also gives him health, rage, percentage, health damage. So I would say that now Tally is definitely in a better position.
Tally's still fighting here. Praetor, Praetor go toe-to-toe. There's Dominus being popped. Praetor jumps back to a minion, gets back to safety. Only.
Do you really want this?
You don't. Oh, that's a low heal. You don't want to fight Renekton when he has his ultimate up, no matter how many people you bring to him in the early game.
Yeah, it's kind of like the Singed. When he has Insanity Potion running, as Squidgy died again, this time used Flash, however.
Nah. Still dead.
Still dead.
There we go.
But here we go. All right, cool. So 1Q into, yeah, flashed away. And flashed too late this time. So Cupcake able to get that one done. And now they're going to look for the dive. Oh, Brawler.
He's dead. Cupcake gets another kill. Double in the bottom lane.
Yeah, and 3,500 gold at only 8 minutes in. Legacy are dominating Tainted Wilds.
They certainly are 5-0. You can see most of the gold is in the back pocket of Lost. Choo Choo's is still finding the mid lane. He's 400 gold up ahead of Wizard. Does get stunned down by Gravity Field, but Parallel Convergence lands as well. He's going to be able to take it out quite low. Forces the flash out of the Victor.
That was a strange flash as well. Because generally, if the fight goes for that long, you use Ghost before you would use Flash. Instead, doesn't employ that particular tactic, and now dives him.
Yeah, getting straight on top of him. Only's here as well. Pops the ultimate. Parallel Convergence just to keep himself safe. He's going to try to take down Only again. Gets the stun, gets the shield, gets the kill, and the return onto Wizard as well. 2-on-1. You can't stop this Choo Choo train.
An absolute disaster. Now Praetor has come down. He wants a piece of Carbon.
Finds him, gets him down to half health, but instead, you know, sees a ward and decides I'm going to hit that once and go back to the mid lane to pick up all this farm.
Ball of wool. That's what cats do. Come on. Follow the meme. Yeah, but at the same time, let's take another look at this, because Choo Choo is able to put on the dancing shoes, dodges out of that, and Only is getting impatient. He's not staying ranged form and just auto-attacking, which I feel like is a better strategy against an assassin. Instead goes back into melee, and Choo's blows him up.
See, I have a theory, Spawn.
Yep.
This is
Hit
your
me with
fault.
it. Why is this my fault?
First time, you told Only to just stay inside the Parallel Convergence and kill him. Second time, you also told Squidgy to flash. They both did those things and they died.
Yeah. Oh, that's true. All right, that is technically true. And it's almost like different situations call for different things. As,
I disagree.
Praedyth went walkabout, so now had to burn his teleport to get back into the top lane, where he's 33 CS down.
Yeah, not having a great time. And the Rengar did show some early signs of being a bully, but...
Did it?
Yeah, the first level.
Level 1 was good. Squidgy, goodbye.
He's dead again. He's going to be taking out Lost. He's going to be able to take that kill eventually. They're still trying to hunt him down. Oh, they won't actually, because Only's made his way down. I thought that was Carbon. Apparently it's not. Teleport is coming down from the Renekton though. Praedyth does not have his own. He's used to get back to lane. Only almost getting taken down. He will eventually fall to Lost. It's actually Choo-Choo's decided to teleport down into the bottom lane instead. They're still chasing him down. Can the sniper do it? Gets him! And he still wants Brawler. Still going to be able to chase him down, get some good damage. Doesn't have another arrow to draw though.
I mean, Lost is an absolute monster. Praedyth's going to be dove top lane. I feel like this is a play-by-play game.
There's a flash coming out. Nope, they're just going to wait. And Carbon decides to pick up the kill for himself with the execute damage. It's 10-0, 10 minutes into the game, a kill a minute, and all of them are going over towards Legacy.
Exactly right. Another arrow came out. Wizard, you're in trouble. Don't walk that way.
He's getting flanked. The Lee Sin is down here as well. Resonating Strike's going to come out, picks up an easy kill. And Tainted Minds are not having a great time. Only will come back in. Carbon flashes into the wall. No. Will he be able to escape? Yes, he does. Over the wall to Cupcake. And Choo-Choo's picks up the kill.
What an absolute disaster. Even when you catch him absolutely by surprise. So much so that you make one of the veterans of the OPL flash into a wall. You still can't pick up a kill.
Scared him.
You did. Gave him a heart attack. Carbon's old.
Yeah, they've got 2 cats in the team. Carbon doesn't like that. And Praedyth now just still continue to farm at the top side of the map. Tainted Minds though. 8,000 gold behind, 11 minutes in. It's hard to come back.
No, that's impossible. I mean, I hate to call a game early, but this one is all but over, Fish. I mean, have a look at the gold. There are some parts of the map where they legitimately have nearly 2 times the amount of gold.
Mm-hmm. 101 CS picked up by Renekton to 65. There's the gold on the map. Like you said, top lane is double. Almost double. Oh, sorry, not almost double. 4,700 to 3,000 in the jungle. 2,000 up mid lane. 2,000 up bottom lane. It's an absolute disaster.
It is. This is one of those games that we're glad that Riot put in the new. If all 5 members agree it's over, it started. They go in the mid lane.
Oh, Praedyth wants a kill. Lost. Almost gets taken out. Bowler comes through, but he's taking up the turret. Almost going to die. Now Wizard's in trouble. There's a big crocodile in the back line. Slices through. Stuns up Squidgy. Dices back over. We'll be able to take him down. And it's going underneath the turret for that as well. Meanwhile, Carbon's picked up himself a nice kill. Tally's going to go through. Takes a lot of damage. Spear comes through. Heals himself back up. We'll get back to safety. Only has no mana left. I don't think Tally's done, Spawn.
No, I don't think he is either.
He's going on the wall, flashes, does have dice, decides not to continue.
So Legacy now starting to really flex their muscles, Fish. They're 10,000 gold up and only 13 minutes into this one, and they're forcing them off turrets still.
Yeah, mid lane inner is going to be taken out next. Legacy take that one down with ease. Lost. He's the Australian sniper right now, this guy.
Well, he's not Australian
he's a New
at all.
Zealand
Yeah, he's a
striker.
Kiwi.
That's right.
So that's fine. Just thought I'd correct you on that one. But do you know what this proves to me? That Legacy don't listen to their coach. Soulstrike said we're going to set up a 1-3-1. We're going to look to collapse when we need to. I haven't seen any semblance of a 1-3-1 here, Fish.
You go back to the drawing board, Soul Strikes. You're wrong and your team's winning. I don't know what that says about you.
No, I think it says more about his team than it does about him. I have faith in Coach Lucio, but his team just... I think the game accelerated past the pace he even anticipated.
Tainted Minds now looking to try and find some semblance of gold on the map. Oh, Lost takes Brawler down to below half his health. Gets sped up by Cupcake, but settles for the farm at this point. I think it's even more worthwhile for Lost to pick up the farm.
Yeah, potentially worth more. Surprised he didn't go in, look for a hero play. Then I reminded that remember this is actually the OPL. What an absolute disaster of an early game for Tainted Minds.
11,000 gold up, 14 minutes in.
Every part of the map just collapsed, and this is always the danger when you have a new team. I mean, their jungler unfortunately wasn't able to get anything rolling, although we had some very good opportunities. And then, yeah, just across the board. This has really been a painful one to watch.
It certainly has, and Legacy can continue. They find Wizard and Only. Gravity Field comes out, Only's at half health already. Lost going to take quite a ton from the ultimate, and Wizard jumps in as a little cupcake. That's not going to do anything.
Oh, Praedyth wants the first kill of the game. He wants Lost.
He's hunting, does get spotted, jumps top of Lost. Oh, that's so much health that gets back. It's almost disgusting as Praedyth will fall afterwards. Carbon's unstoppable. Legacy are running at Tainted Mines. Squidgy's just trying to get the heck out of there. Brawler gets chunked down as well. This should be illegal. Surely there's a mercy rule.
Yeah, 12,000 gold is now the advantage at 15 minutes in, and Legacy are still going ahead of the clock. Solo Fish. That was a 5v4. Tally's working on turrets all the while.
Choo-Choo's jumping in. Squidgy is in trouble. He's going to get auto-attacked to death. There's the sniper himself. The Kiwi gets another kill. Choo-Choo's is trying to run away. Tainted Mines just wants something. Don't let this be a perfect game.
Praedyth is actually looking for him.
But Carbon's here. He's on top of Praedyth. He's going to take so much damage. Choo-Choo's is running away. Carbon's going to jump out as well. He's got Tally right behind him. Lost is still sniping away.
Cupcake, no!
Don't die. Flash. He gets over the wall. Only's still going to hunt him down. Lost actually might die. Wizard's got full mana. He's going back to base. He decides not to phase check. Carbon's going to kill someone else on the map. And they're teleporting top lane. They want the inhibitor. What's going on?
They certainly do. I think that's Choo-Choo's that's going to go up there. He's going to be able to push the wave in. They're still going well and truly over a kill a minute, Fish. They're trying to make this one a record-paced game.
Well, Tainted Mines haven't given up. 16 minutes in. They can surrender. They haven't. Tally's going to be working on this bottom lane inner turret. 18-0. 16 minutes into the game. I don't know what's next. I mean, Praedyth's dead. Choo-Choo's just got a solo kill up there. I think at this point, if you're Tainted Mines, you just say, let's stop the first perfect game in the OPL this split.
Potentially. How?
Somehow. Kill somebody. 5 members flash, kill, get out.
They've tried that. I mean, with the Lulu, with Carbon there, it's certainly harder to execute upon that strategy than what you would otherwise think.
Squidgy's, okay, it's level 8 to 12 of Choo-Choo's.
Yep.
Not fun. He's putting down traps everywhere just to keep
this
himself
is
safe.
hard mode, League of Legends.
15,000 gold up. We don't see these leads even when it's 60 minutes into the game.
We don't.
Tally's got his on his hourglass.
They're pinging out where they think Baron should be, but unfortunately he's not alive for another 3 minutes, guys.
It's your buddy, Rift Herald.
Yeah, me and Harold. He would have gone to gym with me this morning, unlike you.
Aww. Well, he
goes in again.
He's jumping onto Lost. The sniper himself is just going to be able to take another kill here. Cupcake pops down to Redemption. Tally's going in, slices in, gets 1 kill. Wants to go back for another. He's already taken out Wizard. Only is running away from the rest of Legacy. Flash forward for Carbon, tags him, goes forward. Thunderlord strike comes down, and that's 4 kills.
Obviously been watching Chief Spooks montages on the Lee Sin because he nails that Q there, Carbon, after the flash. Legacy going to look to come in, break open the base.
That's going to fall. Tally's tanking up this turret. He's got some armor. I'm not going to say how much, but some. Inhibitor's going to fall next. That top lane turret's very low. Wouldn't be surprised if they just walk up and brute force that one down.
Tally's a wizard lizard. I haven't seen this since Darian.
Choo-Choo's now going to be able to take down the top lane inhibitor turret for himself. 18 minutes in.
Oh, Wizard's ghosting on him.
Gets the minions. I mean,
I think actually Brawler got most of them.
Only's now going to shove out that mid lane. Legacy, it's just a matter of time. Legacy just need to close out
and not
this
even
game.
all that long, I don't think.
No.
When you say just a matter of time, we're not talking about hours. We're measuring them in minutes right now.
Legacy just have to make the final push. Unfortunately for Tainted Mines, this game is over. Almost 20,000 gold down. 17,000 at the moment, to be exact.
And Legacy, they're doing the right thing. I mean, Dragon's going to come up in 29 seconds. They're securing the Scuttle Crab for it. They're going to look towards the bottom lane turret. And I don't think any of this matters. Because even super creeps at this stage of the game are impossible to deal with. Let alone a 707 Lee Sin that's gone full AD.
Yep. Legacy have jumped over. Praedyth gets scared by their mere presence.
I think they have one last roll of the dice to not get perfect game.
Okay. Take a turret?
No. Let them go into your base. Take the dragon.
Ah, so you camp out.
Technically an objective.
Oh, Rift Herald.
Oh, they're not going to let them do it. Legacy are just so mean.
Oh, look at this. They might get the crocodile. They're holding
Can
on.
they?
Oh, they
Oh,
showed!
they showed! No!
Tainted Minds! You're meant to be the best at this. Hide in the brush. Praetor's waiting. I don't know what he's waiting for. Tally's going in. Jumps in. That's a big old crocodile. Gonna get the ultimate coming out from the Lulu as well. Praetor just gets kicked in the face. Carver's been doing a little bit of taekwondo. Tally's going down. That's a golden croc as he goes a little bit into stasis. Double kill being picked up by Lost. That's the triple as well. And this should be game 20 minutes in, 27 kills. Only's left alive. There's just nothing Tainted Minds could have done in this game.
And I only have one question left. What's worse than a shellacking? I don't have a word in my vocabulary for this fish.
Lost almost died. They almost stopped the perfect game, but Tainted Minds are not going to be able to do it. Legacy pick up the first perfect game of this split of the OPL.
I mean, it was a commanding victory. 20 minutes and 29 seconds. They had 27 kills to none. 44,000 gold to 24,000 gold. That is a one-sided affair. You can see that Tally, he enjoyed it.
He did. In the words of Atlas, they were super dead the entire game. Tainted Minds, 27 times. Their screens were grey. Some of them must have wondered if their monitors weren't working.
And, you know, this happens to a new team. I mean, in all seriousness, I mean, Tainted Minds had a very good game one. They're a brand new team. They've been together for 2 weeks. I mean, Legacy are pushing towards the top of the OPL. Sometimes you just have an absolute shit early game, and then that happens. So, you know, they got to be able to brush that off and just look towards next week.
They certainly do. Hopefully be able to see Tainted Minds bounce back from that game against Legacy. For now, to break down that game, I believe it's going to be back to the analyst desk.
Thanks very much, guys. Well, there you saw Carbon checking his watch at the end of that game because it was the first perfect game of the OPL. He wants to mark up the time, obviously, Juves. Now, you said in game one, look, that was just Legacy feeling these guys out, and it looks like game two, they found all the various weak spots. And it's a, you know, a dominant performance from Legacy Juves.
Yes. It was hard to watch.
It was. I mean, one of the big things about it, like you said, it was a bit of a feel out by Legacy in that initial game, and that's what they say you generally do when you have your armies. You start poking in those initial areas, and when you find that point, you grab your fist and you just go crazy at them. And they really just brought down the hammer immediately once they realized what they were doing, and it was just Legacy stepped themselves up at all points in the game. Like, everything that they did, I mean, Choo-Choo's went absolutely off as well. So I was really impressed by the gameplay and how they can just take it up to the next level.
Well, let's talk about these drafts because Legacy obviously choosing a draft we've seen them play our style of before.
Yeah.
TM choosing some pretty random stuff there. Rengar top, have you seen that recently, Juves?
I've seen that once, and I think that was when I was being placed in like platinum or something like that.
Right.
I don't know.
In a while.
Yeah, no, I don't think Rengar's top lane's very good. Like it just feels and looks bad into Renekton.
Well, Solstrike said, look, Renekton's the king of top lane right now, you know, so he seemed pretty confident, but he said, look, maybe they'll style on me, who knows, but they seemed, you know, like this was a massive advantage going into draft.
I just don't see where Rengar beats Renekton.
Yeah,
like
I agree.
I'm trying to see it. I wanna see it. I want to be able to say like, wow, good job for picking. I can't see it.
It's really curious because with the rework that happened to him specifically, he lost a lot of his sustain, and that's why Renekton is the king of top lane. He's able to sit back, has a lot of damage, becomes extremely tanky. You try to 2-on-1 him, you really can't in that early game, and he would just eventually out-sustain Rengar, and it looked good when Rengar had a lot of sustain. He had to use up all his pots. He did all right like in that initial period, and then as soon as it ended up ending because of that, Renekton just took control, and it was just the same across the entire map.
Well, let's talk about Choo-Choo's because he really stepped up he played a much more aggressive style, we could say, in this game. And Legacy overall stepping up their game in this second game, Mendrix.
Yes, like it across the board everywhere. And I mean, looking at this double kill that ends up coming from here from Choo-Choo's, it just illustrates that completely. And for him to do this twice, this is the second time he's done this to Only, mind you. And then to just easily pick up the kill afterwards just shows that they just turned on, they were just playing on a different plane. And what could Tainted Minds do? They really could do nothing. I mean, we had a golden crocodile in that game, so a lot they couldn't really do there.
Well, in terms of team fights as well, it looked like cleaner in game two compared with game one.
The thing is, when you're about 10k ahead, every team fight looks very clean. Yeah, so it's kind of hard for you to say, like, well, this is a bad team fight. But generally, when you do one Q or you do one ability or do one winning team fight, you really just absolutely take control when you're that far ahead.
I think when you have an invulnerable crocodile, your team fight's going to be clean.
But yeah, I do really want to bring up like the specific winning team fight that just illustrates it perfectly what it ends up doing. Because when they get to that point that you're that far ahead, you can pretty much do whatever you want. And Legacy were doing that exactly. I mean, as you can see, Tainted Minds are just at this point trying to stop a perfect game from happening. And this is the final point. This is when Legacy's allowed to break the base, and you can just see there's nothing they can do. They're trying to walk in there. They're trying to isolate one specific person, and Legacy are just walking them around the map, saying, this is your jungle, this is actually our jungle right now. So enjoy that while we take control of everything.
All right, well, let's take a look at the Radiant medal for that series. And it's going to go to Lost. This is his third medal, receiving 9 votes out of 24, meaning that it was a hotly contested medal today. And look at that, no deaths at all, 706-809 on both Jin and Varus. Jubes, how are you feeling about Lost's performance today?
I mean, I feel like we don't have to question Lost performance. We never have to say, like, did Lost play well today? Like, he's played well every game. Even the games they lose, like, he's played well. He's been, like, the only shining light in games they've lost, and they haven't lost many. Lost many. No, like, he's been consistently good, and, like, I don't know, I don't have a bad word to say about him, really.
Excellent stuff. All right, well, standing by with Spawn is Cupcake, Lost's partner, so let's throw to him now for the interview.
Thank you very much, Hingers. I am Spawn, and I'm standing next to the tallest member of Legacy by quite a margin, Cupcake. Want to start off talking about your AD carry. Is it really all him? Is it you? What's about this duo lane? Are you enjoying playing for Legacy with Lost?
For sure. We definitely have a lot of synergy, but he's a fantastic AD carry, so it definitely goes, I think it goes a little bit both ways, but I definitely think it deserves the medal for this game.
Yeah, he certainly had a great performance. I want to talk about your champion pool a little bit, because in the first couple of weeks, we were seeing a lot of Zyra, Brand coming out of you, some Malzahar. Now you're heavily on the supports, like the Karmas and the Lulus. Is this just a team thing? Is it meta? Would you like to get back on your mages?
It's definitely a bit of the meta shift. There were a couple nerfs to Zyra and Malzahar and the likes, and we've been practicing a lot of these utility supports, and we've been having good success, so yeah, that's just what we're going to run with for the moment.
All right, cool. It seems that Soul Strikes has managed to tame a lot of members of the team. Talk to me about what it meant to take down the Chiefs last week, but also now to have the first perfect game in the OPL this split, 20 minutes and 29 seconds. I mean, you guys are just an absolute machine at the moment.
It was definitely a good feeling taking down the Chiefs last week. I didn't personally have any vendetta or anything against them. It was my first time playing them, so I just treated them as any other team, really, and I was happy it secured the top of the ladder. And yeah, obviously it's a great feeling to have a perfect game. About halfway through that game, we were all trying to make sure we didn't give up any objectives or kills. So
who realized it first? Who was like, all right, this is a perfect game. Everyone sit back in your chair, stop doing whatever you're doing, and actually concentrate on winning this.
I think it was about when we were like 9-0 or something. Someone brought it up and we're like, okay, let's try really hard to not give anything over.
Yeah, well, you didn't. Looking forward to the rest of the season. Obviously, this is your rookie split. I mean, I ask this to every Legacy member. Is this the best Legacy ever? And is this the year that you guys finally pull it over the line?
Well, I haven't been on any other Legacy teams. I'm definitely confident with this year's lineup. So hopefully we can take it far, but we'll have to see.
All right, cool. Well, congratulations on another 2-0. I feel like I say it every week now. However, that was only the first best of 3 of the night, guys. Don't go anywhere. Avant Garde are going to take on the Direwolves in what is our grudge match of the week. Catch you then.
Will get a nice shield, but the flash out from only prevents the stun. They're still going toe-to-toe, and Choo-Choo's outplays him to pick up first blood. He's going to try to take out only again. Gets the stun, gets the shield, gets the kill, and the return onto Wizard as well. 2-on-1. You can't stop this Choo-Choo train. Praetor wants a kill, Lost, almost gets taken out. Bowler comes through, but he's taking up the turret, almost going to die. Now Wizard's in trouble. There's a big crocodile in the back line, slices through, stuns up Squidgy, dices back over. We'll be able to take him down. Hunting does get spotted, jumps top of Lost. Oh, that's so much health that gets back. It's almost disgusting as Praetor will fall afterwards. Carbon's unstoppable. Legacy are running at Tainted Minds. Cupcake pops down the redemption. Tally's going in, slices in, gets 1 kill. Wants to go back for another. He's already taken out Wizard. Tally's going in, jumps in. That's a big old crocodile. Gonna get the ultimate coming out from the Lulu as well. Praetor just gets kicked in the face. Carbon's been doing a little bit of taekwondo. Tally's going down. That's a golden croc as he goes a little bit into stasis. Double kill being picked up by Lost. That's the triple as well. And this should be game 20 minutes in, 27 kills.
We brought on Shern at the start of the year. We sort of brought Shern in to like help us with scrims and just to like kind of soak up some of his advice. When he didn't have a team offer, we gave him an option to stay with us. He came on as a jungler as well. In the beginning I was like, I think this is really good for the both of us. I think we can both really grow here. We said we would do a 50 game time schedule. I think I was performing well in scrims and on stage. I had a pretty nervous performance as Graves versus Sin.
Flares getting locked down in the bottom lane, taking a lot of damage. Sybil pops the ultimate, but casually sidestepped by big old tree.
There was just a lot of pressure on me since coming back from Korea, and I think that pressure really got to me recently, and I guess that's what led to me being dropped.
Direwolves have lost their jungler Sybil.
Sybil and Shenfire are both top competitors in OS, but they don't have the luxury of experimenting so much. If they pick a direction and roll with it, then they'll be better off in the long term.
It was pretty sad for us because Sybil's been around the roster for 2 years, and we're all friends, so it was pretty harsh to come to the conclusion.
At first, I was very angry with everything that happened and how it happened. It made me very emotional, and I'm just more motivated now. I definitely think I'm still like a top jungler in the region, no doubt in my mind about that. And now that I'm off Direwolves, it's only kind of made me want to play more because I've only ever been in Direwolves, and I'm just really looking forward to like being part of a new team.
Welcome back to the OPL. If you're just joining us, Legacy have 2-0'd Tainted Minds that we're about to get into match number 2. You just saw then Sybil speaking about his time at Direwolves, and after that video was made, he's actually joined AV, so he's going to be playing against them today. Direwolves versus AV, helping me break down those games. Here at the analyst desk, we have Juice and also Mendrix. Gentlemen, I mean, you look in that video, just him sitting alone in the studios.
Felt bad for him.
Oh, yeah, but a lot of that's the music. A lot of it's the production of the music, which has made him look real sad. But let's take a look at Direwolves versus Avant. Now, Juves, let's talk about Direwolves because these guys have solidified a 5-man roster in the last couple of weeks, and they're looking very strong.
Yes, they're looking like the team that's very hard to beat. Like, there's most teams you can win from laning phase, right? In the OPL, like even if it's the top teams like Chiefs Legacy, like it's been proven that you can just gank, like power gank lanes and like snowball games off that. Whereas I feel like Direwolves and like with Shenfire, they're like so much harder to just to do that too. Like they're really smart in lane. They don't take trades that are unnecessary, and they're just looking like a real solid unit.
Well, across the rift, they're going to be coming up against Avant Garde, who have added Sybil to their lineup this week. I mean, how is he going to fit into this team, do you think, Mendrix?
I think he'll do fine going into it. I mean, you saw it in the video. He's motivated now. He's like he's got a new leash on life. And the big thing about it that I want to discuss is how does he translate in terms of his team composition into AV? I mean, Direwolves typically very strong laners. AV, we've seen them do a lot of good team play. Does that mean having him as the jungler there, he does like to sort of facilitate that team jungler style? Is this going to be a good fit for him?
All right. Well, earlier today, speaking of Direwolves, going back to them, I spoke to their team captain, Fantix, and I started by asking him how they felt about consistency now that they've solidified their lineup behind Shenfire.
Yeah, it's going great. We've been doing really well, and it's only going to get better from here.
So coming up today, you're playing against AV. Obviously, Sybil has gone across to be their jungler for this week. How do you feel like that matchup's going to go, Shern versus Sybil?
Yeah, well, there's a reason we went with Shern. We think he's a better player, but that's not to say that Sybil's not good in his own right. I think Sybil and Triple are probably like the only decent players on their team. The rest of them aren't very good, so we'll be okay.
So you'll be looking to exploit side lanes then, do you think?
Not so much of us exploiting. I think they'll just exploit it themselves, really.
All right. So you're expecting a 2-0 today then after Chiefs dropped points yesterday?
Yeah, easily.
All right. Thank you for speaking to us, and best of luck in the match.
Thank you.
Well, there we have Fantix saying, look, we don't need to exploit these side lanes. They're going to exploit themselves, Jews. I mean, you're not you're no stranger to trash talk. How do you feel about that?
Let me say something, Richard. I'm going to look at the camera for this one, Richard. The last time I said we were 2-0 Avant, we did not 2-0 Avant. Just be careful. Just be careful. That's all I'm saying.
All right, let's take a look at the Direwolves lineup, shall we? And we bring him up on screen right now. Chippies is their top laner, their jungler. Only jungler now is Shenfire. Fantix, who we just spoke to, is their captain and mid laner. Their AD carry is King, and Destiny is their support player. And Mendrix, like Juve said, these guys looking very solid so far in the last couple of weeks.
I feel it's because they do have that solid jungler now. They do have Fire, and I think Sybil even touched on the video. They all looked up to Shern. And it seems that now this guy sort of reined in all these guys who are very on their own, on their all lanes, and brought them more to be a solid team. And you can actually see it initially in the play that we had last week, where you had them, grouping up, doing really good jobs between that 12 to 24 minute mark, getting those wards in. I think you actually mentioned it yourself. Is it just because of Shern being really good at that and getting those wards in, or is it because of the team as well?
So I think one thing Direwolves do is they look up to Shern, like you mentioned. So when Direwolves naturally have 3 winning lanes, they're really good players. Like they have 3 winning lanes. And Shern, when he corrals them to he tells them, I'm going to go invade, I'm going to place wards. And Shern can't get that deep vision and those wards unless his team's willing to follow up and have priority in lane. And like Direwolves have shown week in, week out, they have priority in lane because their laning phase is so good.
So they are a very difficult team to beat. Their opponents today are going to be Avant, Garde. And earlier today, I spoke to their team captain, Jake, and I asked him about how Sybil was settling into the new team.
Sybil's settling really well, I think. He's a really smart guy, excellent player, and he just gives us a really good boost to our early game, so we're nice and proactive now, which is good.
You're going up against his former team in Direwolves today. Has he given you any inside scoops, any inside goss on the Direwolves?
He might have slipped a few things in, but not too many hidden gems in their sleeves. But yeah, we know a couple of their strats.
All right. Well, yesterday on the desk, Blinky seemed very confident. He said, I think a little bit ironically, that we've taken their best player, so we're going to dominate them. How are you feeling about today's match?
I think it would definitely be a tough one. I think maybe Direwolves and Legacy are probably the top 2 teams at the moment. They both have really explosive early games that they can snowball really well if they get a lead. So we'll just look to stabilize the early game, and then when we're on even footing in the mid game, I think we can look to take control.
Excellent stuff. Well, best of luck in the game, and thank you for speaking to us, Jake. Cheers.
There we have Jake, captain of Avant Garde, and Juves, he's talking there about some secret strategies he might have squirreled away. You said yesterday, look, with a Chiefs sub, you get some Chiefs inside knowledge. So do you feel like Sybil's going to spill the beans for this Direwolves team?
I think there's nothing he knows that no one else knows.
Yeah.
But he definitely knows bad habits they have. That's one thing you pick up on being on a team. You know what Chippy's, for example. I even know what Chippy's bad habits are because I played with him for one split. So I do think that's pretty valuable. You do find out little things, but generally speaking, you know most of everyone's habits.
And it's always the little things you do need to look for, because generally speaking, these guys don't have major weaknesses that you can just exploit off the back. You have to look for those little ones and sort of hit in those weaknesses, hit those cracks, and that's what causes everything to just fall apart afterwards. Because once they die once, then they're behind in lane, you get them another time, and everything just seems to fall apart.
All right, well, let's take a look at the Avant Garde roster and lineup as we bring it up on your screen. It's Series in the top lane. Sybil, their new jungler. Triple is in the mid lane. Their AD carry is Blinky, and their captain and support player Jake, we just spoke to, rounding out that squad. And Mendrix, if AV want to push their way up the table, they're going to need a 2-0 today, which is a hard ask.
Oh, an absolute hard ask. I don't think they really do have the capacity to do that in terms of it. I reckon they can definitely get a 2-1 against the Direwolves, but they should be able to drop a game there. But if they can get the 2-0, that's great for their run home, puts them towards that third spot, and that's going to be great for the gauntlet.
Well, speaking of run homes, let's take a look at Direwolves' run home towards a finals gauntlet. Tainted Minds, the Chiefs, and also Exile 5 of the 3 games they have to play. And one really difficult game in there with the Chiefs, but they can easily pick up points against Tainted Minds and Exile 5 if they're playing the way they've been playing all split. Juice.
I think it's safe to assume that they're going to pick up a 2-0 against 2 of those teams. I'll let the viewers at home figure that one out. No, but yeah, the Chief one is definitely going to be a tough one for Direwolves. I don't know who will win that game. I think they're both extremely good teams, so I really don't know.
Well, sorry.
Yeah, you definitely saw it. They managed to take a game off the Chiefs last time. They're one of the few teams that have taken the games off it, and now they've got this solid roster. Now that they've got someone who's sort of leading the charge, it makes a big difference when it comes to making those decisions in team fights. When it comes to forcing the battles that you know you can win.
Well, as we move towards the end of Split, it's always important to look across the rift as well. So let's take a look at Avant Garde's run home, because they are going to be playing Abyss, Legacy, and Sin Gaming. Obviously, a very, very difficult game in there. And they're also going to be playing Sin as well. Now, Juice, I mean, you look at that, if you're Avant Garde, I mean, how are you feeling about that roster, right?
If I'm Avant Garde, I'll be prepping for a 5th place gauntlet finish, because you got Legacy and Sin. I heard Sin's really good. I don't know, but it's just what I've heard. Rumor on the roof.
River on the Rift.
Definitely looking like a hard run home for these guys. And so I'm going to be interested to see how they actually manage to pull it off, because really those two teams, the very towards the end, they're the ones that are looking to make sure they can get the points off.
So even if AV can pick up a point today, that's very valuable because, you know, every match matters on this gauntlet ladder scale. So let us now take a look to these players in specific. I want to talk about the jungle because that is the big storyline. Sybil joining Avant Garde, going up against his old teammate and internal competitor Schönfire there. And when you look at these stats, Mendrix, the first thing that really pops out to me is that Sybil's kill participation should be a lot higher given the champions he's playing.
That's right, and when we look at those champions, you're looking at Rek'Sai, very tanky, likes to initiate team fights, likes to jump into the middle of it, get his knock up, and allows the rest of the team to jump into it. Elise, also one of those champions that enables it. Great for pick compositions, using that cocoon to lock people down and get the kills. And when you look at Schönfire, he's playing more farm-heavy junglers. He's playing the Graves, he's playing the Rengar. You should be able to see him have a lower kill participation because he's more about power farming, coming out 2 levels ahead and getting strong off it. But I think you wanted to talk about Elise being so good in the hands of Sybil, actually, Juice.
Yeah, so one thing I want to talk about is Sybil was actually known, well, when he was first coming up in solo queue, Moby Elise. Like, he just loves to get Mobies on Elise, and he looks to just, like, gank lanes. And I feel like if they were to win today, like, the key behind that is Sybil's Elise with Mobies. Because, like, one thing you want to do is disrupt Direwolves' laning phase. You don't want them to lane for, like, 15, 20 minutes. Because if they can extend laning phase, you're in for a bad day. And even Sybil's Ivan, he's got, in solo queue, we checked his, Hingers checked his OPGG earlier, and that's one of his best KDAs. Junglers. So if you can get Mobius on Elise or Ivan and just look to pressure lanes, I can see Avant having a good time, but I still don't know.
But that's information that Direwolves have. Maybe they'll be looking to ban out those two champions as well. But as a jungler, Jules, I'm interested to get your kind of thoughts on their styles of jungling. Because a lot of people said, look, when we were playing against them, they rotate the lineup. We couldn't tell the difference between Schönfire and Sybil. But you've seen them play across the split. What are your thoughts?
So looking at Sybil and Schön, I think Schön's more of a complete player in the sense that, like, he doesn't just farm his own jungle. He goes to your jungle, drops vision, farms your camps, pressures lanes. Like, he's there for counter ganks. Like, I feel like he's genuinely like a good jungler. Like, you're obviously good if you go to career and hit rank 4. Like, let's be honest.
Yeah.
And whereas I feel like Sybil is a little more reserved. Like, he farms his own jungle. Drops vision, shallow wards, doesn't really like look to invade and pressure the enemy jungler, but he looks to pressure lanes. That's where I feel the big difference is that Schön's willing to go across that river, like across the river and push forth into their jungle.
Yep, and it does come down to the fact that Schön really does have the support of the Direwolves behind his back because he's able to drive them, able to push them to help them get into those invades and do that. And maybe that's something Sybil didn't really have. If he manages to get AV on his side and allows him to say, you know what, I want to go for this invade here, we have lane priority, let's go for it now, you can really see some more success coming through from Sybil, and it's going to be interesting how that plays out in this particular game.
Well, I also want to talk about elsewhere on the map, because as these guys are getting ready and plugging all their peripherals, getting their computers set up, Chippies versus Series. Now, Chippies has been a star for this Direwolves lineup in the early part of the split. Series as well, started off very well, has had a few bumps in the road later on in the split, but how do you think this is going to be playing out today, Juves?
I've played with Chippies. If I'm being honest, I think Chippies is significantly better. He's just better at laning, better at knowing where to be, how his TP plays more efficient. I think like Chippies is genuinely like top 2 top laner in OPL, if not the best one right now. Talking right now. I think Tally's up there as well, but I just feel like Chippies has had like performances where we're like, wow, like,
yeah,
good job. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And you really see it in his champion pool as well. This guy can actually play different or multiple variety of top laners. He can go towards those tanks if he really needs to, but then he can also play those high mechanical champions. We're talking about the Camille, we're talking about the Fiora, where you need to zip around the lane, really move around your opponent to get victory. And the fact that he's able to do that and then be part of the team when he needs to be is really strong.
All right, well, hashtag I'm OPL if you want to follow along on social media, because we are also running a competition you can get involved with, and that is on the boards. OS boards, boards.os.leagueoflegends.com. My apologies, it's a fanfiction contest to celebrate the release of the new Dragon Slayer skins. You're here to write an original piece that captures the essence of that universe. Now, I don't want to delve too deeply into your, favors of fanfiction, Juves, but if you could pick 2 on the Rift characters to ship, who are they going to be?
Me and Rawmaster. For those of you who don't know, Rawmaster was my old mid laner. Me and Rawmaster. Rawmaster's still in my heart. We were on the Rift together, so I think that's fair.
Yeah, exactly. All right, let me get your guys' tips. Sorry. I want to get your guys' tips. Before we do that, let's go to the tips screen, opltips.com.au. And Direwolves, heavy favourites for this one. A lot of people as well thinking, though, that AV can take a game. And Mendrix, you said that was kind of your vibe, right?
Yeah, I'm with the audience in this one. I think AV do have a few tricks up their sleeve, and especially when you do have Sybil to sort of figure out where the weaknesses are in the champion or in particular players, they can say, you know what, let's get at least one game. But I'm thinking it's going to be a 2-1 to the Direwolves.
2-1 to the Direwolves. Juice, can AV take a game, or is this going to be a Direwolves 2-0?
I'm going with the 2-0. I feel like Direwolves strong lanes will neutralize the Avant strong lanes, and then the lanes that aren't so strong for Avant are just not as strong as the Direwolves.
All right. Well, I think my tips were a 2-0 for Direwolves as well. My apologies to Blink. He was on the desk yesterday. But it is time for us to get into this second match of the day. So let's throw it over to you casters. Spawn and Fish.
Thank you very much, Hingers. It's clear that you've had your Red Bull today. I'm not quite sure what's going on over there anymore. But as always, going along with his tips of his fellow analysts, expected.
Yeah, exactly right. So going to look for the Direwolves victory in this one. I think that people are sleeping a little bit on AV. When you have a look at the points, they're only 2 points behind Direwolves right now. There is 3 points separating the Direwolves and the Chiefs. So if Direwolves want to catch that second place spot, they would still be behind on head-to-head, but they could pick up all 3 points today. Of course, Sin just behind all of that pack on 10 points, although they do have a good run home. And I'm sure that their jungler, who was just walking past me now, has left the room, will be able to carry them to success. Talking about that fanfiction comp.
Yeah.
I just mean, like, there's been some. Have you been across the entries yet?
I have not.
You got to head over there. The boards
are good ones.
The boards are popping off. I actually really enjoy reading fanfiction. I think that there are some definitely talented writers out there. For those that don't know, I read a lot of science fiction and fantasy. I also like the artists that go along with them sometimes. So League of Legends is a cool universe. Get involved.
I read the last one because Frostgrim was linking a lot of them to me, and I was reading through those.
Well, Frostgrim's running this one as well. I definitely think that there are some talented people out there in OS. I mean, get involved.
There are. So head over to the boards, submit your entries. Grab some sweet, juicy Dragon Slayer skins. I'm not sure why the Poppy was in that graphic. She's not a Dragon Slayer. She's a Star Guardian. No dragons in space.
I mean, she can smash them back into space, maybe.
Probably.
And actually, that's not true because, come on, I mean, who's the idiot that runs around in the universe? Has
Aurelian Sol
is a dragon, and he was from space. So, boom, baby, nailed it.
I don't know where to go from this, so we can go straight into Champions League spot because the bans have gone through already. We have LeBlanc, Varus, and Rengar being banned up by the Direwolves. Avant Garde have taken away Rise, Camille, and Ivan. First pick for the Direwolves is going to be the Graves. Ooh!
2-0-2. Which one was it, Blinky?
Come on.
Without a microphone, I don't know.
I mean, he did say on the desk yesterday the best way to beat the Direwolves is to take their best player in Sybil. So, spicy, Mr. Blinky.
Certainly is. I mean, I feel like this is another one of those traps, however, where we've banned away Rengar, last ban's gone towards the Ivan, and then all of a sudden the best jungler in the game is left unscathed in Graves. And if they don't pick up a jungler soon, I mean, they got 2 power picks in response, but if they don't get a jungler soon here, AV, Direwolves just start banning away everything else.
Avant Garde have gotten really strong picks to start things off, though. Jace as well as Jhin being picked up nice and early. 2 champions that do well with lethality. We are still on 7.4 this week, so Deathfire Touch has not been nerfed. Jhin has not been nerfed too heavily either.
Yep. I think that the biggest thing here for me is that they know that they're going to be against a squishy comp now. Because unless, we see a Braum and a, Nautilus or Maokai top lane, it's only going to be a solo tank. It's going to be chippies. And we've seen Direwolves run tankless a lot of the time as well.
They have.
So I think that lethality is better against the Direwolves and maybe other OS teams who aren't, I guess, either, courageous enough or whatever you want to say to run these tankless lineup. I mean, maybe not well coordinated in that regard. So I think that Direwolves have an advantage here, but that lends themselves to, AV being able to pick a squishy comp, but also that deals high percentage of damage.
Yeah, they're going to pick up Kha'Zix, who loves squishy champions, especially when they're isolated.
I like this. I think we're going to see a Shen, and that makes me very happy.
Possibly.
Pinch is a really good drafter, in my opinion. I think Sharp is a good drafter in his own right as well. But I think that a lot of the time that AV, they're set up for success. They have a noticeably weak early game. I think no one will argue that all that much. Pinch gets them into that mid-late game more often than not through composition alone.
Well, Shen has the potential to be banned out here. Direwolves already targeting the top lane, throwing a Rumble ban out towards Series. Direwolves to pick up Ashe, which over in the LMS is believed to do well into Jhin, thanks to Warlords being able to win those extended trades via lifesteal, outliving all the Deatheye touch damage. 2 supports bans from Avant Garde, both of them mage supports, Zyra and Malzahar. They've both been tapped with a couple of nerfs since the start of the OPL, but still very strong.
I mean, they know how Destiny likes to play. High mechanical supports. He has a good thresh, in my opinion. The rest of his champion pool kind of falls away. So we'll see whether he goes towards it, whether he picks up a Nami or a Karma or something like that to just, you know, survives through the laning phase. And they actually ban a split pusher away from Series. That's a lot of respect.
Yeah, it's another Jax ban. We've seen quite a few of these this week.
Jax is good. I'm calling it. I was on the Jax Tristana train a long time ago. The rest of the world is trying to catch up. I was also on a Maud train, and you know who picked that up? FlyQuest. So
I feel like your trains last for an extended amount of time.
They do. Decades.
They just don't stop.
Nah.
Keep going. Just keep chucking coal in. We don't have to stop if we keep putting in the coal. But they pick up Karma as their support of choice here, Avant Garde. So giving Series the pick of choice to go into the top lane. Nami's picked up by the Direwolves. We don't see Miss Fortunes being picked up as counters anymore. And so we're back to what we saw during Worlds, the Karma Nami lanes.
Yep, definitely. I think that Nami Ashe is a really good lane for layering CC, especially if you're able to land an arrow. But the biggest thing for me is it's a bully lane. And Blinky and Jake need to be able to step up, because if they fall behind as they did against the Chiefs a little bit, then that's not going to work out for them. And it's just going to be tank top.
Yeah, so support, utility bottom lane, I should say, from Ashe and Nami. Then we are going to get the Northless top lane. Direwolf is going to rely a lot of the damage coming out from Schönfire and Fantix. Final pick for Avant Garde is this man on your screen, Series. He's taken out quite a few top laners on his own.
So there's 2 choices. They have a pretty good 1-4 right now. Their 1-3-1 isn't bad either. Or you go Shen. Shen does well into Nautilus because of the dodge field, does well into Ashe.
There it is. Gets picked up in the top lane. We've seen this matchup already this week. They smack each other a few times. No one ever dies. And Shen normally gets the team fights first.
Yeah, but Shen can get priority through the ability to be able to go Tiamat, because realistically Nautilus does 0 physical damage. So you just go something like a Cal into Tiamat, you're able to get some wave clear, then you go Sunfire Cape and you get enough armor, and you can start pushing out in that lane, which is incredibly important because you want to be able to beat the Nautil around the rift, get in there with the Kha'Zix when he's diving the backline. And it is 3 fairly stationary champions in the Syndra, Ashe, as well as the Nami. So if you get onto that backline, you collapse well, then, you know, Jace is going to be able to fly in there, Kha'Zix is going to be able to fly in there with the help of that Shen. But at the same time, I still think Direwolf's got a really good team fighting comp. If it's a front to back, if it's not that ambush, Direwolves should be able to clean this one up.
I think that both Avant Garde as well as Direwolves have gotten the exact team comp they were looking for. Yes, Direwolves looks great. They look like they got the comp they want. Avant Garde, exact same thing here. I mean, Series on the Shen will be able to help out his team quite a bit. Blinky, as well as Jake, will be happy with their bottom lane picks. And we get the Jace as well, which is normally banned out. Not many teams want to play against that.
Yeah, and Jace has got flexibility in his build. I mean, if you feel like you're going to really die, you go Hex Drinker. If you feel like you can weather it, you go Edge of Night. It still gives you some damage. I mean, so he's going to be able to, you know, at least stand up to the Syndra in the earlier stage of the game. Late game, Syndra is just going to be flashing forward with 6 balls and one-shotting the Jhin. So unfortunate for you, Blinky, but that's just the way life goes right now.
And unfortunately, it seems like we have a little bit of a technical difficulty as we're heading into the first match here between the two teams. So let's throw it back to the analyst desk to cover this one.
Thanks very much, guys. Well, we're back here at the analyst desk because, as Fish just said, there is a technical difficulty. We'll let you know as soon as we have more information on that. But in the meantime, Juves, Mendrix, let's talk about this draft. So Jake has just, Spawn has just said that Direwolves looking to team fight. But when we look across at AV, Shen, Kha'Zix, Jace, Jhin, Karma, Mendrix, talk me through what are the win conditions? What's the strategy behind that draft?
Pretty much the same sort of look that you had before. These guys also wanted team fight as well. You do have the option to maybe go for a bit of a 1-3-1. You send Jace into one lane, you send Shen into another. Shen immediately is able to jump across the map whenever he needs to, so you can start pulling the Direwolves thin. So there's a lot of options open to them and what they decide to do in this particular game.
Juves, I mean, with the jungle, Graves v Kha'Zix. Now, what was interesting about that is AV banned Ivan themselves. Obviously, they wanted to keep that away from Shen. But how do you think Graves goes into Kha'Zix?
So I think that Graves just out and out wins the matchup.
Yeah.
Because he can avoid Kha'Zix if he needs to and just farm and get like his items. But also in the 1v1 you can kite Kha'Zix. So like if Kha'Zix jumps on you, you just dash out. I forgot the ability name. You just dash out and you just kite him and you just keep kiting him and like you're fine. And like your damage early game is like enough to pretty much burst the Kha'Zix. But also as the Graves, you got to be careful to not walk into the Kha'Zix because if Kha'Zix is in the brush, he has the passive, one auto Q, you're half HP as Graves. But I would say in the hands of Shen, it's favorable for Graves.
I feel like both those guys need to be really wary when those two champions are on the rift, because the big thing is, again, with Graves, you said if he manages to get caught out just checking a face brush, he's pretty much dead. But Graves also has the ability to sort of be away from team fights as it happens. He's able to sit back. He will be able to blow up the Kha'Zix. Kha'Zix was generally going to want to go damage really early, and that means every single time he gets the catch out, it will be a smoke screen into a quick draw, into an immediate. If he does happen to be level 6, it will be an immediate collateral damage and blow him away.
So if both teams are going to be looking to team fight, are we going to see a bit of a bloodbath here, do you think? Or are they going to like team fight safely in that way where sort of everyone just kind of rotates around each other and no one actually engages?
Well, in terms of what I'm looking at, I'd say when you're looking at the team, when you have a Shen, you're pretty much just waiting for the team to jump onto you, and you're going to peel and protect from there and go for a counter engage afterwards. I feel Direwolves on the other side of it, they're going to be ones forcing the engage. When you have a Syndra, she's got a fantastic long range stun. That's great initiation, and the rest of the team can just follow up afterwards.
Where I think Direwolves want to establish most of their lead is in laning phase. So you pick Nautilus for a specific reason. It's going to push Shen in early because Shen doesn't have Tiamat. It's going to push Shen into tower. So that two things happen there. Shen decides whether he wants to help his bot lane. If something's happening bot lane, he's got to ult and he's going to lose A, minions. B, Nautilus can stop him if he's farming under tower. And then like the second thing that can happen is Nautilus can actually TP bot lane, and a level 6 Nautilus is infinitely more useful than a Shen level 6. Shen gives you the shield, but once Nautilus gets there, it's like stun time. He just starts auto attacking everything, dropping ults, and like it's just a disaster for their bot lane.
Well, let's move elsewhere on the map. I want to talk about Syndra into Jace because Fantix actually shouted out Triple. He said, in his words, look, the only good players on this team are Sybil and Triple. Now, obviously, we don't agree with that. We think everyone's doing well, but Syndra into Jace, we're trying to be nice, right?
Yep.
Syndra into Jace. Does that suggest to you that Fantix is a respectful matchup there, or is it just kind of like you just pick what you think's going to win?
I just think Syndra right now is top tier mid. You pick that champion to bully lane. Like Jace in his own right, like his laning phase is okay. But like he definitely gets bullied by Syndra. And I even think to a certain extent, if Jace doesn't, a lot of Jaces don't go Hex Drinker, they just go Edge of Night. And Edge of Night won't stop Syndra from one-shotting you. But the thing that the saving grace Triple has is he's got the Shen ult as well. So it's going to be interesting, but I think Syndra's going to have lane priority, and like that's what Direwolves want.
I really feel like Syndra is just a response really into Jace. Jace is a bit of a lane bully himself, so why not just get the better lane bully? It makes it a lot easier for yourself in lane. You get your lane priority, and it also does go well with the team fight that they want to go for. It's going to be Syndra, then you can follow up with the Nautilus afterwards. Just a lot of layering of CC, one after the other.
All right, we've talked about top, we've talked about jungle, we've talked about mid. So while we're in this technical pause, let's go to bot lane now. Ash Nami versus Jin Karma. I mean, these are champions we've seen a lot of this split in OPL Juice. So nothing particularly spicy in here. But who wins this lane?
So the idea behind picking Nami into Karma is that Karma's going to poke you and Nami's going to sustain.
Yep.
So like Nami doesn't want to trade HP. Like that's not what she wants to do. Your 80 carry trades, Nami just heals and just constantly heals. And then like eventually like the process of the lane is like you're just going to be more chunked as the Karma and Jin. And then when that happens, that's when you look to dive bot. It doesn't matter if Shen ult comes through. It's like if you're chunked in lane, like you're gonna have the TP dive is gonna be bad.
Well, if you're AV, I mean, early in the split, Blinky and Jake looked very, very solid. But last week, for example, Blinky had a really shaky laning phase, Mendrix.
I think it just comes down to he wasn't really prepared. I mean, again, Tainted Mind's one of those guys you just can't really prepare for in terms of what they bring in. The Kog'Maw, yeah. He said it himself. He goes, I don't really play against Kog'Maw that much. I wasn't expecting him to do that much damage as Kog'Maw does. But then it comes down to it, really, he's more prepared against these guys. It is a fairly simple lane matchup between the two. They're going to just continue trading back and forth. And like you said, whoever gets chunked out more is a person who's going to get the dive on. It's going to be forced afterwards. And with the Shen ultimate, although it is great, in that early lane in the phase, they're extremely squishy, they're extremely weak, very susceptible to a quick dive before they even have a chance for him to realize, oh, my bot lane is under threat. I need to stand united towards them right now.
Well, Juice, you've said before you think Direwolves kind of like outmatch AV across the board. Does this draft change anything for you, or do you think it's still a...
I think if anything, the draft is better for Direwolves. Like they've picked lane bullies, they've picked champions that are good in lane, and like they've got priority matchups in 3 lanes. I'm pretty sure. Sure, Shen outscales Nautilus, but like, will you make it there? And also one thing, like one of the habits I picked up on when playing with Chip is when he's playing Nautilus, is like he's gonna be mid lane more than his top. Like he's gonna roam mid. Like I'll tell you right now, he'll roam mid twice at least if he's got the advantage in lane that he wants.
All right, well, we're actually going to take a break because these technical difficulties have not yet been solved. So our apologies here, but we'll be back in about 3.5 minutes with game 1 of this match 2.
How could you betray us like this? Because I could. Because I wanted to. It ain't about the money. It ain't all about the money. With my dying breath, I offer my soul to thee. Lady of Vengeance, let justice be done.
Pledge accepted.
What are you?
We are the Spear of Vengeance. We come for you, Deceiver.
Not a chance.
Innocent blood stains your hands.
Open, Samuel!
Your pockets overflow with the spoils of treachery.
Take it! Take it off!
Such is the price of betrayal.
Look within yourself. What do you see? Is your soul a fading light? Strengthened by fury, hardened by heat. Search deeper now. What do you see? Whatever you find, you must keep. You cannot fear what lies beneath. Look within yourself. What do you see?
Welcome back to the OPL. If you're just joining us, we're experiencing a couple of technical difficulties, but those are all resolved. So I'm going to throw it over to get into game 1 of match 2 of Direwolves versus Avant Garde. Here are your casters, Spawn and Fish.
Just once more camera time. That's all I have to say. That was the, 20-second toss?
Hingers, he never changes.
He doesn't. He's just, show pony. Look at me. It's
But-
my turn now.
Yeah, but we are now on the cameras here, and we're about to go into Champions League. We're about to go into the game. Haven't done one of these before, you know. Normally going to Champions League.
We are normally going into Champions League, but Champions League is done. So let's just run through it. It's Nautilus, Graves, as well as Syndra, Ashe, and Nami going to be facing off against Shen, Kha'Zix, Jace, Jin, as well as the Karma. So that's the teams. And I kind of agree with the sentiment on the desk. I mean, pushing lanes, sure, are there for Direwolves. That is their wheelhouse. But I feel if this goes late, and that's where AV are comfortable, that they do have the tools to be able to take this one through.
I think the jungle's really going to be a decisive factor between these two lanes as we get onto the Rift for the first match between Direwolves and Avant Garde. Just because, like you said, Direwolves have those pushing lanes, which means Sybil can try and get into them, but he's up against the Graves. Graves loves pushing waves on his team, because then he can just fight people all day long. If I'm not mistaken at the moment, even if Kha'Zix gets the jump on Graves, he can actually go to toe-to-toe from time to time.
Yeah, I mean, he's completely fine, to be honest. I mean, the way that Kha'Zix wins is if it's a phase check and he doesn't have to use his leap immediately, because then he can use it to get behind him, dodge out of end of the line. But if he ever gets hit by that ability, it hurts a lot, and he generally loses the trade. Sybil's a smart guy. He knows that. Probably not going to be looking to tango early. Instead, just get some vision out and help pressure where he can.
I mean, there was a couple of jokes going around on the desk at the start of the day that this is the grudge match between Direwolves and Avant Garde. Not much history between the two teams, but it is the battle of the junglers now. Sybil up against his old team. And up against Schoenfire as well, who was his previous jungler that rotated around with Sybil.
So this seems to be a consistent thing now, that you ward the camp that you think Graves is going to start at. And it looks like, instead of trying to steal it away, they're going to go for an invade and walk into two members. Top side of the map.
There they go. Take a bit of damage, but it's all right. I think they go back to base, and Chippies and Fantix protect that. So that's pretty smart.
Yeah, it certainly is. On the bottom side of the map, however, not that one, the other bottom side of the map, where at Raptor Camp, Jace was able to steal away one Raptor. So all's well that ends well. Shern's still going to get level 2, I believe, because you need to steal 2 away. But a little bit of extra golden experience over the triple.
And we had King and Destiny threatening Blinky and Jake, who are hiding inside their second brush there.
Oh,
Ooh.
Jake missing Empower Q. That means you lose the push completely.
That is big.
Throw a Q at the... This is just for all Karma players out there. Don't empower your Q. Throw normal Qs at the creep wave for level 1. Because you do not want this to happen.
Destiny even gets a double bounce with the ebb and flow. King is on Ashe. He's got the superior range. He's going to be running Warlords. He's going to be nice and comfortable sitting in this lane. Boot start, though, coming out from Blinky. So he's going to be able to sustain well. But if this creep wave hits the turret, which it looks like King and Destiny want to do, it's going to be a difficult time for him to fight.
Yeah, it certainly is going to be relies a lot on Jake to be able to auto-attack there. And they're even starting to freeze this one up. I mean, it's 11 creeps to 4. That's an absolute disaster down in the bottom lane.
And Blinky and Jake, the Bash Bros in the bottom lane for Avant Garde. It's normally a stable duo you can always look towards. Big problem for them here is they're up against a Nami. King is going to stay nice and topped up. Jake has to proactively shield damage, which is not going to be easy. So bottom lane going heavily in the favor of the Direwolves for now, but we shouldn't see too much action take place until all the potions are gone from both the Jhin as well as the Karma. Rest of the map is rather interesting, though. We have the junglers who are just going to be farming up for now.
Oh, he missed the cannon and he missed the range off the back end of that. Come on, Blinky. I mean, really, this bottom lane is the good news story right now for Direwolves, because they're being able to continually shove in, and you can see that straight away that just unlocks Shern on the top side of the map. He gets a ward over on the Raptor camp. He's going to make a short vision at mid lane where he's the highest level member of the map. He's already taken down one Scuttle Crab, so he's just farming top speed as Graves will want to do, and dominating the pace of this game already as Direwolves.
Yeah, they mentioned this. Pushing lanes for the Direwolves, and we can already see that. Triple taking a ton of damage from Fantix in mid lane. That's a big way crushing it towards him. Nautilus is doing the same thing on the top side of the map. Just to touch on that quickly, though, although Blinky is falling behind the bottom lane this early, it's not going to impact him too much. It's the incremental advantages that Direwolves now have to work on. If they can use the small pickups, the small backtimers, the pushes in to get a bigger lead, such as a kill, or even force them back at an awkward timing, then it's going to really matter. Blinky and Jake still have some form of hope to survive this lane.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, I mean, they are a utility lane as well, so it's not the end of the world if Blinky keeps missing gimme CSs for no reason. Although they want him to be able to, you know, add a little bit of use, especially given the fact that he's a lethality user at this stage. It's not like you can fall back on the Infinity Edge build.
Yeah.
And Ash, if she ever is accelerated, just becomes so hard to cope with in early team fight. He missed another cannon.
I mean, the boots make sense. You can dodge out of lots of skill shots that will be coming after them, like that. However, you just lose so much AD, it makes it so hard to farm. They're trying to go aggressive here. Jake does get the tether going down.
Actually, really nice trade, yep.
The boots do help you get 4 potions with it. They're biscuits. They're 10% longer, as well as extra health and mana right as you pop them.
One thing I will say is Destiny's doing a good job bullying the lane, but he needs to make sure that he's stepping forward with King. And that's how they won the lane so hard at the start of the game, is that King was stepping forward with Destiny. They were shoving off at the same time. Now Destiny's just wandering forward by himself, and he's keeping himself topped off.
Yep.
But if ever there is a jungler there and you go forward without your AD carry, you generally lose very hard.
Speaking of which, they do have the jungle on the bottom side of the map, but he's just farming for now. Series up on the top side of the map. Shen against Nautilus. Neither top laner has blown their teleport just yet.
This is what Shen's like to do, however. They like to back at level 5 and TP back into the wave to try and make the Nautilus do this also. You can see that straight away Chippies tries to push, so he doesn't have to TP, that he just has to walk. But we'll see whether Series can get it done. Doesn't look like he can for now.
He decides not to trade any damage, so he will be farming underneath the turret for a bit. Can't freeze the wave either, which is another big way you can get top laners to teleport back in.
Yeah.
So they don't want to lose CS while walking back to lane. So Nautilus will be able to walk up.
Yeah, he's just going to hoof it. And all of a sudden, Series, even though he gets a better shot, it's going to be pushing slowly into Chippy, so it doesn't get the timing right at all. And if you're looking for an advantage in the early game for AV right now, unfortunately, you're not going to find one.
No, they're about 400 gold down just from laning phase alone. A couple of moments we haven't seen other junglers, but as soon as I say that, here he comes. Looking to try and get into the bottom lane. No bubble comes out, but again, the poke is just a lot coming out from King and Destiny.
I feel like that's not a bad back timer, and they actually should have immediately backed then. I mean, it isn't on a cannon creep wave, which is ideally what you want to back on because they're harder to shove into the turret.
But this is really smart from King of Destiny. While Blinky had his potions, they pushed on the turret, harassed him underneath the turret. Now that he's out and he doesn't have any more sustain, they're forcing him to come closer to their side of the map so they can try and go for those kills or even bigger trades.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, the other thing is that eventually Jhin, with levels, just pushes back incredibly well.
Yep.
Dancing Grenade's always going to be able to do that, as now Triple's in some big trouble.
Oh, that's quite a bit of damage. Fantix pops the ultimate as well. Triple gets a stand united from Series. He's not going to be able to go back in. Series can't get close enough for the taunt hide. A little bit of miscommunication from Avant Garde there.
Horrible miscommunication. I mean, Triple was nowhere near Fantix. He still had Exhaust available, so he couldn't even really flash him on top of it. That means a big advantage now in the top lane for Chippies, who still has a teleport available. Not really all that much they can do. Looks like Sybil's going for an invade here, and that's good damage now.
It's unfortunately going back into a pause here. So it seems like we still have a couple of technical difficulties between the two teams, but still doesn't look good for Avant Garde at the moment.
No, it certainly doesn't. I mean, they're, 900 gold down. I mean, that's about 12 in the bottom lane. It's a big 16 CS lead in the mid lane, and Jungler is also 10, which is, about 2.5 camps. So we'll see whether AV are able to catch this one back up. As I said, AV is not an early game team. We're not expecting them to come out of the gates and blow them away. We just want them to be within touching distance. At the same time, Direwolves are definitely a bullying team. We'll see whether they're going to be able to, continue to exert pressure in the lanes, shove up, get these turrets down to, half health. Because when they start going for the map plays then, they can knock them down in quick succession and really try and open up the map. The way we know they want to.
And just looking at the gold at the moment, 1,000 gold lead for Direwolves very early into the game. So just from these lanes alone, they're doing well. And to have 1,000 gold lead, it's not quite what Legacy had in their last match, but it's still a nice lead to have just 7.5 minutes into the game.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, the other thing that you have to look at is who right now has priority. Shern has hit level 6, I believe, so he's going to be able to go into the enemy jungle, start, looking to fight. But Sybil has also got there unscathed, and that's important on Kha'Zix. If you're able to get to level 6 on Kha'Zix, you can find isolated targets. The massive cooldown reduction on your claws are going to be nice and good. So I think that, Sybil actually did a good job of getting through the early game and not, being outpathed too heavily. He's down a couple of camps, but should be completely fine.
He should be. However, the incremental advantages that Direwolves have gained means that they're the ones that can be proactive right now. No teleport from series, no ultimate. Mid lane's down about 20 CS, bottom lane about 10 at the moment, and top lane's being pushed in heavily, which means even though Sybil, he survived, it doesn't quite look like at the moment there's much he can do on the map.
Yeah, no, I mean, well, we just saw Fantix get chunked out, still has Exhaust and Flash available, but that's an area they can potentially look. Everywhere else, you're right. I mean, everywhere else on the map, it's just either neutral or pushing for Direwolves, and you don't want to be the first person there unless you have eyes on Shern as Sybil, because if it ever turns into a counter gank, with the creep wave, with Graves being so much stronger at this stage, it's just going to turn around and he's going to sock you one in the Gabba. So, you don't want that to happen, so instead they're just going to continue to passively farm, I assume. Maybe look to take away things like the Gromp or maybe even buffs if you're Sybil, because he does them quickly, and then just hope that you get to the 25-30 minute mark of this game where Shen comes online, is much more useful with the big shield, and they're able to dive the backline. Because if it doesn't go that late, the immediate power out of the Direwolves comp is going to be impossible to match.
It certainly is, and you look at the Direwolves team comp, all the damage is going to be coming out from Shernfire and Fantix nice and early. King will eventually be able to output some of his own. There's the man on your screen right there. And if Kha'Zix, Jace, and Jin can assassinate one of them, it's going to be very difficult for the Direwolves to push in. But like you said, if they're going to be able to continue to snowball the lead they currently have, they won't have to worry too much about that.
No, certainly you won't have to. I mean, at the same time, I feel like if AV ever get rolling, that their 131 is just insufferable to have to deal with, and the pace in which you collapse with both Jace and Shen onto the backline is going to be very difficult to deal with. So Direwolves have started the game perfectly. I think that, this is what we expected, shoving up and getting a good gold lead for only 1,000 gold lead for only 7 minutes into the game. But this isn't like it's unexpected at the moment, Fish.
It certainly is not. I mean, they're the favourites coming to this for a reason as well. And Direwolves are one of the stronger teams in the league as well. They've been able to pick off games off the Chiefs, off Legacy as well. Looked really close in the games they did, so they could have taken it in their favour. Almost a little bit unlucky they weren't able to win any of those games. Yeah, so we'll have to see if Direwolves can pick up the game.
Yeah, and I mean, this is one of those games that Direwolves come in as heavy favourites still. And their early game has been good, and they've shown that, but by no stretch of the imagination is 1,000 gold at 8 minutes the game over.
Yeah, but unfortunately, we're still experiencing some technical difficulties, so for now, we're going to go into a break. It's going to be a long one, guys, about 10 minutes before we come back, but don't go away, we'll be back with the match in just a bit.
Welcome back to the OPL. If you're just joining us, we've had a bit of a technical delay. There was this technical issue with the player's mouse in Dial versus Avant-Garde. That player was Jake, who's the support player for AV. As a result, we've offered a remake to Avant-Garde, and they've accepted that. So we're going to be going back into Champion Select, starting the game from scratch. But while the players are getting set up, Juves and Mendrix, what did we see so far in that game? Did you feel like anyone had the upper hand in particular?
I feel like the game was going as planned. Like pretty much, we knew Direwolves had, I said Direwolves had a better laning phase, and they like got a 1K, was it 1K gold lead?
1K gold lead.
And that's just naturally through laning phase, which kind of goes to show how the brute force of the Direwolves laning phase.
Yeah, and you could actually really see, I mean, in the mid lane, they were forcing a lot there when there was an ultimate used by Syndra, really chunking out a lot of Jace's HP. Immediately, there was a reaction from Series, jumped down there. Nothing really came out of it, and because of that, there was a massive lead just given to Chippies in the top lane, straight off the back of that.
The problem with that as well is that you don't want to really be using your Shen ult as a reactive tool. I would more prefer to use it in the early game as a proactive tool. And so now that because they used the Shen ult mid, Direwolves had free reign to go bot lane, and Shen couldn't match. So it was looking pretty scary for Avant.
We can also say that Jake's mouse has actually been replaced now, so that issue is unlikely to repeat itself. We'll give them it's a new mouse. So moving into this game then, from the pick bands, do you think they're going to do anything differently, Mendrix, Juves?
I would expect something different as well. I mean, the big thing about it is that now that the game plan has been revealed, you know how to react to it, you know what to expect. You need to then change it up. And it also plays a lot in the long game, because the longer the games go now, or in terms of if it ends up being a longer series, you know have less prep to work off. You've already showed one of your poker hands. Now you need to have another poker hand ready to go.
One thing I would consider would be banning Syndra. It didn't look
top
like
tier mid laner.
Well, he was down 20 CS, and it was just naturally. So I wouldn't like to see that game go any longer than that. Because you'd assume that lead's going to develop, right? You would assume that if it's gone from 20 CS, it might go to 40 CS, and if it goes to 40 CS, I wouldn't see why he maybe wouldn't have the pressure to kill him or lose his tower naturally. So if you can't deal with Syndra, I think ban it.
Well, Syndra's top tier, but if you don't ban it, what can go into it?
So one really popular counter in almost every region is Echo into Syndra. Like Echo can get it, like can Chrono Shift Syndra's ult, and that's like half of her kit.
Actually, I think he's his Chrono Break.
Chrono Break.
Yeah. So it's Chrono Break for Echo, Chrono Shift for Zilly.
Okay. Well, yeah. Being a jungler, I don't really play these high APM, high IQ champions.
But being a caster, Mendrix has to know all the names of all the spells.
Yes. It's one of those things that you pick up over time.
No, but yeah, so that's a popular pick, and I also think that if you can't play Echo, Orianna is another safe pick into it. Like Ori's got shields for days. Really can negate a lot of Syndra burst. The range is also good for Ori. Ori can put the ball, use the ball to zone. So,
James, have you ever been in a competitive situation where you've done a remake before?
Maybe.
Don't remember.
No, I think I have.
It out.
I think I have. It's pretty like.
Is it tilting?
It's pretty demoralizing.
Right.
Like I'll be honest.
Let's get into it.
Because you get into the flow of the game, and you're like. And you're feeling confident, like Direwolves would know that they had a lead. Like they're smart players. They'll know like, yeah, we had this TP advantage, we had like laning phase leads, and like for it to just be taken away, like it's just like you can't be angry. Like it's just these things happen in the like esports. So I mean, like but if I was the Direwolves, you'd be like pretty burning.
But if you're their coach, then what are you telling them right now to like keep them in the mind zone? You're like, hey guys, just ignore it. Let's start again. Reset. Take some deep breaths.
Yeah, if it was me, I would just say, boys, listen. Like we've shown that we can develop these leads in lanes. Like, why just do it again? Like this. If anything, this should give you confidence against the team that you're versing, right? Like it shouldn't be a tilting thing. It should be like, wow, like we're better than these guys in lane. Like.
And it really doubles down, because if they can go into it and do it again, immediately they know they're all right, sweet. This sets us up for the next game and the next game after that. And if we continue to have this consistent play, it's going to be a great showing for the Direwolves.
And to be fair to Avant, they didn't necessarily have lanes to win. Like they didn't have like Shen doesn't beat Nor early. So if you do see a gold deficit, like you can kind of understand, like he's never going to be ahead in CS in that lane. And mid lane, like Syndra's a bully too. So I mean, to be fair to Avant, it's not like they were just getting they weren't getting destroyed in laning phase. It was just little incremental advantages that Direwolves were showing.
But Pinch and Sharp are both smart guys. They're both trying to draft, and now that they've seen one hand, they're going to be playing like three-dimensional chess, right? Trying to outdraft what they think the other person is going to do to outdraft them. So it gets quite complex at this point, right?
Yeah, it's a scary thing, because you're not sure whether to change your pick ban or not.
Yeah.
Because like you're going into it and you're thinking like, okay, they know what we're going to pick. Have they thought about something to pick that might be better? And then you're kind of like second guessing your pick ban. Like,
if they do that, do we do this?
Yeah. Like you don't know whether to pick the same pick ban or to ban something differently.
Exactly, and it's not just a matter of like, well, are we going to do the same thing again as well? You might have had a specific game plan set out. Like if it's going to be 2 games, we're playing this initial composition first, and then this initial composition, and that's how we're going to like pick them apart each and every single time. And if it's going to be a 3-game, these are the team compositions we're going to do. It might have changed from 1 to 1, and as soon as you have a remake, that just throws everything out of the water. You kind of go, all right, well now our initial first compositions just have changed. And we look to coaches to change that around.
Oh, sorry. Well, I was just going to say, when we look at that screen just then, we talk about Doubles being huge favourites going into this, but they're only 2 points ahead of AV on the ladder right now.
I think, I don't think the ladder is it's not a true telling, not a true story.
Sure, because we're only halfway through the split.
Well, no, but like I think Direwolves were experimenting a lot. Like they experimented with Sibol and Shern Fire. They decided Shern, in their eyes, was better than Sibol. So I think like I said in OS, right? We don't get enough practice and to be that team that has the ability to just swap players out. Like it really ruins the flow of the team because like in a role like jungle, like you need to like trust your teammate first of all. You need to be able to listen to that voice and follow that voice.
Yep.
And follow that voice to the point of where like even if you think it's the wrong decision, you do that, because if you do it as 5, it might turn into like a favorable play.
Yep.
And 5 people doing the wrong play is much better than
Exactly it. And it all comes down to, it's not a matter of them being in front in just points. It's also a matter of them being in front in terms of form. So these guys are looking really good. Shernfire's finally got a solid roster in terms of how they're playing. They've got someone to go around behind, and that's why Direwolves seem to be the favorites at the moment, because now they're really in form.
All right, we are almost about to get back into these games, but I want to get some spicy picks out of you guys before we do this. What's the craziest thing we'll see? I mean, is this an opportunity for one team to cheese going into a remake?
Yeah, I think you can definitely assume Direwolf's going to pick Syndra again if you leave it open. So and Triple is actually a really good assassin player. He's good on the Echo, so like it would be safe to assume that he might whip out the Echo, and if he does, like I'd love to see how he goes against Fantix.
Yeah, it'd be crazy as well, because when you do get the Echo, it just completely changes your team composition as well. All of a sudden, you do have a 1-3-1 instead of going for a 4-1. So it is a big change to really make that say, you know what, we're going to get the Jace instead of the Echo, and that really does sort of pigeonhole you into a specific strategy. So it'll be interesting to see.
And I also think that Echo and Shen, they have quite a bit more synergy than like Jace and Shen. Like I think that if you're side laning with Echo, you can definitely tower dive that one person that comes to hold you.
All right, well, unfortunately, we're not quite ready to go into Champ Select just yet. We're actually going to throw to another 5-minute break, and hopefully we'll be able to get straight back into the game at the other end of that, so we'll see you very soon.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Michael Hingers-Hing. That's not quite right. I'm Matthew Stewart. Joining me is Jake Sponsor, and we're about to finally get into Champion Select for this game. It's been some time, guys, but we will get back into it.
Yeah, so what happens is, the OPL is designated a time slot, and Legacy pushed us ahead of schedule, so we just bumped us back on a little bit with some... unfortunately, that is the mouse in question. No, it's not. That's Schoenfeier's mouse. So we had a mouse. It was Jake's mouse. Go a little bit AWOL, as mice tend to do. If anyone's played video games for a long time, they will know that. And unfortunately, it led to Jake getting unfairly traded on in the bottom lane. So a remake was offered, and here we are right now in the remake.
That's right. We're finally back into Champion Select as well. Direwolves against Avant Garde. It's going to be completely different picks and bans, so they do not have
potentially.
Potentially.
You say that.
We say that, but they might be like,
they can pick and ban whatever the heck they want. They're strong, independent
pick and ban
teams. Yep, and they don't need no shoutcaster to tell them what they can and can't do.
It's coming from you.
I mean, so far, it looks eerily similar.
It certainly does. Graves been picked up. Avant Garde picking up Jin nice and early
I think that one adaptation that they can do is take the Nami here. Oh, take Syndra. I was going to say, take one of the bully lanes away, because the Nami was doing a great job of bullying bottom, but Syndra was also doing a great job of bullying mid. So I think that's a great adaptation coming out of AV.
Triple's like, I'm not going to deal with that shit anymore. Give me the Syndra.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, no gentleman agreement in between these two teams. Looked like Direwolves were flying through like, yep, they're just going to let us get the exact same thing again, and all of a sudden AV just take it away.
Direwolves going to be able to pick up Echo, which our Juice was talking about on the desk. Does well into the Syndra matchup, able to avoid all the damage from the ultimate, and then some, picking up some health afterwards.
Certainly is, but I guess that's only a lane encounter during the late game. What Echo likes to do is go into the side lane, and Syndra is a really good 1-4. She starts fights incredibly quickly, so it will be interesting to see whether the two clashes of style now come heavily into play.
Now, that's a very early Shen pick coming out from the many shapes of Avant Garde. Series we're picking that one up in the top lane, so still missing their support and their jungler for AV.
And I spoke about it in the first pick ban, but I'll speak about it again. I mean, there's two junglers banned away. All of a sudden, Shern's got Graves, who's the quickest jungler in Summoner's Rift at the moment, and they haven't taken a jungler in the top rotation, which means now they can start to ban away things like Kha'Zix, things like Lee Sin or Elise if they really want to hit it. And Sybil's going to be on, not even an A or a B tier jungler, maybe down as far as a C tier jungler against this Direwolves lineup.
And you can see again Avant Garde going for the Malzahar ban. Could be a Zyra ban as well coming out here. They do have first pick, so they can pinch the support spot and take the one that they would like. Elise is banned out by the Direwolves. We saw them pick up Kha'Zix last game to go with the Shen. Potentially could see the same thing happen here. Avant Garde really taking their time though with these bans. Karma is actually going to be the ban of choice.
So they are going to look to take the Nami. I have to expect that that's what it's going to be.
They're going to take Zyra if they choose. Zyra Jin is a pretty strong lane that has been nerfed quite heavily in the past few patches.
Yeah, I ain't feeling it. I'm not sold. I think that with Ashe, you need to have some sustain there.
There you go.
So, yeah.
Goodbye, my Kha'Zix. Still waiting to see what Avant Garde are going to pick up as the jungler. Rek'Sai is left open. Lee Sin as well. They're up against Graves. Still very difficult.
And it's really interesting, right? Gragas is left open, but is he really what you want to go with? I feel like we're not going to see it until last pick anyway. I feel like this has to be the support pickup.
I mean, Sybil can always go back to his Zac. He's got that pocket pick going for him. Nami is going to be the pickup here, denying that.
I mean, Zac would bust this game wide open. If you can get it through early game, he just turret dives. I mean, he gives zero cares about whether you want to run 1-3-1, because all he does is he goes to mid lane, sets up the slingshot, Shen ults him, and boy, does he travel far. So I think that it would be a good pickup. However, in saying that, if you ever get camped out by Graves into Zac, you die a lot. And when I mean a lot, I mean multiple times.
Well, Direwolves are picking up the bottom lane that was made famous by Cloud9 many years ago, Ashe and Zyra. And Zyra was actually banned out by Avant Garde in the first match, now giving it away. Taking the Nami instead, Direwolves will have to show their hand with their top lane unless for some reason they flex up Echo. Which should not be the case as they are into the Syndra.
Yeah, I expect them to just go a very similar top lane like a Maokai or a Nautilus. I think that since the impact of the saplings got taken away, Nautilus has moved up a tier ranking in the tanks. And you can see that Direwolves running a very similar composition, just answers to the Nami as well as the Syndra being thrown in there. It's really AV that have chucked the spanner in the works.
The Baka were probably not happy with how those learning phases are going, and we're like, no, we're not letting that happen anymore. As they're hovering it, will they actually pick it here, Spawn?
Yeah, potentially.
Sybil's smiling. Ah, he gives it a chuckle and goes to Lee Sin.
That's not fun at all. I mean, Lee Sin jungles quite quickly on solo camps. Hasn't got the greatest AoE clear anymore because you do tend to max your W second. At least I do on Lee Sin. So we'll see how this one works out because Shern should be a little bit faster than him at the start of the game.
Sybil was hovering over the Warwick. Would have been very happy to see a Warwick being picked up.
I think Warwick is garbage at the moment. I tried to get on the hype train. The max W brought me back a little bit because you fly around Summoner's Rift really quickly. But I still just don't think he has any place in competitive meta.
I've played him once, really enjoyed it. I agree though. His Q feels so clunky. Don't like it. Speaking of someone's Q, Lee Sin. That's not clunky at all. Jumps on people, kills them as Carbon showed earlier today. I'll have to see if Sybil can do the exact same thing. But what's really changed here, Spawn? Because last match before the remake came in, Stywolves had 3 pushing lanes and Graves jungle. What's going to happen now?
I mean, now technically in the early game at least, levels 1 to 5, Syndra should be able to bully around the Echo slightly. Echo still has a hard shove, but Syndra also has a very hard shove. I mean, Lee Sin, if he gets into lanes 1 to 3, is an incredibly potent jungler. So we'll see whether that has any effect because, you know, maybe he goes top lane, tries to camp out the Nort, who was pushing incredibly hard. So I think there's more answers early game. On the side of Direwolves, what's changed? Nothing. They're going to look to shove up 3 lanes again. They're going to look to wave clear mid, and they're going to look to re-establish that gold lead that they had at the 8-minute mark because they're up about 1,000 gold, and everything looked like it was going right.
It certainly did. Direwolves were in firm control of that game before the remake, but unfortunately we had a couple of technical difficulties when we got into that one. Not the case right now, and the teams are going to be able to load onto the Rift shortly. We're going to be able to get into the first match between Direwolves and Avant Garde. We have a special surprise because we get to check in with the Direwolves coach Sharp before we go into this game.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with the coach of the Direwolves, Sharp, and this is the first remake we've seen of the OPL. So in that break, what was the message to the boys from your end?
It's pretty much reset your mentality, forget the first draft even happened, move on. It's just a new game, another game. We're very confident in our next draft as well, so it's just all about applying and implementing what we've been learning in scrims.
So we saw AV picked up the Syndra that time, and it looks like you guys have picked the counter, or our counter to it, Echo.
Yeah.
How does that go late game? Is it just a laning counter, or does it translate into the late game
pretty
as
much,
well?
yeah, translate through the whole game, because Syndra can never ult Echo. Obviously, it's really good in lane, but you kind of want to get after Echo gets to the laning phase. Syndra's more grouping and skirmishing, whereas like Echo tries to play to the side lane a lot more. But yeah, it's a pretty favourable matchup, and Fantic's very confident on that matchup. Yeah.
All right, cool. Well, thank you for speaking to us, and best of luck in the match.
Thank you.
Blinky and King going to trade straight away after the interview there with Sharp, the Direwolves coach, giving a little bit of insight onto the remake, as well as the Echo pick in the mid lane. But again, Direwolves asserting dominance in this bottom lane to kick things off, pushing them all the way back to their minion wave and to their turret.
Yeah, I mean, this is what you expect to see. You expect them to start, as Fish dies next to me, you expect them to start fighting over the seeds.
I'm okay.
We'll get you through this, buddy. You expect to see them contest the seeds because you never want them to really help shove up the lane. You can see only 1 seed came out then, so not a massive shove. And we'll see whether Blinky and Jake are able to push back. Doesn't look like it. This is why Ashen's Iroh is so potent, is because level 1, they just shove you in super hard. And from there, you're stuck underneath the turret.
Blinky and Jake do concede. Level 2 almost here. This wave is going to deny a couple of minions. Blinky did start with Boots again, so has to work together with Jake to get the...
went too early on that one.
The last hits going. Consolation prize for Avant Garde is that they do have Nami this time. So as you see there, Ebb and Flow will be able to keep him nice and topped up. Early on, though, huge advantage for King. We saw this before the remake. It's going to happen again.
Yeah, exactly right. He's going to push in whilst the potions are there. And actually a little bit of a freeze here to keep them off. And Sybil.
Oh, outplays him. 200 IQ play there. Gets out of the dodge, but will lose his blue buff.
Yeah, actually got invaded by Shern, so wasn't checking out the mini-map. Didn't see what was happening there. Shern looked like he went from red to blue, and Sybil was caught in the crossfire.
Yep.
Both junglers use their summoner spells.
Ooh. Blinky tries to steal it. Crit's not going to be enough. Shenfire does pick up blue buff for himself. Sybil was forced back to base. Although he did get jumped on by the Graves, he did get out of it quite nicely.
Yeah, it certainly did. I mean, he doesn't have a good back timing either. You can see he's just hanging around in base for a longsword. So it was on about 320 gold when he went back. So very nicely done. That's going to be a 3 buff. And we talked about it already. The speed of Graves is what makes him dangerous early game. Quick enough to get across because Sybil stopped at the Raptor camp.
Fantix, meanwhile, in the mid lane, is pushing in against Triple here. Up in CS as well, very slightly. Meanwhile, Jake getting caught out there. Bubble's going to go through. Heal forced out of Blinky. Tries to return the trend to King, but he's level 2 into level 3. Again, Avant-Garde's bottom lane struggling in the early game.
Yeah, certainly are. And this is kind of what Juves was talking about. You can trade with the Nami, but you don't ever want to be caught up in a full trade because then you're not going to be able to walk forward and use that health bar to really be able to chip them out. Of course, Summoner Spell going down gives a big advantage over to the Direwolves. However, you also have to acknowledge the fact that there is more sustain in that lane for AV, and if they don't lose too much more, they should be able to continue to chip out because potions are already gone off King.
Triple's having a field day. The Echo into Syndra is doing so well at the moment. 27 CS 24, no potions left available for either mid laner, but Fantix was well up in... I was going to say he was doing well, had more mana, now he doesn't. But he's still pushing in against Triple, still farming very well. We'll be able to head back to base and does have the teleport.
Yeah, I was going to say that's why he keeps going to trying to go back as early as possible because of the teleport. You see that Triple's actually fumbled a lot of those creeps there. Sybil continuing to try to be a little bit aggressive. Now, this was something that Juves maybe criticized him for, said he wasn't an aggressive jungler, didn't like to cross that river. This time, however, does, and now has the inside track on the mid lane, although no real mana for Triple.
No mana at all. There's Parallel Convergence. Sybil's got to be very careful because Fantix might just turn this one around. He's still going in. Sybil, what are you doing?
That's a tilt play. I mean, he goes underneath the turret, doesn't have anything to be able to get himself back out. Doesn't even really have the damage. You can see that he just wanted to stick with the play. Not even a flash burn by Fantix, and now Triple's in a horrible situation.
It certainly is. Thank goodness no buffs were given over to this guy. He hits level 6. Fantix is a monster, and he's up against a favorable matchup. And nowhere else on the side of the map is winning for Avant-Garde. They try to take the Syndra away. That play is not working out.
Yeah, exactly right. So they early pick it. They give over the counter, as Jules was talking about on the desk. So they try and get rid of the Nami. They try and get rid of the Syndra. One of them is not working. One of them, even though it burnt an early summoner, is looking slightly more promising. I mean, they're up in creeps, technically down in the bottom lane, and still have potion advantage.
Yeah, hit that plant, Blinky. Right, still, Avant-Garde, they'd be happy with how bottom lane's going. But the early lead, again, in favor of the Direwolves. 1,100 gold. Jake's going to take a little bit more harass in this bottom lane. He's nice and comfortable though. Lots of mana, still has all his potions. Top side of the map is one place we haven't checked in with yet. It's the same story as before, Shen against Nautilus. Series constantly pushed in by Chippies, who has the superior push advantage. Don't need to worry about what's going on the screen. They're just going to slap each other a couple of times, and no one's ever going to die from that.
I mean, unless you seriously outplay, Nautilus isn't really going to be able to take you down. You can see that now series, when the W shield isn't available, looks to go back aggressive, but we can just keep talking about it. It's really more about the wave clear that comes out. You can see that that's bought 7 creeps extra right now. Ooh, really nicely done from Triple.
Cancels his dash coming in from Fantix. He can't get the second proc through, which teleports him to his target.
And now mid lane becomes like a no gank zone. And what I mean by that is, ooh, Triple might be caught out a little bit, so let's talk about that later. What I mean about that is, if Shern ever comes in, I mean, there's always the potential that he dies. Actually going to run into Jake here. Needs to be careful because everyone else is on their way.
Doesn't dash on forward. Sybil's going to get stand united. Shenfire's going to have to try and get the heck out of here. That's going to be one dead Shenfire, and Triple picks up the kill.
Yeah, really nice collapse coming out. They even rotate over their support. So Triple does a lot of damage. He just doesn't do any damage against Fantix because Fantix, you know, itemizing Triple Ring into the Null Magic Mantle. However, Shern still takes all that damage that Syndra is going to be able to unleash, and we saw that right there. The collapse came across. They were able to blow him up nice and quick. So junglers should be trying to avoid mid lane right now, in my opinion.
So the Direwolves try to capitalize on the depth of their jungler by pushing the bottom lane quite heavy. King of Destiny were 2-on-1 for some time. Jake's finally returned to that lane. But again, another point that Juice mentioned on the desk is the top side of the map. Nautilus is doing exactly what he's meant to. Pushed in underneath the turret. As soon as Series decided he's getting the heck out of there, he's like, all right, you're just going to lose 10 creeps for that.
Yeah,
sure.
Exactly right. So he loses a big creep wave. However, Series does get the assist, so it makes up for it. And it was a proactive gank, which is what we like to see out of the first gen ganks, to be honest. So well executed there. Just needs to keep an eye on that CS score and make sure he's not falling too far behind.
Big thing for Series, he didn't do...
Oh, Blinky's in trouble.
Yeah, going to get locked down here. Stun into stun. He's going to be able to walk away, but still, that's a lot of his health gone. Does have health potions to work with. Did go back and pick up the serrated Durka now. Ultimate not available for the Ashe.
So actually didn't burn anything. I mean, that's nerves of steel. I would have definitely been trying to heal through that one, but wasn't necessary.
And they're still going for it. Blinky's still taking a little bit of damage. It looked like Shenfire was going to try and look to wrap around, but decides to just clear out the camps instead.
And I don't think there's much use diving a Nami who still has exhaust available because, you know, if the bubble ever hits, it is a suspension in air, so not really going to mitigate any of that. Not that they have Merc Treads or anything right now either. Triple was able to get his blue buff as well handed off to him, so Sybil recovers in this matchup. He's level 6 versus level 6, so the pace of Graves not giving him too much trouble. And Triple now should just be able to... Ooh.
Flash for flash. Chippies decides to wander into the mid lane.
Once again, Juve's called it. Said that he's going to try and use that push advantage to get around the other areas of the map. Just a short trip down means that he is able to secure it.
Fantix goes aggressively forward, tries to phase dive in. There's a lot of respect coming out from Triple here. More than happy to sit back, relax, wait for the mini waves to push on in.
Exactly right. He knows as soon as that Q came out that the lane was going to eventually shove towards him. Series returns the favor by coming down and actually clearing out the ward, so allowing his mid laner a little bit extra peace of mind. And this game is on a knife's edge. It's still 900 advantage for Direwolves, and you feel like they want to burst it open at any moment, but hasn't just happened yet, Fish.
Has not. We're still checking with the top lane. Series is just going to be able to collect this. Mini wave has caught up in CS due to the wander that Chippy's decided to make.
Junglers are heading towards mid lane potentially.
Yep, you can already see Graves here. You know, just doing what Graves do, shoving out the wave.
And maybe that is the signal that they're going to try and dive top lane. Of course, one of the things is to isolate the teleport user. You can see that they have one of their own Infantic, so he can wait in the side lanes. And they could potentially just pull the trigger on this for Series, who's sticking around.
This is a gutsy play from Series, because Echo was in fog away with the ball before that. He's going to try and take up all the damage. He's getting locked down. That's probably going to be a dead Shen. He does flash away, and Shenfire misses his ultimate, keeps the turret alive for a while longer. But questionable.
I mean, Shen, you know what happens to Direwolves jungler miss Graves ult? No, but no, honestly, that was a really key play there, because if he had just backed away, that turret would have fallen down. Instead, Series goes aggressive, does have to burn the flash, but saves the turret from falling.
And immediately, the Direwolves go, all right, we're going to send out Ashzara bot lane now. Just a little quick of a 1-2 here.
But Jake and Blinky are actually getting ahead in creeps, because that's pushing towards the turret. So Series is going to absorb majority of that farm. He might even catch up. And on the top side of the map, they're pushing quite quickly.
They did get a significant amount of damage on the top lane outer turret. So the Direwolves can use that to their advantage later on. Chippies was looking to see if he can get the collapse going on towards Lee Sin. Sybil wants to try and steal this one away. Does he go for it? He's still trying to go in. Smite's not going to connect, and the Smite comes through from Shenfire. Tries to kick him into the blue buff. Does not work.
Sybil really wants to be able to take it to Shern here. You can just see the frustration in his face. Shern is about 18 CS up and about half a level. You'd have to assume that that is going to be the blue. With no kick available now, it's very hard to dive this. And bottom lane turret going to fall.
Yeah, that's first brick. King picks it up nice and easy. Direwolves are out-rotating Avant Garde at the moment, but here comes Sybil deep in the back lines. They've got Shen coming up with him, but he's almost dead. Is he going to get taken out? Flashes away. Shenfire can't quite get over the wall to get to him, and the final shot from Jin won't connect. Sybil is now trying to run, lands on the Fantix, will get taken down, but the taunt comes through, or does it? Fantic pops the ultimate, gets the heck out of there. Schönfire will flash away from a bubble. Triple is very slow and trying to get up into the lane. Captive Audience does not connect as an arrow lands from downtown. Jake's going to be stuck for a while. Schönfire is in trouble as Series does get the taunt down. Will be able to take down the Direwolves jungle.
So it is a 1-for-1, but you have to say so much more expended right now from Avant Garde.
Yep.
The Direwolves are already on another tier 1 turret, so they're going to be able to take that one down. Fantic's in fact zoning away here.
Triple in a lot of trouble here. Fantic's going to be able to phase dive on top of him. The cleanse comes through, but for what? Because Fantic goes on a killing spree.
Yeah, exactly right. So Fantic's now 3-0-0, has the Merc Tread, 6 stacks already on the Dark Seal, and that's a 3,000 gold advantage at only 13 minutes into this one. So business as usual, really. You'd have to say that right now it's Triple and Sybil that are really kind of dropping the ball, and they were the two members praised. The duo lane looks fine. Blinky and Jake don't look all that worried now that they're through the tough part of the laning phase. Series is actually up in creep score, but it really is that structural advantage right now for the Direwolves. It's giving them a huge lead.
Yeah, the core of the Avant Garde roster have not stepped up here in this match against Direwolves. A crucial match for them as well. However, Fantic looks on fire right now on this Echo. Very comfortable. He looked like he was on fire on the Syndra before the remake. Schönfire here, just still putting on pressure towards Sybil, making sure he tries to take away every camp he possibly can. Blinky wants to stop him. It's going to be difficult. So meanwhile, they're trying to catch out Jake in the side lanes. The plants are going to deal quite a bit of damage. Ultimate was burnt by Zyra. King still has his arrow if he wants to try and lock someone down.
Yep, Sherm was able to steal away another blue buff for himself, so that's the second of the game out of 3. You can see that Blinky had to actually back very far away because Fantic is now in the bottom lane. They've gone towards a 1-3-1. And Lee Sin actually going aggressive onto him. Fantic likes his chances.
Level 8 Sybil. Don't want to fight a level 11 Hecko here. He does a lot of damage. He's got 3 kills and the most farm in the game. Stay away.
But this is what the Direwolves become known to do. They're warding up the jungle. They're taking it all away. They're starving Sybil. Sybil's too nice to tax any wave, so that's not going to be what's happening here. In the mid lane, looks like there's a little bit of a scuffle as Shern dashes past multiple members, and instead they're looking for the last remaining outer turret on the map.
Direwolves will take it down with ease. 3 turrets to none. Pick up a 4,300 gold lead at the moment. Avant Garde really on the back foot, and it's hard to spot where they're going to make an entrance into this game.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, it's 4,000 goldfish. That is nothing to scoff at this stage.
Lands on the Blinky. He's stuck. Protobelt's going to deal a little bit of damage. Sybil's in trouble. Blinky's stuck for so long. Fantic will phase dive the wrong way and gets the heck out of it.
Blinky, where are you going?
He's running towards the wrong side of the map, but suddenly there's a Nautilus right behind them. Sybil's in trouble as well. Fantic's phase dives in. Sybil trying to run away from his old team. The anchor's going to be blocked by Series. Protects his jungler, but still the bottom lane for Avant Garde get destroyed.
Yeah, and that would just look like they wanted to make up for something because they're losing all over the map, so they go towards Dragon, and it's just the wrong call because they don't have the members to be able to do it. Destiny now collapsing onto Triple. Exhaust goes through.
King is going to chase on forward. Flash forward for the Ashes Spell. Stanio does come through. Triple will live with a sliver of health. Flash was burnt by the Syndra, but you can see frustration, missing every ability onto the Yeti carry, which should have been a free kill in the ultimate.
Yeah, probably should have even maybe been a flash forward, to be honest. Wasn't to be, and you can see that Fantic still in the bottom lane, that perfect mid laner. He's just wrecking turrets and people alike. 100% kill participation. He's got 4 of them on himself. You have to say that neither jungle are really having a good game right now. But Fantic is more than making up for it, and Sybil's pathing has been good. Sorry, Schönfire's pathing has been good. Sybil's pathing has been a little bit questionable.
It has. Schönfire doing well for the Direwolves. And then again, just with a 5,000 gold lead, 16 minutes into the game. It's not quite Legacy 10 in Minds, but just so hard to fight back from.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, the good news story is the fact that Destiny as well as King are still both relatively squishy, and there are some genuine assassins on the side of AV. Same thing can be said in reverse, however, as Fantic is very fed and will be able to take anyone out as he sees fit. They want to go aggressive onto Shern, but really can't find a way in right now.
It's Direwolves that are continuing to split push here. Schönfire is going to start working.
This is a bold call. They saw that the ward went over the back. They must know this is actually happening, and Herald does a lot of damage at this stage of the game, so there is a potential to fight.
And Avant are going to try and collapse. Shen is coming in. There's a tidal wave going out. The arrow lands of the Jake. He's taking a lot of damage to kick things off and will die. Meanwhile, you have the Syndra on the back lines, but suddenly Fantix is in here as well. Picks up 1 kill for himself, pops the ultimate, and gets back to safety. And Avant trade 2 for 1.
2 for 1, but it is 1 kill going over onto the Syndra, so that was good. They also delay the take of it. Teleport burnt onto Fantix, although he did pick up an additional kill, which means he's absolutely terrifying at this stage of the game. Oh, missed it. Whenever you miss a taunt on Ashe, especially when it's King's Ashe, someone mechanically as sound as King, you just kind of shut up because you know he's going to turn around and pump all of that damage into your back.
And you're not going to be able to fight him or run away.
Yeah.
You're just stuck.
You're just stuck. Sitting there copping all of the damage, Fish.
And you mentioned that Fantix is a monster now. 5-0-1, has the Proto Belt. He's got the components for his Lichbane. That's probably going to be completed now. It's just 18 minutes into the game. 10 stacks of Dark Seal as well. Ah! Scary. Stuff of nightmares, Spawn.
It certainly is. I mean, he's well and truly accelerated in this game. You feel bad if you're Jake or Blinky because they're definitely going to be the targets, as well as Sybil, who probably painted a target on the back of his head as well going into this game. And across the board, look at the gold. It's just big advantages everywhere.
Top lane and fairly even. It's going to be the junglers. Right now, Fantix so far ahead thanks to the 20 CS lead he has. Mid lane is 2,000 gold off. Bottom lane, 2,000 gold or 1,500 here.
And look at that. I mean, it's 3 assists and all the turrets that King have taken. There are 3 turrets to none right now where the 1,300 gold is coming from. So respect to Blinky and Jake for surviving the laning phase better this time around, but the inability to take any kind of neutral structure has certainly hurt the group.
Dials are grouping up slightly here. Still have Fantix on the bottom side of the map. 4 members strong. Taking away as much vision as possible. The bottom side.
I mean, they can technically look to fight now, although now with Fantix running in for a flank behind, you don't want to go anywhere near him.
Yeah, Dials move up towards their red buff. Like, yeah, nah. Not going into Pokeball anymore.
It's just going to say they can look to fight because Fantix doesn't have a teleport available, whereas Series does. Here we go. Ashe Arrow comes out, does miss.
Parallel Convergence went out as well. Fantix diving in. Wants to go for Blinky. Timeline is going to deal a heck of a lot of damage. Now Chippies is on top of Triple. That's the mid laner being locked down. Sandalite does come through. Tripple's looking for Chippies. He's taking a lot of damage. He gets taken out by Ebb and Flow. Fantix looking to dive back in. Juking it out. Gets knocked back by the Syndra. That's a big play. Sybil kicks Schönfire out of the fight. He's very low, being hunted down by the baseball bat wielding man. And he's not going to be able to get the kill for himself. Series trying to get the heck out of there. And Avant Garde running for the heals. But can they escape? Parallel Convergence will come out again. Doesn't get anything out of it. And slowly, Direwolves will continue their chase, but it is AV to get the single kill.
Yeah, so a kill for AV, but losing a little bit of priority on the map. You see that Direwolves still confident enough to push in. King does get stunned up. Nothing going to happen.
That was the perfect team fight for Avant Garde being behind, but look at this. Big double stand. Schönfire flashes in. Sybil's the first one to go down. Fantix is already in the back lines looking for Blinky. He will get shut down, but there's a big old Nautilus swinging an anchor around. Gets Triple. He's going to die, or is he? Manages to back off just in time. And Divers will be able to take down the mid lane in a turret.
Yeah, so this time it's a 2 for 2. With, of course, Chippy's falling earlier, but they get the turret again. So it's 7,000 gold now. Dragon going to respawn. And across the board, you can see that Direwolves are just confident in their play. Chippies and Series even bumping heads with each other now. And AV approaching the point where, you know, their team fight is quite good. But you can just see that Fantix is so accelerated that they cannot go anywhere near him. And unfortunately, Sybil had to burn Flash and didn't even get the ideal kick. I think he kicked Schönfire through Destiny in that fight, but backwards. Definitely not the way that you want it to go.
Sybil's not having a great time on Lee Sin here. Is picking up some items, Warriors into the components of Black Cleaver, but he's no Graves. Lee Sin's not going to be able to get ahead. He just has that one kick, and when you don't get the one kick off, not going to do much. 2 levels behind Schönfire as well. Big play for me was Triple. Absorbed so much of the crowd control for the Direwolves. Yep. Was able to take down Chippies, made the bold call to burst down the tank first, and kept Fantix out of 2 of his parallel convergence that would have shut down that team fight.
Completely agree. Think that Triple is starting to step up. He's within touching distance CS-wise of Fantix, but of course nowhere near the items just because of how it's gone out. But he has got 2 of his own. Heading towards Sork Boots next will give him a lot of burst damage, you feel. And it's always, I feel like I tell the same story, but if you are Destiny, if you're King, maybe even if you're Shern at this stage of the game, Triple flashes on you with 6 balls and you die instantly. There is nothing you can do against a Syndra at this stage of the game. Level 16, it gets even worse. And then you kind of just ride the hump until you get a couple of defensive items yourself. Destiny, I feel, going for Leandri is actually unnecessary at the best of times. Just because you've already got so much damage coming out of Fantix, Shern, and King. Kind of need that person to pick up the redemption, do the team thing, see whether it comes back.
Get the Locket. Give your team a shield.
Yep.
Something to stop the damage that will come out from them, but...
Locket shield is huge at the moment as well.
He must feel like that they're too far ahead to want to pick up damage.
Yep.
I mean, Zara does deal a heck of a lot of damage, so it does make sense. We did see a collapse being threatened over towards Series. Again, good vision control coming out from the Direwolves, and Fantix is going to have a field day with this turret. That's going to go down so quick. He's got Lichbane.
Exactly right, but Series is the only one that can really answer him at this stage of the game. And they wanted him to be in the top lane for whatever reason. You see, that is a Lichbane putting in work, and Echo going to be able to take that one away. Level 15 on Summoner's Rift Fish.
Series is still 14. Does have...
Oh, Sybil, what are you doing?
Yeah, finds the enemy jungler. They're going to have to kick him away. Oh, not fun.
Didn't have any wards, Fish, so we couldn't even ward hop. I mean, I feel if you're Sybil, you have had a very rough game so far. 0-4-1. As I said, Shern hasn't had the prettiest game, but it's all... I feel like Shern doesn't even have to gank lanes or anything. It's just all about how he passes around the map. Now, potentially, they go onto it.
Don't call coming through. Ash Arrow locks down Sybil for a while. 4th shot not going to connect from Blinky, which would have done a heck of a ton of damage. Shernfire gets out of there scot-free.
Exactly right. Gets the ultimate out of him. Does return with an ult out of Ash as well as Shern.
Hello.
And Series fancies himself.
Yeah, fight me, says the Shen. Not very stealthy. All up in the Echo's face.
I mean, this is kind of what people do against Shen, though, if you don't go Tiamat, is they just push all lane into you and then they just leave. You walk all the way back to your turret to be able to do anything. You can see right now that Triple thinks that they're going to try and clean out that ward again. So wants to be able to get something for himself.
Fantix has picked up a Void Staff. That's not great. If Series could tank him before, now it's going to be...
incredibly difficult.
Impossible, I was going to say. Actually has Shernfire on the bottom side of the map. Series does not want anything to do with his Graves. Just continue to shove out the wave. Nautilus is making his way down. Some breathing room perhaps for Avant Garde, but they are closing in on being 10,000 gold behind.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like there's just that one play left on the table where they either get a good team fight where they blow up Fantix and can deal with the rest of the members, or this game's pretty much done and dusted because, unfortunately, Sybil doesn't get much stronger. Series still doing fine in these side lanes.
He's 2 levels up ahead of Shippy, so he's more happy to go toe-to-toe against him. They're going to hit each other's spawn a lot. They're going to say nasty things to one another, and they're going to fight back.
I mean,
actually down to half health.
Chippy's, yeah, he's really down far. Meanwhile, top lane.
Fantix on top of Triple, taking a lot of damage. Evan Flow gets him back. But that's ultimately being burnt by Fantix. So if they pick a fight now, good time.
Yeah, completely agree. And all of a sudden, I mean, maybe they do have a pushing lane because Series is a monster and is able to bully out the full tank Nautilus. Although Arrow onto Sybil, they need to ult right now.
That's a deadly sin. Shernfire gets that kill. Not pretty. You're making an advantage for yourself, and it's gone.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like if Jake had a ult and maybe Series had a ult, they would have been able to hold that one off. Instead, now it's going to be 4v5 at the best of times into a Baron. And they're even teleporting the tank in nice and early so they don't take too much Baron damage.
Series has yet to use either of his globals. That Baron getting down pretty low. Triple and Jake. They're taking so much damage just from the Zyra. Destiny almost taking him down by himself. Clinkle Baron from the Direwolves as Jake
kills Triple.
Just killed your mid laner, buddy. Flashes away from the hook and it lands in the back lines.
I mean, you have to be able to communicate that we're either both flashing or you're catching it for me. exhausting the Ashe, and I'm picking up the kill. Instead, Ashe even survives, and now a Baron buffed up Direwolf 27 minutes into this one. They don't really look like they've been pushed at all, Fish.
Nope.
With the exception of maybe Series, the rest of the team just falling further and further behind. And Direwolves looking to close out a pretty clinical game 27 minutes into this one.
I mean, Sybil's having a horrible first match for the team. Triple laning phase was interesting. Blinky and Jake, they kind of held on, but just slowly being torn apart here. The Direwolves, they're out for blood. They want the win here against Avant Garde. I mean, they're currently sitting 2 points across from each other on the table. A 2-0 victory for AV means they overtake the Direwolves, but anything less, Direwolves stay at the position they're at. So a single win in this best-of-3 series has to be a huge confidence booster for anyone.
Yeah, definitely, especially picking up the first one in this fashion. I mean, unless something drastically changes, this has been a pretty easy win for Direwolves. They're 11,000 gold up at 29 minutes. I mean, they haven't really been challenged at all. There's not going to be a kick that comes out to save this game, because, like, who do you actually kick?
Sybil's 2 levels behind the AD carry. That's not great at the moment. Thankfully not the lowest level on the map. He's going for a Black Cleaver second, and being this far behind, damage, he has to stay alive to deal damage. He doesn't stay alive all that long.
I mean, your job isn't even damage at this point, although King takes a lot. Your job at this stage of the game is to get the kick that wins you the game. And unfortunately, with how squishy he is, that means that he has to land the first Q and go on it immediately. Otherwise, they just chip him out.
He's got one person to kick, and that's King. You're kicking a Schönfire or a Nautilus, they're just going to turn around and shoot at you.
You can kick in Destiny, I think. I mean, he's going to drop Ultimate and maybe do a little bit of damage, but he is a full AP Zyra that will die without any other ultimates going. So I think you can kick in Destiny. The difference is if you kick in King, you can die for it. You can trade AD carry for jungler. You shouldn't trade support for jungler.
Yep. It's going to be difficult for Sybil to look for that. King is picking up all the gold on the map. Sphantix says, all right, 2v1. I'm okay with this. Takes no damage at all from Series now.
And they're all up there. I mean, all of a sudden, there's only 2 people underneath this turret. How do you close it out?
Well, the Kurzikol is apparently the answer coming out from the Direwolves. Wild shots from the sniper. Missing
And all of them are missed.
And that turret's gone. There's an arrow. Blinky is dead. Sandy Knight is going to come through. Can he tank up enough damage? Does. Flash and heal will get him back to safety. Series
Here
is
we
now
go.
trying to fight Sybil. Doesn't go.
I mean,
no.
He could have got the kick. He has flash available, but none of his team is there, Fish. I feel like that's one that you just pull the trigger on and go for it, because you've used your global, and now you're in big trouble.
Yep, it's one shot, one opportunity, but it's not the one he was looking for just then. Chippies will get locked down by a lot of stuns. Big old Nautilus does not care. Your puny crowd control does not affect me, as this inhibitor is going to slowly fall. Direwolves just take it down with ease. Tidal Wave's going to come out. Destiny's being hit, gets behind King, kicks him back, not into the bubble though, and Sybil is dead. Now Fantix is going to join the fight. The rest of the Avant Garde just have to run away. It's a double kill being picked up by the Echo. Triple is going to be the next target as well. He's in the fountain spawn. This guy is a monster. 8-101. It's going to be Direwolves that get to pick up the Game 1 victory over Avant Garde.
And Fantix is popping off all over Summoner's Rift right now, able to carry his team to a Game 1 victory. 31 minutes in, never really in doubt, and that was clean.
It certainly was. Direwolves looked close to perfect in that game, and they will be happy with how they picked up the win there.
Yeah, I certainly agree. I think that, there were small hiccups. Schön definitely doesn't look great in team fights. I mean, he looks great pathing around the map, setting up vision, doing all the things that are really important for junglers to do. However, really hasn't had that one team fight where he stepped up and carried one of them. However, when you got Fantix doing that stuff, I mean, who really gives a damn? I mean, set up the vision for the man, let him go to work, because he was, anywhere he was like a pressure vacuum. There was absolutely nothing that AV could do to just upset the Echo.
And the remake came in as well. Avant Garde looked like they were struggling before that remake, and even afterwards they changed up their draft, took away the Syndra. Direwolves are like, yeah, you can have that. We're okay with this.
I
It's
mean,
fine.
Triple had an okay game, but got shoved in early, which I don't think should happen to that extent. Sure, it does get shoved in by Echo. Everyone does. But Sybil getting his buffs taken, being forced flash at level 2. I mean, he had a shocker of a game. And Sherm was just happy to continue to take it to him with the rest of the Dialwood squad behind them.
Yeah, and the Wolfpack are able to pick up the first game here against Avant Garde. For now, though, let's break down the rest of that game. Let's throw it back to the analyst desk.
Thanks very much, guys. Well, there we have it. Direwolves 1-0 so far in this best-of-3 series over Avant Garde, depending on how you want to pronounce it, as per the Twitter poll, which has just gone out via our friend Chopsky. Right, let's get to it. This is a rough game for Sybil, if you're looking at it, Jubes. I mean, you're a jungler. How do you think he performed? Is it just nerves?
So I think well, two things. I think Sybil just tried way too hard to impress. He's it's his old team. He really wants to just prove that they made a mistake in replacing him. And I also think that Shern he had a good game to a certain extent. He played aggressive, and that's what you want. You want to translate scrims onto the stage, and he kind of showed that he wasn't scared to push his limits. Obviously, the limits sometimes got him in trouble, but I feel like he forced things on Avant and made Avant make decisions that most teams or some junglers wouldn't do.
And you could see the effects of it just throughout the entire map and throughout the entire game. Direwolves immediately were able to gain advantages off of them. They got a really sizable advantage as soon as they got the gold lead up and rolling. And then from that point onwards, they were just able to take objectives as they wanted to. I mean, even at the Baron afterwards, nice and easy take for them as well, because they managed to get control in the right areas.
So going into this game, because of the remake, we said, look, let's take the Syndra away from Direwolves. AV did that, but then, like you said, Juice, you predicted it. This is the Echo counter pick.
I'm not saying I'm a prophet, but I'm a prophet. I'm a prophet.
And then again, speaking to their coach going into this, I was like, look, is this going to translate out of laning phase? Because obviously that's where Echo is strongest. And he was like, nah, it's going to be fine the whole game. And turns out he was right, because Fantix absolutely popping off that game, Mendrix.
Yeah, he really did. He was actually huge the entire time, and really did sort of get rolling initially from that first blood that Sybil gave away. Sybil comes in, he was doing the right thing, went and took the Raptors, decided afterwards to walk up, see if he could get a flash, see if he could get something off it. He followed through with the play. A little bit of Lee syndrome there, falling into the turret, and then Fantix just had the perfect start the entire time.
My mind's telling me no, but my body.
Let's do it. Did you say Lee syndrome?
Yeah, Lee syndrome.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's where you hit your Q, and because you hit the Q, you've got to go. If you
Yeah,
don't go,
you just have to
if
go.
you don't go, you
Yeah.
lose.
Well, we've seen from other teams when they're in losing positions, they just kind of don't necessarily fight back. They don't play as proactively, but that wasn't the case with AV today, because they really tried to take it to Direwolves at a few times during the early game.
Oh, there was a lot of times they just tried to force it. They were just thinking, all right, this is how we can win. We need to be proactive. And it's a great play, and this is just one of those situations. And the big thing about it is they're just trying too hard. You're right up their turret. Direwolves have got control. They've got reinforcements coming right out the back of it. And you just see it being a bad day for AV, and it's just because they put themselves in a bad position trying to force those plays. The execution looks great. You had the Shen coming in off with the teleport. You had the Jin ulti following through. But when you have a Graves who can output that immediate damage and a non-tanky Lee Sin, he hasn't picked up any armor items yet. You're basically going to be hit really hard, and that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, if you're Avant and you feel like you're losing, you got to give them props into the sense that they didn't just roll over and let Direwolves just take their base. They actually looked to make a proactive play. Sure that the play didn't work out and they fell further behind, but I would feel happier, and I'm sure they would feel happier knowing that they gave it their best shot. They pulled an engage. It may not have been a favorable one, but you never know. Like I said before, 5 people making one bad decision, if it is a bad decision, is better than 3 people making a bad decision.
Yeah.
So.
Well, we saw them make a lot of proactive plays, like the one we just saw there, and also that the dragon, or they tried to take that ocean drake early on in the game. But just going back to this mid laner, Fantix absolutely popping off huge, not just because of the echo, but because of just outplays all over the shop.
Outplays all the shop, and it just really got to the point where he was just out of control. He was seriously too strong for them to really do anything about it. I mean, with this specific replay that we're looking at here, he just walks at them, and immediately 3 players from AV need to scatter to get out of there. They're using their flashes and using everything, and he is just so strong. I mean, he falls down there, but the aftermath is purely because he jumps in, zones out 3 players, and they can take the objectives, they can take the wins. Ends up being favorable for Direwolves purely because he just jumps in, no fear, knowing how strong he is and the effect it would have.
So there we have it. Direwolves 1-0 over Avant Garde in this first game. But don't go anywhere because we'll be back with game 2 after this.
He's taking a lot of damage. He gets taken out by M and Flo. Fantix looking to dive back in, juking it out, gets knocked back by the Syndra. That's a big play. Sybil kicks Shernfire out of the fight. He's very low, being hunted down by the baseball bat wielding man. But look at this, big double stand. Shernfire flashes in. Sybil's the first one to go down. Fantix is already in the back lines looking for Blinky. He will get shut down, but there's a big old Nautilus swinging an anchor around. Gets Triple. He's gonna die, or is he? Managed to back off just in time. Oh, Triple and Jake. And taking so much damage just from the Zyra. Destiny almost taking him down by himself. Twinkle Baron from the Direwolves as Jake
kills Triple.
Just killed your mid laner, buddy. Destiny's been hit, gets behind King, kicks him back, not into the bubble though, Sybil is dead. Now Fantix is going to join the fight. The rest of the Vanguard just have to run away. It's a double kill being picked up by the Echo. Triple is going to be the next target as well. He's in the fountain spawn. This guy is a monster. 8-1-0-1. It's going to be Direwolves that get to pick up the game 1 victory over a Vanguard.
Not for me.
My prey thinks itself clever.
Chosen of the moon.
Art should terrify.
You know, I'm not here to be like a second or third place team or a second or third place jungler. My ambition and goal was always to be the best And yeah, that's what I'm doing right now.
You can maybe kill him, as he's trying to do right now.
Hiding inside the bush, jumps out, gets a lot of damage down towards Grace. He's forced to flash, puts down the smoke screen, but flash ball for Surefire. That is going to be first blood for the Direwolves.
I thought when I went to North America, it was going to be a whole different skill level, but I think it was overhyped for in my own mind. But in Korea, it excelled my expectations. The amount of like small things that players do there that Oceanic players don't do. It was a huge learning experience. It just made me mature and grow as a person. I trialed for SKT with other people also trialing. It was basically eat, sleep, and practice. But I didn't end up making it. I definitely went through depression during that time because I was chasing this dream and I wasn't getting any closer, and it was frustrating. I even lost. I had a bold spot at that point because of how much stress I was going through.
Got a focus coming up. Direwolves actually looking for a fight. Rogue forced to use the ultimate. FBI is going to take up a lot of the shots. Jubes dies. So does FBI.
My thoughts on the other junglers is they're just not as committed. They don't want it as bad as they say they want it, or deep inside. I think Direwolves are already #1. We just haven't proven it yet.
Welcome back to the OPL. If you're just joining us, Direwolves currently up 1-0 over AV in this, our second best of 3 for Sunday of round 7. Is that where we're at? Yep. I've lost control of my calendar internally. My bad. My name is Michael Higgins, and I'm joined here at the desk by Jubes and also Mendrix. And gentlemen, as we go into this second match of this, the second game of this match, Direwolves. I mean, Schoenfire thinks they're the best. They just haven't proven it yet. Did they prove it in that first game?
No offense to Shern, but I feel like if you haven't proven you're the best, then you're not the best. Like, that just makes sense. I think Direwolves are up there, like top 2, top 3. I don't think that game was like a good indication of like anything, because like I think if you want to prove that you're like the best team in the region, you can't just have those little hiccups where those skirmishes that go really bad, like in that game. Like in that game, they like kind of lost track of like what their composition did. I mean, like their game was clean for the most part. I'm not saying their game was bad, but like they just took jungle fights when they didn't have to and things like that. So I was thinking if they fix that, then it looked very clean.
Yeah, because they had a 1-3-1 composition. I mean, if you really look at what they had, all they needed to do was just put Echo in the side lane, throw Nautilus in the other, just continue doing what you need to do, and then take advantages with those lanes and spreading everyone thin. But for them to just sort of be walking into the jungles afterwards, forcing fights that way, not really what your team composition wants to do, and it's something that they really could clean up for the future.
Well, if you are AV and you want to get back into this, though, type the Series 1, or what do you need to change in between Game 1 and Game 2?
So I think if you're Avant and you want to beat Direwolves, you just got to like, it comes from the coach, I think, this game. So the coach has to think like, okay, I've got to give my lanes the best possible matchups I can get. I know pick ban, you're not always going to get the best matchup, but like if you can get your mid lane priority matchup and top lane and just leave your bot lane on an island, then hopefully they survive. Like I think that's a good way to beat Direwolves.
I think they really did have the right idea as well. I mean, they were extremely proactive with how they did their play, and if they actually just continue to do that, not get discouraged from the fact that they lost a few of those team fights and ended up working out badly for them, they just need to do it better with more information. Make sure they be a bit more proactive, get those wards out, be on the drop first, and they should be able to win out against Direwolves.
So, in particular, you don't want to see any specific champions from AV different to their first game, Hendrix?
Everything was fine with what they did. It was just their execution was a little bit lackluster.
All right, but if you're Direwolves, then are you going to pick a similar comp going into Game 2, Juice?
I think Direwolves can pick any comp really and run away with the game. Like, but in saying that, I think like if you're Avant, like I would give Triple like I think his 2 best champs would be like Syndra and Zed. Try and get him on like those, and just hope he can pop off.
Yeah, and then try and maybe ban out that Echo from Fentix, because that was huge in that first game. But as we see the guys getting ready and settling in to play Game 2, let's talk about junglers, because obviously Sybil had a bit of nerves in that first game, had a very sloppy game, but you know what he's got to do: take a couple of deep breaths, pick. Maybe they have to give him priority in the picks.
Well, I don't want to say they need to give him priority. When you have Lee Sin, you have decent priority with that pick there specifically. He's basically saying, I want to run around the map, I want to get kills, enable everything around. And he was trying to do that specifically. And I really wouldn't call it nerves. I just say to him, you're trying too hard, mate. Like, he thought, for example, that he was good to go with all those plays that happened, and he ended up getting basically bodied by Schoenfire or taking it too deep. And when that happens, you're just in a bad situation. So you really do need to sort of, like you said, take a step back, actually look at that play and decide whether it's worth to go into it. Is the risk worth the reward?
I've certainly been there before, just trying too hard and failing miserably.
Well, I think a big thing in this game was like they actually didn't help Sybil at all with pick ban. They gave him Lee Sin, but like you're getting Lee Sin, which is like tier 2 at best if you can play it. Like depending on the level you can play it. But they got Graves, so they got the best jungler you can possibly get ever in the game versus like a jungler that's not so good in the meta right now. I feel like Avant should have prioritized an earlier jungle pick before they banned out the 2, because they banned out 2 junglers late or 1 jungler late.
So they got rid of Rengar, they got rid of Kha'Zix, and they left him to take Lee Sin. So you think in that first rotation...
They should have snap locked the Elise.
Yeah.
He's known for his Elise. They put him on like a really bad matchup, and like he got punished for it.
Well, does it, like, the thing that you're saying, it comes down to what they wanted to go with the Elise. Like, would the Elise fit into their team composition that they wanted to go for? I mean, yes, you could say the Lee Sin gives you a little bit more mobility early. Elise has that initial 1 repel, so it's kind of hard to sort of make it work.
If you want more mobility on that Elise, just give them Moby Boots, right?
Yeah, Moby
Boots.
But my point is that you're not picking Elise just to 1v1 the Graves. You're just avoiding Graves and you're just ganking lanes.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, like, and Lee Sin, like, doesn't really have reliable CC.
All right. Well, okay, it is time to get into Game 2 of our second match, Direwolves versus AV. So let's throw it over to our casts now, Spawn and Fish.
Thank you very much, Hingers. We're about to get into this second game here. You all right there?
Yeah, no, good. Just a little bit shocked. Keep going.
Oh, okay, just making sure. Sometimes not quite sure what's going on over there. But we're about to get into the second match between Direwolves and Avant Garde. Direwolves were able to pick up a pretty decisive Game 1 victory. Avant Garde will be hungry to try and equalize.
Yeah, they certainly will, and I just want to reiterate what Ju said. Lee Sin has been my most played jungler, most played champion across 5 years of League of Legends. I played 2 games of him this split. The guy sucks. Like, just don't play him, pick a better jungler, and maybe your jungler will be able to do something. I'm so impressed when I see people like Carbid, Spooks, like even internationally like Peanut pop it off on Lee Sin, because in my mind, he's just so bad at the moment.
I hate Lee Sin. Kicks me into the team. I don't like it. We'll have to see what jungler Sybil, the guy on the screen right there, is going to be picking up heading to this game. Nice smile into the camera. A little bit camera shy. Keeps starting back and forth. Just look at it. Embrace the camera, Sybil. Be like Hingers. Be like Hingers.
Maybe not so much Hingers.
Okay.
You want to embrace the camera, not love the camera.
Be like Rusty.
For those that don't know, when Hingers joined the team, we actually had to put a program monitor, which is a monitor that shows what you guys see, directly under his camera. So when you think he's looking at the camera, he's not actually looking at the camera, he's looking at himself.
Well, you just, I think we should have just invested in a mirror. Would have cost us a lot less. Would have done the exact same thing. But we had we've got the bands going through here between Avant Garde and Direwolves. So hang on, I'm just going to hide behind you, Spawn. I think it's coming. Ivan being banned out here with Rise and Camille from Avant Garde. LeBlanc, Rengar, and Varus are the bands for the Direwolves. And this time, Sybil will get the Graves.
They got Graves. I think this is fantastic. It gives them priority around the jungle. He farms incredibly well. And the other thing that people don't talk about Graves all that much is he's hard to kill in the laning phase. And you can always just walk in if your lane is losing and help push it back out. You can get hard resets. You can defend turrets very well. It's good in 1-3-1. It's good in team fighting. And Shern actually, this is a little bit of pride. Because Shern locks in the mirror.
Look at the smiles in the face of the Direwolves. They know exactly what they've done here. Picking the matchup. I mean, there's so many junglers to take. And he's like, nah, give me Lee Sin.
Kha'Zix, Elise. I mean, yeah. I feel like this is a pride thing now for Shern. As I said, I respect Direwolves' decision, ability to make a hard choice, because I thought that they needed to do it as well, and I thought that Shern was a jungler they should have gone with. I mean, I picked Shern in my OP5. I think he's a great talent, but I think that this is actually now a pride battle.
He's like, nah, this is why I'm part of the Wolfpack, mate. Blinky might have said, you know, you've taken the best member of the Direwolves away, but have they really? Shernfire is out for a statement game, it seems here.
I think that regardless of how you rate Shernfire or Sybil, saying that you took the best member of Direwolves away when you're talking about jungle and Fantix is still running around on Summoner's Rift, to me, is just stupid. I mean, Fantix is a monster, and on his day, when he is on point, will body anyone.
Like that last game.
In the OPL. I mean, stop talking to me about mid lane is where it's always been at NOs. You know, Keen, Swiffer, Fantix running around. We've got some good mid laners.
We certainly do. But now that the first the first round of picks have gone through. Avant-Garde get their Shen again. Blinky's going on TD Ezreal. Hopefully no Deathfire touch for him.
Yeah, probably want to go Warlords or Fervor on this patch.
And you will have the Graves being picked up for Sybil as well. We already mentioned the mirror, the reverse mirror, sorry, of the Lee Sin being picked up. And we do have Fantix onto the Syndra. So that's going to be picked up. Zed, as well as the Echo, are the bans that come out from the Direwolves. We have Zyra being banned out by Avant-Garde. Should be another support being banned here. Direwolves do have first pick in this rotation.
But where does Triple go? We've already talked about it. He likes to be able to take Assassins into these matchups. Jace is still available, so he can go back into the losing matchup if he wants. I mean, apart from that, Talon is an Assassin we've seen lately. LeBlanc always banned away. There's not really all that much else that he can play aggro into it. Has to probably go Control Mage. We're looking at an Orianna, I think, potentially.
Could be. I mean, he'll provide a lot of AoE to the team. He's already picked up the Cleanse here early from Triple, so might want to be a little bit more passive in the lane. Crocodile picked up for Chippies in the top lane.
And Series has just told his team to pick him something because he's nodding and he's talking pretty actively. Maybe he has a counter matchup in mind for this.
Potentially, but I think he's got Shen, unless that's going to go bottom lane.
Oh, yeah, it is. It's going to be Shen. Maybe he got asked if he's all right. I mean, he's like, yeah, I'm fine.
We have seen Shen support in the past. There is a potential, but highly unlikely.
Dodge field OP. No, I think that, yeah, I forgot Shen was locked in, but I think Shen's absolutely fine into Renekton.
I mean, since the change to how dodge works.
Yeah. No longer gets stunned, no longer takes any damage.
Yep.
Before you would skip damage, but get stunned still.
Yep. Sometimes you still take the damage. If I'm not mistaken, you'd still take damage because it wasn't considered an auto attack.
No, Renektons have always been auto attacks. 3 auto attacks, that's why they always stack. It even says it in the spell name. He auto attacks you 3 times.
We'll have to see what Avant-Garde pick up, and it's going to be Katarina! Triple taking that into the mid lane.
And I talk about this a lot, but I like Katarina into Syndra. Obviously, Kat's been nerfed a little bit, but Hex Drinker is a great starting item that you can go into your Gunblade. Sorry, I forgot its name, and I was trying to motion a fish, and he was giving me no health at all.
So
I was shooting.
I'll wait till the camera comes back, because Katarina normally spins around in circles, and Small was doing a complete different hand action there. But yeah, Gunblade.
Yeah, Gunblade. So I think that Hexdrinker into Gunblade actually means that Kat can win this lane.
Possibly. We'll have to see how Triple's going to be able to pull out this champion here today. The final pick from the Direwolves was Lulu. Not very commonly paired with the Jhin, just due to the fact that Jhin doesn't attack very fast. However, the attack speed buff she gives from her W will convert into AD due to how Jin's kit works.
Definitely will. Also, when Katarina's on Summoner's Rift, you want something that doesn't hard CC to stop the ult as much anymore, but just hold her in position. Because otherwise she's just hopping around everywhere, proccing all those passives. So I think that the Polymorph definitely going to be a good news story right now for the Direwolves lineup. And I was doing this. As in a shotgun, as in gun blade. Come on. I wasn't talking about Katarina at all. I was talking about the item. Active listening fish. We talked about this.
Yep, we did talk about this, but I just know Katarina does that. That's all I know Katarina does. She spins around and around and around and kills people most of the time, then hops, skips, and jumps. Not this. That's Graves. Graves shoots with a shotgun, guys. Gunblade. Throw something, it looks like, from the animation, but we're about to get into the match here. Avant-Garde, they picked up the Katarina mid lane. It's a little bit unorthodox, has seen play internationally, has seen play here as well.
This is actually one of the weaknesses of wearing contacts. When you start crying, they hurt your eyes. But yes, it has seen play. Faker was playing it a lot. Swiffle was playing it a lot domestically, but Bjergsen's picked it up a couple of the games. Has fallen off in popularity since some of the nerfs, but let's see if he can make it work.
We'll have to see. Avant-Garde are back onto the Rift to go up against Direwolves. Schönfire has taken the mirror matchup, the reverse mirror. Excited to see how this one's going to take place. But for now, let's check in with Avant-Garde's coach, Pinch.
Thanks, guys. I'm now joined by the coach of AV, and I want to start by talking about this Graves-Lee Sin matchup. We've seen it twice today already. What do you think is in Direwolves' mind picking it when other junglers are still open?
Sure. Well, I think 1v1, Lee Sin does pretty well against Graves. We think, all in all, though, Graves is a bit of a stronger champion, which is why we picked it this match. Going into the match, we were willing to let Shen play the Graves, but throughout the series, we just think taking it away is probably a better choice.
All right, well then the other matchup is the Syndra one in mid lane. Syndra, obviously not counted by Echo this time, but tell us about your pick.
Yeah, sure. Well, we expected them to ban Zed Echo when we saw the Syndra, so we had the Katarina. We've been playing it all week in scrims, really good. Steven has been having a lot of success on it. We think it's going to be the pick that gets us to game 3.
Excellent stuff. All right, well, best of luck in the game, and thank you for speaking to us.
Cheers.
There you go. The pick that takes them to game 3 and very civilized on the Lee Sin discussion coming out from Pinch there. Interesting, though, they were comfortable with giving away the Graves game 1.
Yep.
And they thought they would be throughout the series, now reacting appropriately after the first match.
I mean, that's what pick ban comes down to in reality. The ability to, be able to hard pivot when you're proven incorrect by the enemy team and continue to, adapt on the fly.
I'm actually looking at the minimap at the moment. Top lane is where the scuffle's happening. Chippies is at half health. Series bops him with Shen. Very, very sneaky attack.
Yeah, and that's really nice because all of a sudden that potion's gone, which is a big news story, and he's going to be relying on Qs to be able to sustain in that laning phase. See whether he is able to do it. That's some damage.
Renekton tends to do that, has a lot of damage early on in the game, and a very stable champion. Some people think he falls off a little bit late game, but when you have a stun that is targeted, normally does quite some work. It's Blinky almost getting taken down in this bottom lane. Has to be careful. The crit can potentially come out.
Yeah, it certainly does. Sometimes we'll see flash forwards with exhaust and crits being timed up. I want to point out that Series takes 19 AP on his Shen.
Okay.
So that's more than Quince.
It could be from the Mastery.
Yeah, you get 4. So then
you start
15
with 15
from Quince.
Yep, 3 Quince. That's interesting.
That's bad, surely.
His Q scales off it, so does his ultimate.
Yeah.
So
potentially that's how you last hit under turret on him.
Ooh, that's very smart from Chippies. Held on to the stun. Yep. The taunt from Series actually makes sure it goes through. But yeah, I never heard of that one. Triple jump straight on top of Fantix. He's going to take so much damage in kill range from one combo as he dashes into a stun. No one saw that.
But still nicely executed upon. Shern's here now. Does miss. And it was as Triple was walking forward, so you can see that he wants to go aggressive. I like exhaust on melee assassins at the moment when you're in a burst matchup. Gives you a little bit more leniency, I feel, than Ignite. Triple might have been able to kill Fantix with Ignite, to be honest, in the last round. But as the game progresses, it certainly helps you out.
Yeah, Fantix picked up exhaust here. I feel like that's more of the, I do not want to die. So I'm going to spell for him. And meanwhile, on the bottom lane, Jake and Blinky being very aggressive against King Destiny. Bubble's not going to connect King with the Sploo suede shoes, dodges everything.
But
they win
still,
that trade.
Do you? Because in reality, you're playing against an army that has sustain and heal, and you've fallen down incredibly low. In fact, you're against a Doran's Blade user, and you have no potions left available. I think that in the long run, you'll find that they have lost that one. But Blinky just does this thing at the moment where he doesn't last hit creeps. I mean, it confuses me as to what his game plan is there. He just missed 3 in that last wave. They should be much further ahead than just the 3. And in fact, that's going to be equalized, if not surpassed, by King and Destiny. King gives you no creeps for free. He's the opposite kind of AD carry.
Loves his farm. He's still just happy to let this one push underneath the turret. Blinky and Jake too at the poke advantage. As well as the sustain that you mentioned earlier. A little bit slow there. The cycle is bursting, but still helps him out as he gives away more minions for free. But this bottom lane is going to be fairly even for now. Looks like they want to go back for a shop. It's going to get spotted out. Still just pokes away at it.
That's kind of when you don't really want to shop. You're telling yourself you want to shop, but you know that they're going to walk up that way. Jake probably called the shop, and Blinky was like, sorry, man, they stopped my back.
Shermfire's made a trip into the mid lane, just making sure Fantix doesn't die as he pushes out this wave. Triple happy with that. He's going to clear out the way for himself.
I mean, he also might even just be able to shove another wave here, because Katarina does shove quite hard with her passive. So he could potentially get himself a full wave up here.
So, I was taking a look at the top lane. It's 35 CS to 43, very early back from Chippies. He's going to teleport in, decides not to walk the long way back. Series has already used his teleport. He was 10 to 15 CS down, and that's after he burnt Chippy's health potion at level 1 before a fight even took place.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what you expect out of Renekton lanes. Renekton beats up most tanks. And you can see that they're very wary of the Lee Sin. They haven't actually been able to catch sight of him, so he's actually going to walk the long way around and get some vision. That's actually, I have no idea where he's going.
He's got Stand United, so he can go absolutely anywhere right now.
Except back to the top lane where he just missed a cannon creep.
And he will eventually get back up there. Seems like he dropped a control ward on blue buff.
On his blue buff, yep. So they're very mindful of the invade that can come out. Generally, if you have a Katarina on your team, you don't mind if you get invaded at blue, really. She responds very quickly for team fights, and also she just doesn't need it in the laning phase. So interesting. Looks like instead they're going to walk down towards mid and bottom.
Bot side of the map, both players have gone back to base. Cole, as well as Tyr being picked up by Blinky. King's going for his serrated Dirk and longsword, so it does have a slight damage advantage.
Here we go, they're collapsing onto him actually. Shen might be in some trouble here.
Triple's trying to wrap around. The Shen can't get close enough yet due to the pushing around of Renekton, but Triple's jumped in, immediately kicked back. Blows the ultimate from the Lee Sin.
And a lot of his health. You could see that Triple went a little bit early. His knife wasn't settled, so he couldn't re-follow up with some cooldown. Actually, looks like they're going to give the blue buff over to Sybil. I like this because that means he's going to be able to continue to farm top speed and potentially catch up to Shen, who actually has a CS advantage. I mean, you have to remember that the CS and the experience are a little bit skewed because he walked into mid lane and helped push out a whole wave. However, still impressive right now.
Certainly is. We're looking at the top side of the map again. Series down about 20 CS against this Renekton. The Chippies having a good time on the champion.
However, just want to repeat, you do not pick Shen for early game. In fact, his early game is quite poor. You pick him for the late game.
Oh, almost. You see right there, Series not afraid to try and trade against the Renekton.
They're invading onto the blue buff. Actually, a direwolf here. Take it away.
Sybil
gets some sweet revenge.
Shenfire now losing that blue buff. It's going to be more impactful over towards Fantix. Was looking to pick up that one. There's a smite battle as well. You see, actually, no, Shenfire burnt his early. Sybil does pick it up.
Shen did the jungle thing. He tried to burn it early to allow the damage to come through before Sybil could get into range. Mistimes it, of course. Lee Sin actually likes blue buff a lot because it gives him some cool cooldown reduction for early game. You want that kick to be available as much as possible. See, Destiny and King definitely not... Ooh, some action in mid lane.
Triple going in, pops the ultimate. Ultimate from Fantix will return. But he's low on mana. Gonna have to go back to base. Jake now looking for a bubble. Hits King. And a couple of Mystic shot to the face. Good trades from Avant Garde in the bottom side of the map.
Very nicely done. You see that everyone's just going refillable potions. They know this is a war of attrition game. However, only 600 gold right now for direwolves. A lot of it has to be in that top lane, to be honest, where Chippies is having a field day.
He is.
So everything else remarkably close. And is Shen 600 gold better than Renekton late game? Probably.
Series actually not happy to take a toe-to-toe against Chippies, but he spins around in a circle and he's back to full health. And we are checking with the gold now. It's about 400 gold in the Renekton's favor, which helps in lane, but once you got a couple of items, that's 200 health from a Ruby Crystal.
Certainly is. Ooh, Chippies actually uses a stun there, and they want to gank him. I think that's a little bit of a misplay. See whether they can actually get in on top.
Taunt does go through. Series to be able to pull the blade forward to get the slowdown as well. Sybil is kiting him. Chippies wants to fight, but you need to be on top of someone to do that 2-on-1. Great play from Avant Garde.
Yeah, actually really nice from Avant Garde. Even down to dropping the ward to try and bait out the stun. That was well executed upon. You can see that Sybil kind of wants to tax a wave here. See whether he gets allowed to. They want to try and burn the teleport out of the Renekton, you feel. And this is one way to do it because Chippies, as a player, does not like to miss CS. Instead, might actually give it over to his jungle, however.
There you go. It's actually going to be another wave pushed by Sybil.
So he burns it. I feel like that's a huge win. All of a sudden, you have double global advantages right now if you are AV as well as a First Blood. Gold is only equalized, but maybe that's enough at this stage of the game.
It's enough for a Shen. He's got Dodge Boots and a Barmy Cinder. Renekton's
Dodge Boots. How old are you?
Ninja Tabby and a Barmy Cinder. As,
For
again,
those wondering, Ninja Tabby gave Dodge, I think, in Season 1.
And it stacked.
So 6 years ago.
Used to go 5 dodge boots, jacks. It was great. Stack up all the dodge, never die. Unless there was magic damage, then you die. Yeah, so Renekton not going to be able to have as much of an impact in that lane anymore. Shen is slowly going to be able to take over.
Yep, I feel like that's pretty accurate. He is still down 30-odd CS. And Shen, one more time, is just looking to push in on mid lane. That's all the pressure we've really seen out of Elise in this game, is pushing in.
Sybil's going to find both of them, gets tagged, but they decide not to follow through. The true shot barrage going downtown as Triple's going to get the Stand United coming through. Fantix will be exhausted, flash forward, and a taunt. Clinical. Jake steals it.
Yeah, not as clinical because they do burn another ultimate to try and get that. So all of a sudden Jake doesn't have an ultimate available, but is pretty nice in the fact that they can just walk back top lane because the push had been achieved. And maybe even get some chip damage on this mid lane turret. Triple looks very confident on the Katarina.
He does.
Wonder why they went. Oh, here we go.
Shenfai almost gets jumped on. Triple's taking turret damage. Shenfai goes back in. Now, Sybil, what are you doing?
Oh, and Shern outplays him.
That...
I mean, I feel if you're going to go together. Nice bubble there out of Jake.
Blinky wants to trade here, but the Pinnacle gets popped both of them at half health. Jake's going to take the first shot. Second shot missed. Blinky takes the third, and the fourth has been shifted away.
Yep, so nicely done there. Of course, those who will remember back when Jake was a little bit more of a passive support, was a little bit of an Army 1 trick. So you can see that he is very comfortable with the bubbles at least, and they've got themselves within touching distance of this lane. Ezreal ultimate not available, so they're not going to stick around and try and push this one up. But with Cull coming through, 6 CS definitely is still a lead for AV, I feel. Because Cull users get that big cash in off the item.
Me too. Series still up on the top side map. He's just so happy up here, Spawn. Farming up, nice and easy.
I mean, I don't think Chippies is upset either, to be honest. He's having a good laning phase, as the New Zealand top lane of Direwolves is wont to do. Still completely even gold, however.
He's got a very early Black Cleaver for the Renekton. Series will still be pushing out. Does have double globals at the moment. Sorry, he already used Standing Knights, so starts to teleport. Chippy's just stuck on the top side of the map for now.
But if he backs here, he might have to burn the teleport, otherwise there's a risk of his turret going down.
That turret's very low. So there is. Avant Garde, they've pulled out the bottom lane. They do have Lee Sin coming on forward, and that is the teleport being burnt.
So they know on the side of the Direwolves right now. They felt that they couldn't give that advantage over. I agree with them. I think that Chippies has done a fantastic job of keeping Series at home. 40 CS naturally at a 14-minute mark is a huge advantage.
He's farming on the clock and keeping Series behind. He did get first blood, so he's maintaining himself in the lane. He's not detrimentally far behind. He's in fact up in experience, which does help. Blinky now. Actually going to see if he can get some damage down to King. Arcane shifts forward, gets locked down. Blinky almost goes down, but the kick saves him. Now throws out a true shot barrage. Sybil's here as well. The heal will come through. He's dashing on forward, but exhausts. Will stop a lot of the damage. Now Curtain Call gonna hit Sybil. Jake's trying to block this.
As well.
Ooh, gets tags. Blinky on the back end of that. Almost takes him down. Sybil will get locked down and destroyed. Fantix picks up that kill.
Katarina's here, but doesn't look like he can actually find a way in. You can see that they've pinged him out. See whether he actually goes for anything. Stand United was available, or maybe just not from Sirius, who is actually tangoing in the top lane. Feel that there's enough summoner spells gone that potentially if you arcane shift forward, you can look for the Stand United. You're going to definitely lose first turret from it, however.
It was so aggressive, though, from Avant Garde there. Blinky shifting in forward. Sybil trying to dash in as well for the final kill. They paid for it quite heavily, losing their jungler. Bubble comes through. King trades damage
King
nicely.
is so sound mechanically. I mean, he just knows the maximum range of those abilities. Make sure that he's sitting on the very cusp. Now Fantix with double buff.
There's the ultimate coming through as well as the Stand United. Fantix is a sitting duck. Greedy play for the Direwolves mid laner. Does not pay off.
I mean, he's sitting in between two turrets. However, in the bottom lane, they do have a way to go in.
Oh, here comes Shenfai. Doesn't need the Q. He gets a kill for himself. Now Jake is just stuck. The Nami is a fish out of water. And King is just going to slowly walk on forward and give the double kill over to Schönfire.
So Schön popping off on the Lee Sin, 3-0-1. Think that one of the kills should have at least gone to King. However, Schön's going to be happy with them. First brick does go over to Chippy solo. He's now 50 CS up by himself and is an absolute monster. 100% of that gold going over to him as well means that he has to be sitting pretty up in that top lane. Yeah, he's 1,000 gold up just on his lonesome.
Let's get me happy with that. You can see there, gold leader Schönfire. He's found Sybil. Wow, he tags him. Sybil's going to look to try and get the blast cone over. Chippy's there. Flash over the wall into the slice. Dice comes out next. And Sybil can't get over the wall with the ultimate. Direwolves take him down again. He's 1-3-1 spawn.
Yeah, he's trying to be super aggressive on his old lineup. You can understand why, but now he's given double buffs over to Chippies, who's actually closing in. I don't know why we're watching Schön, as Chippies and Series are having a little bit of a go at each other, but blue buff going to be invaded upon.
Yeah, that's Schönfire, so he'll be able to take that one down. Series looking to try and collapse, puts a ward down. Petty says, nah, this is mine. Come here, blue buff. And Midnight Turret's going to fall as well. Direwolves take that down. Destiny actually doing some work to that turret. Jin has been left alone. He's more than happy to play against Blinky in this bottom lane.
Yeah, I mean, Blinky does have the big range advantage through the poke on the Q, as well as a little bit of a sustain advantage. You'd have to say if King hits 4 bullets into him, he's probably going to be able to blow him up, however. And just across the map, I mean, this feels like another typical Direwolves game. Hasn't been anything flashy apart from maybe Schön, but slowly but surely they've built themselves a huge lead.
Yeah, they're up 3,000 gold here, the Direwolves. 5 kills to 3, 2 turrets to 1. Renekton is a big force to be reckoned with. I mean, Series has had map play globally, but Chippies is just like, sure, you can impact the map. I'm just going to destroy your lane. You're going to be pretty happy doing that.
Yeah, he's just stayed at home time and time again. You're exactly right. And what that means is now the choices become harder for the Shen. When can I actually leave? I'm down 40 CS. I'm down, you know, that first turret advantage that they've been able to pick up for their top laner. If I just keep going, they're going to be inside my base. And in fact, the rest of the map quickly collapsed afterwards, so it's only really the bottom lane as the last bastion. And Direwolves are just so good at coordinating dives around that area of the map that maybe they will look to target it out next.
Well, they wanted a Cloud Dragon first. Should be a free objective for the Direwolves to take. No one from the side of Avant Garde are close enough to this pit, and it gets taken down. So making sure they take small objectives whenever they can. Back into this bottom lane, Blinky and Jake getting pushed in once more by King as well as Destiny. See, Yoma's Ghostblade already picked up for the Jhin. Blinky, as we've seen from a lot of Ezreals recently, picks up the Manamune first before going into the components of his Trinity Force.
Yeah, and they just leave the wave completely neutral. Looks like actually Sybil wants something to say about that. Instead, walks in and shoves it out. It's definitely not going to be frozen in time. However, maybe needed some items for gold for an item.
Potentially. Chippy's still pushing on the top side map. He ain't afraid of no one. Continuing making sure this is shoved in, forcing Series to show himself out of Fog of War.
Yeah, I feel like Series actually needs to get himself a Tiamat because he's losing the wave clear so significantly now. And there's no way he can go toe-to-toes with Renekton. I feel like if he had Tiamat, he could actually nearly win the 1v1 fight.
Potentially. Another way to do so is sustain, but Shen does not pick that up at all.
Yep.
Looking to try and catch out Jake there, does not work.
Instead, now they're going to invade onto the red buff. Ooh. Jake is there. Oh, that's... You can't mechanically miss that bubble because that's the difference between a kill and now your bottom lane being in danger of being dove because they have the complete inside track. And you can see that Blinky straight away has to just sit underneath his turret. In fact, he's backing away time and time again because he's not sure if all the other members are going to come down.
And the entire time, Chip is just
and
shadowing.
It's an Iceborne Gauntlet Ezreal. Ooh. So that's why we saw the Manamune first.
I haven't seen one of those for a while. Clearly does not like the physical damage that will come out from the Direwolves. Blinky is confident in his team's ability to output damage. Decides just wants to slow down everyone instead.
Yeah, and I mean, the slow isn't as big as it used to be on Iceborne Gauntlet Ezreal.
Yep.
I mean, when you have an AD carry in the jungle, as well as... Well, there's lots of members heading down here, Fish.
Yep, looking trying to collapse. Schönfire wants to get behind, but instead it's going to be the pink ward that's being contested. Destiny, Polymorphs, Jake, Sybil, over the wall. That's aggressive. He's going to get kicked back. Schönfire is not going to be able to go on through. The bubble will not connect. True Shot Barrage goes in between Destiny and Schönfire.
So that's better measured aggression. They get 2 ultimates out and they give up absolutely nothing on their side. I mean, Jake didn't throw out the tidal wave. Sybil wasn't looking to continue the chase afterwards. However, now all the members are heading down. And unfortunately for Series, he's stuck underneath his turret. I don't know whether he's going to have a chance to intervene in this, but they pull off.
Backing away again. Here's the Stand United coming in underneath the turret. Renington's dived in to cancel that. So Series will not be able to teleport in, but it's actually fighting the Crocodile on the top side of the map. Meanwhile, Blinky, he's locked down, taking a lot of damage. Will be able to turn around and get a couple of Mystic shots off. If he has the Arcane Shift, that's Destiny that will get slowed as he casually sidesteps that one. Series was underneath his turret when he got cancelled there, turns around, bops Chippies, almost takes him down himself.
Yeah, it certainly does. In fact, he has a level advantage at the moment, even though he's 50 CS down. So continuing to shove up, and you can see that across the map, I mean, right now the Katarina is strong. Ooh.
Triple actually going aggressive towards Fantix. There's the Gunblade proc, down to half health.
Ultimate wasn't available, and he knows that Fantix has his up, so doesn't want to push the luck.
There is a big power spike for Direwolves though. Chippy still has his teleport and he's picked up his Titanic Hydra with the Black Cleaver. So he has a huge influx of health, which will be increased even more when he pops his ultimate. True Shot Barrage and Blinky there was just to stop the recall of King. He's at half health and lit next to no mana. Let's see if he gets anything out of that push priority. Mirror mana actually already complete, so although he's not going Trinity Force, that's a very big spike for an Ezreal because it gives you a surprising amount of burst damage.
Certainly does. I mean, Blinky's in a great position for this stage of the game. He's equal in CS, his Cull's cashed out, he's got the cheap 2 item. See what he goes towards next. If he goes the Blade of the Ruin King route, he's going to be very difficult to catch.
Yep.
And he's also picked himself up tabbies. He's going tank Ezreal.
He's got an old magic mantle on top of that, so he's very well aware that Fantix is in the team too. Chippies wants this blue buff. Stuns that up. Sybil smites it away, says, no thanks, buddy. Not today. Not today. Triple looking to see if he can go aggressive over towards Fantix again. He's got a lot of respect going for this Katarina.
And this game is actually on a knife's edge, Fish. I thought that when Direwolves had got that 3,000 gold lead, they were going to be able to burst this one open as they want to do normally, but have not been able to so far. Shern is one of the Accelerator members, and on Lee Sin, how do I say this without offending all the Lee Sin mains? Lee Sin kind of does the same thing with gold as he does without gold. He has his ultimate that is able to start off teamfights nicely or peel. He does slightly more damage, of course, as everyone does. But he's not really one of those hyper-scaling champions in League of Legends. I think that's the nicest way I can say it.
Ooh, Triple tries to juke, but goes straight back into the stun. He's going to get taken down here. Both exhausts are being used, but the slam comes out from Fantix.
Yeah, certainly does. Flash kick actually put Shern into a dragon pit. Not sure it was necessary there. However, nicely played mechanically, I guess.
5 members strong. The Direwolves move in towards mid lane into turret. Bubble comes out too little too late. They brute force their way into the mid lane and take down that objective.
And I kind of feel that with Triple exhausting there, he thought that the Stand United was going to come out of Shen. Wasn't available, so that's just an extension of a gold lead, 4,500 now. And Direwolves looks like they're just slowly rolling. I mean, they've put them in the grind now. Not really all that much that we're seeing out of the AV lineup. Infernal Dragon is here though, and they feel like they might have an opportunity to be able to take it.
Sybil and Blinky have gone over the wall. Jake just says,
they do it very quickly.
Can't do that.
Teleport actually coming in.
Chippies wants to get in amongst this.
Back over the
try
wall.
to steal it. Both dashes being used, and that's a very fast Crocodile, but Avant Garde able to get out safely, and they pick up Infernal Dragon, and they get the teleport, which is big.
There's a dragon that like AV want, even though everyone wants Infernal. They are a much better late game team than you would expect.
That's a flash. Triple flashes an inch. Trying to get closer to Fantix. He's going to try and turn around and take down Jake. Actually gets it. Trades 1 for 1. Triple looked like he want to go and pop off, but he can't. Meanwhile, they lose a turret bottom lane for their efforts. Direwolves look like they want to still fight Avant Garde here.
Yeah, it certainly does. Mid lane for support trade, however, is a good trade. Both Fantix and Triple flashed, so not all that much there being traded. Where to now for the for AV though? Because time and time again, we've seen that they can get kills. I mean, that's not a big surprise. Lots of teams can do that, but they haven't been able to pick up any objectives in this game. Mid lane turret, 1 dragon is all, and they're currently being pushed in upon, currently playing on Direwolf's side of the map.
Direwolves going to be fairly confident of where they're at the moment. 4 turrets to 1 still with a 5,000 gold lead. You can see King is moving towards his BF sword item third after the Edge of Night and Youngest Ghostblade pickup.
Probably expect that to be an Infinity Edge, not really much of a Duskblade or Drakthar user anymore, Jin.
And we have the Hex Trigger being completed by Blinky, so that's
Actually
just...
potentially have Baron started off here because Blinky's on the bottom side of the map, and that's going to be nearly free.
They're going for it. Chippies has joined the team as well. King is getting some work done into it, gets knocked up there. The rest of Avant looking to try and collapse. Big taunt will come out from Series, and the ultimate gets interrupted from Triple straight away. He'll be taken down. Series is now sitting duck. Sybil goes in, will be able to take down his rival on Shernfire, but Avant lose 2, and Jake is slowly being whittled down. The crit comes through, Destiny flashes forward, and Chippy spins
Does
around
Blinky
for a double.
go over the wall?
He does. He's looking for Chippies, but he gets stunned. Heal will come out. He's forced to flash away as well.
Yeah, so I thought that Blinky was going to look for it. It's one of those situations that potentially Ezreal can start to go nuts in. However, not going to be the case today. They do lose out on the team fight, but they stop the Baron, which is a good news story.
Ooh,
now King being slowed.
Blinky, with that Iceborne Gauntlet, means in wide open areas and spread out team fights, he's going to excel.
Just needs to make sure he's not on the wrong side of the map for no reason. I mean, it's 27 minutes in. You can't send your AD carry to trim bottom lane, unfortunately. I mean, I know AD carries everywhere want to be able to do that fish, but they just can't.
You can see that again. It's going to be a big taunt from Series and then Triple going in.
Yeah, so the problem is that Series got the damage threats, but none of the CC. So there's actually no way that they're going to be able to get the Katarina resets going. I think that they could have played that a little bit more patiently. Sybil does a lot of burst damage, and Blinky gets here now, so you see that actually wants to go over the wall, see if he can make something happen. Not able to get it done.
I actually feel like that was Series' fault there. There was no reason to go in. Like you said, be a bit more patient, but I mean...
Whoever made the call.
Yeah.
I'm not saying... I mean, Triple throwing himself bodily at people is the big mistake, because Series was not going to die. I mean, Triple could have thrown a Q out, made sure he had it. Oh, here we go.
That's a kick. Triple goes into the wall, will pop Zonius, and the ultimate will come out from Shen. Triple now going in. That's a good ultimate. Fantix is going to be taken down. Triple gets that first kill.
Reset's coming in.
The Reset City, baby, as Katarina picks up 2. He wants 3. King is next, and that is a better play from Avant Garde.
That's how you play it patiently. Make sure that Jake gets the initial knock-up. You get the lie of the land, and then you can start taking over. They've got their big tank in the pit as well, and Shern is very low health. I feel if he dives in here, he just dies to collateral damage. We'll see if that is the case.
He's been spotted out by wards. They're trying to, but Triple just goes over and said, "You're a dead man. Don't come here." Chippy's though going in. Pops his ultimate, gets shut down. Baron is so low. That will fall, and Sybil says, "Come here, buddy. Want you."
Oh, you can see that Sybil does want him. In fact, it's gone late game, 30 minutes in, and AV finally look like they have a sniff. They pick up the Baron, and it was Olaf Shern going very aggressive here, but not really accounting for the re-engage. And even though that's a big ultimate onto Triple, once you don't shut Katarina down at the start of the fight, she gets so much health back from the Gunblade. She is so safe from the Zonias as well as the Hex Drinker, and that is just that's a cleanup fight. I mean, that is what it's like. Not hard to do mechanically, but if you allow the space, that is what Katarina is going to do.
Big play as well. Using the Zonias early.
Yep.
So that when you're in danger, make sure Stand United comes through. You waste the shield in that sense, but you get a big Shen next to you. Buddies.
Exactly right.
It's always
more
good to go
important
with
to get Shen there for the CC than it is to get the shield. I see that Triple wants him.
And goes to the Shernfire, gets kicked immediately. That's a dead man. Triple, what are you doing? Why?
Yeah, that was interesting. I mean, there's no one else visible on the map. They will be able to pick up a turret in bottom lane, but they lose all momentum of the Baron buff. You can see that actually collapsing quite quickly now down towards Blinky. And they also have inside track with mid lane, although it looks like Sybil's kind of duking it out with Fantix.
Oh, come in. Wants to try and take it down. He's got to Stand United. Sybil, dash! Get closer!
Obviously was on cooldown.
Gets one more auto attack down, and he's actually going to get locked down here as Shernfire just catches up. That's a dead Sybil. I don't understand. First triple, walks in one by one, and then we get another person going in. You actually get the Jin ultimate getting cancelled there. Jake's probably dead here as well. Blast Cone knocks him into the Dragon Pit. He just gets knocked down. The Dragon's angry. Joining this fight as well.
You're not safe in here, Jake. So instead of actually using the Baron to set up any kind of map pressure, instead, AV have just given it all back to the Direwolves, who reassert their dominance. I mean, they're just such a good skirmishing team.
But Avant Garde, all they had to do, like you said, set up, do something as a team, let Shen do something on his own. Instead, it's Triple looking for cheeky assassinations on the Direwolf side of the map. And then we have Sybil trying to hunt down Fantix with a Stand United. That's onto a Graves. There's no hard crowd control coming out of them there.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, that was just a force when they didn't need to force at all. And they actually have a really good scaling team comp. Ezreal is fantastic in the late game. There's no point in rushing this. I mean, the later it goes, I don't think necessarily the worse off AV are. Instead, they've made some push plays, and they've come back to bite them quite hard.
Chippy's in a bit of trouble. True Shot Barrage will clip him. Takes a bit of damage. He's gone for the Dead Man's Plate second. So it's going to be a very tanky Renekton once he picks up his 4th item. Doesn't get the huge spike you get from a pure armor and magic resistance item like the Guardian Angel. But Avant Garde now trying to use the end of their Baron buff to push for the top lane in
This
the
is what they should have been doing before. Maybe a kick going to come out of Shern. Instead, he holds off on that one.
Oh, there goes Series deep into the back lines. Going to follow through with the Katarina. Triple is almost dead. Shernfire will pay for it with his life. Triple gets a Stand United as soon as he comes out of stasis. Chippy's deep into the back lines, flashes out, and suddenly Avant Garde are running away. That's 2 kills being picked up. 3 as the sniper himself is able to take one down. Series is going to be next. And a disaster strikes for Avant Garde.
Yeah, and Blinky dies without using Flash, and everything goes wrong. Sure, you got Shern, but is it really worth it? Because the rest of the team is now chasing down your last surviving member. I mean, it would look like a good fight, but they just have such good poke, they have such good control. There's no reason to force fish, and mechanically, Direwolves don't make mistakes like that. Fantix plays the team fight perfectly. King cleans up the back end of it. I mean, it was just so impressive out of the Direwolves.
I was really looking towards King and Destiny as well. King got out of the fight as soon as it was started and got lots of help from Destiny to stay alive. Ooh, Sybil almost getting taken down. Might still be taken down here. Deathfire Touch not going to be enough as Jake heals him up at the last second there. And then, you know, pops the ultimate. Chippies goes in and says, I'm a big tank. You can't take me down nice and quick. And suddenly all the turret damage that came out over time just took them down.
Yeah, let's take another look at it. So they go massive, they get the taunt onto King, but he flashes out, gets the wild growth. And Shern kind of takes one for the team, is in the front line still. Triple goes backwards and gets the Shen ult. I feel like you either don't Shen ult and you just keep your lines, or Triple has to go forward with the Shen ult. You can't have it both ways. Instead, they all end up falling down. And the communication between Series and Triple has not been there this season, this best of 3.
On top of that, we had Series, Triple, Blinky, and Jake who were backing off. They were trying to disengage away from the Renekton, where Sybil went forward. He was like, I'm going to kill King. Wait, team?
Yep.
And just got stuck there. And now Direwolves are 4,000 gold up. Baron buff has expired. They'll be coming back up in a minute 30. Direwolves are now deep into the Avant Garde territory. They take red buff away. They give it over to King. He's got his Infinity Edge as well as a Last Whisper picked up already.
However, in saying that, I still think that the composition that is here for AV is better in the late game. I mean, Renekton should be falling off quite soon. Late game, he's just a melee absorb. Does decent damage, but then is a point-and-click stun pretty much in team fights. Whereas dodge field is so important from Series. I mean, if he's able to pull that across, you know, a triple all of a sudden, the crits out of King aren't hitting him and one-shotting his mid laner. So I just feel that, you know, this is one of those games that if AV pick their moments better than they are, because right now, Direwolves are showing that they're a better team. They're out team fighting them with a worse composition. But if they pick their moments just slightly better, maybe there's still a chance.
Avant Garde grouping up in the mid lane now. They Direwolves have sent Chippies into the bottom lane to deal with the wave, the Shrey wave. They're slowly pushing and creeping up on him.
Yeah, this is where you push out 2 lanes if you are AV, and then you just go to Baron. You have a super tank in the Shen. He takes 0 damage from Baron. You have sustain from Nami. And you say, if you want to fight us, come to us. And we're hopefully going to get the team fight we're looking for. Because otherwise, across the map, Direwolves have just shown that macro, they're very, very good at the moment. Shern's finally had a good game, like from start to finish, where he's not just warding effectively. His team fight has been quite good when he's been caught out. He's doing the right team thing. He had one poor kick in the mid lane, which actually cost his team Baron. But everything else out of him in this game has been pretty good.
It certainly has. Showfire not afraid to take this matchup to Sybil. Sybil again, a little bit of a lackluster performance here. Not as bad as the first game, but it's on Graves this time round. Probably the strongest jungler in the current meta. Now it's a little bit of an ARAM spawn. Both teams just looking at each other in the mid lane, taunting each other, throwing out silly faces.
But I don't think that's a bad thing for AV. As I said, I feel like if this is just a straight front-to-back team fight, that they have ways that they can win it. I think the problem is they're currently being out-executed. And if that's the case, I mean, there's just not really all that much hope for you.
Keep in mind, Direwolves have a lane pushing on the bottom side of the map. That's away from Baron. As soon as someone from Avant Garde heads down there, it's going to be go time for this Baron. But instead, if they just delay like this, that's going to be a free turret for Direwolves. They'll take that.
Yeah, exactly right. It just continues to extend the gold lead. Not that it means all that much. It's 63 and 68,000. Although Shern now caught out.
Yeah, he's being caught out big time. I'm not quite sure what he's trying to do there, but he gets out of the ultimate coming out from Sybil.
That's jungler. Go to Baron. I mean, that has to be the call right now out of AV. Stop hitting wards. Get to Baron because Shern has no health.
Ooh, he's trying to get red buff to get some health back. Does have Destiny. Destiny can give him a large influx of health. Chippies has popped the ultimate preemptively. Looking to try and stop them from taking this one down. He's going in. Stuns up Sybil. Gets some good damage down. The Crocodile is now taking Baron as well. Series will miss his taunt. And suddenly Direwolves are at full health and ready to try and fight back. Blinky at half health as well. That's a really good defense from the Wolves.
Yeah, it certainly was. I mean, that was the right call out of AV. They needed to try and force, but Shernfire did the right thing. He picked up Red Bell for himself, didn't give it over. The late game healing is certainly worthwhile. And now they can actually start up the Baron buff. Series was running towards bottom lane, and no one has had time to shop on AV.
He does have ultimate. Series can get here quicker if he wants to. Sybil, half health, no mana. Triple going to get locked down. There's the Stand United. Can he die before he does? Direwolves going to try and take this one. 3 on 5. Shernfire deep into the back lines. Jake's going to be taken down next. Chippy spins around to pick up that kill. A good double bubble, but it's not going to do anything here, as now they're just beating on the tank of Avant Garde. Slowly, Series is going to be popped. His Guardian Angel will bring it back to life. Sybil's trying to take down a support. I don't think he's going to win this one. But meanwhile, across the other side of the map, it will be a big kill being picked up. Somehow Sybil won that one-on-one. Oh, no, he does not. Sorry, Destiny wins that one-on-one. And Avant Garde get 4 kills. Only their AD carry left.
Yeah, and that should nearly be game. I mean, King's doing the right thing here. He's pushing up the inhibitor. There's massive amounts of time. 20 seconds on the mid lane and support. Instead, it looks like they're just going to play it safe, go back towards the Baron. But as soon as they force them off, Direwolves, you can see they're just so clean macro. As a unit, they're listening to, I assume Shern is doing majority of the shot calling. And they're making sure that, you know, he's on point.
So, Baron is now going to be taken down here. That gets secured by the Direwolves. They have a 9,000 gold lead as well. My goodness. This was Avant's game. They took Baron. They had 5,000 gold up. They were in control, and then they just threw themselves at the Direwolves one by one.
This series actually looks very similar to the Chiefs series by AV, where game 1 they got ran over the top of in game 2. They played it a lot better, but they still weren't able to get it done. Looks like they want to go for the Elder Drake.
Series is teleported early. The Direwolves are already here, though.
Yeah, I mean, they had Baron recalls. That's what happens when you're able to get them. Goes onto Fantix, but actually doesn't hit.
Sybil's already in the back lines, though. Has not been spotted out yet. The Direwolves do disengage. Now they found him. They try to lock him down. They don't get anything out of it. Avant Garde to take a lot of damage.
Has no health.
Here's the Curtain Core coming out. They have to try and dodge all of these. Chippies has now decided to go back in. Will take some damage in return, but he's fairly beefy on this. Rennington now going to decide to back out. Locket has been burnt by the Direwolves as well. Jake almost dead. Captive Audience locks him down. Not quite enough to take him down. Blinky's back up to full, but their support is almost dead. Sybil's trying to do Elder Dragon by himself. He has to hop out of that pit.
I mean, I think he's just continually trying to force them here. However, the call is a bad one because all of a sudden, super creeps in the base. They need to send Series back, and there is no way they can get back in. In fact, Blinky gets stunned up, and that could well and truly be game fish.
Yep, Elder Dragon's been taken. Schönfire's hunting down this Ezreal, kicks him over the wall, lands the Sonic Wave. He jumps back on top of him. Blinky, one more auto attack will take him down, and Schönfire gets that solo kill there. Shippies is now diving past turrets. He wants this Nami. Standing United will come through. Not enough. And slowly, Avant Garde are being ripped to pieces.
Yeah, they certainly are. Direwolves get the team fights that they're looking for at the end here. Unfortunately, you're not going to be able to catch him out. King's too good. Sybil falls, and Direwolves pick this one up 2-0.
Have a crit, buddy, says King, as now they're pushing for the Nexus. Series watches as his base just gets absolutely destroyed. Exhausted on top of that, turned into a little cupcake. He's going to go down. They want to kill everyone from Avant Garde before they finally take the Nexus and pick up the clean 2-0.
And I mean, smiles out of Shern. He wins the Graves side of the matchup. He wins the Lee Sin side of the matchup. Justifies the team's faith in him as the starting jungler. You can see still serious faces from the Direwolves members. I mean, they're like that in wins. But that was really well executed upon. I mean, AV came back hard as they did against the Chiefs, but coming back hard in mid-games unfortunately isn't enough against the best teams in the OPL. And their new jungler did not have the opening match that he would have liked.
No, Sybil. After leaving the Direwolves, his first game back in the OPL for Avant Garde is against his former team, and lackluster performance like you mentioned, and way more than we expected.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like when your team has that much pressure, especially in Game 2, you're running around with Katarina as well as that Shen composition, you need to be able to get more things done in the mid-game. And unfortunately, they just never had that jungle tempo. They never had the vision that they felt that they were comfortable actually pushing forward. Apart from that one Baron take, and then he kind of ran into Fantix and died. I mean, that was just bizarre.
It certainly was. It was very questionable coming out from the from Avant Garde there.
Yep.
I mean, not just him, but even Triple. I mean, it looked like he was going to pop off. He was playing Katarina, looked great. He even suicided at one point as well, and it didn't quite work out. And with that Avant Garde, they did not pick up any wins here today because it's Direwolves to take the 2-0. For now,
they're equal with Chiefs.
Sorry?
They're equal with Chiefs now.
So they are 16 points on the ladder right now. And to break down the entire day, let's give it back to Hingers and the rest of the analyst desk.
Thanks very much, guys. Well, like they just said, Direwolves 2-0 over AV, and that puts them equal second place with the Chiefs, both trailing behind Legacy and Juves. Mendrix, when you look at that game, I mean, it's brutal, some of the stuff you saw.
I think there's good takeaways for both teams. I think Direwolves actually, oh, that's nice to see. Direwolves actually I guess they get to see like what everyone's talking about when they say that their mid to late game's not that clean. Like I don't think they should have allowed Avant back into that game. But then on the contrary, I think like Avant should like get some respect for like the way that they played the mid to late game. Like they had a composition and they knew what it did and then they executed it, and like we saw like in the mid lane when Katarina got the triple kill, which you want to talk about.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that really was a big moment for the game when it actually popped up. But I think really illustrated what they were trying to do with their team composition. Sort of say, all right, well, we got the Katarina sort of jump in. I think you said at one point suicide Katarina, sort of the idea that comes in, because you jump in there, you get the shield from Shen, you then use your Zhonya's to sort of survive. But the idea is you're getting in there to put a whole ton of damage, and then the rest of your team can clean up afterwards.
Well, let's take a look at these drafts on your screen right now. And in particular, I want to talk about this Syndra-Katarina matchup. I know we're going to talk about it a bit more later on. But the reverse Lee Sin Graves matchup as well. How did this one go? Juves?
Yeah, well, I think Sybil this series has just been like, he's just been caught trying to push his envelope too much. Like I said on stage before, you don't have to do anything out of your role. You don't have to be like solo killing players, like doing this, doing that. Like Graves is good at farming and getting vision, and I feel like Sybil like just tried to counter jungle a little bit too much, push the envelope a little bit too much, and like you saw, well, he got cleaned up at red buff once or twice, and Shern on the other hand played a lot more calm, composed, and calculated in that game 3.
Absolutely, and it's just one of those cases, if you look at the team composition, they have a fantastic scaling team. You don't need to push the ladder in those sort of situations. If you have a team that will do well towards the late game, Graves, he is an ADC by nature. He scales extremely well towards that late game. You will still do well. even if you don't have those flashy plays. If you don't have them, it's fine because you get your job done towards the late game.
Well, in the mid lane, we also saw Katarina Syndra. We've kind of spoken about it a bit, but Katarina, I mean, they said they've been practicing it all week, and a couple of times during that game, they popped off, right? There was a double kill in the mid lane early on. Mendrix, you want to talk about?
Yeah, Katarina actually does really well, specifically into it. This is what we're talking about with them having that pop-off. They've been waiting for this the entire game. There's a mistake coming through from the direwolves. They engage when they shouldn't, and immediately they strike. And you see the composition shine. There's a Zhonya's coming through. There's an ultimate onto Shen. Afterwards, from that point, they're protected. They put too many resources into it, and they're just able to steamroll direwolves afterwards. And they really had a fantastic opportunity right there and then. They got the Baron, they were good to go, and then they ended up squandering it. Really just sort of pushing the envelope, like you were saying before, Juves.
Yeah, I really feel with the Baron that they got and how the momentum they had, they shouldn't have lost the game from there. Like you seen in the top lane play, where they all died. They got like 1 kill, and 1 kill is all you need. Remember, like you're taking towers, and eventually you're killing the Nexus. You don't have to kill their whole team. So once they got that 1 kill, I feel like they just need to breathe, relax. We got the kill, we're back in the game. Like just take tower.
Yeah, but instead they let Fantix just kind of freeze them all, and then everyone just kind of got grilled. But let's move on to Baron team fights. You said there was that one that AV took, but that final Baron fight, Mendrix.
That's absolutely right. And the big thing about that with direwolves here is their target priority. They know exactly who is the issue. They know it's Triple, and AV at the moment, they're a bit scattered. They're not sure what to do. Triple just walks in a bit too fast, and immediately when direwolves strike, they know that they've taken out the threat. They know that they've taken out the person who's going to kill them and basically sets them up for the rest of the game, because then they get the Baron after this. They manage to walk in, they manage to walk up, get all the map control and all the map pressure that they need, and really was off this Baron team fight. Triple overstepped. They jumped on him saying, you're the guy we need to make sure we take out. You're the biggest damage threat in the team. And because of that, they were able to really take control of the game and get the win.
The thing that didn't make sense to me there was the Avant bot lane was flanking through blue buff choke. And I personally think Avant bot lane should have been with Graves, where Katarina was coming from. And Katarina should have been flanking from that blue buff. Because then you make the Direwolves decide, do we put Renekton to block the bot lane and Graves coming in, or do we put Renekton to block Katarina from coming in? And I feel like they just let Katarina, they left Katarina completely open, and they thought like that they would be able to help, the Shen-ult would be able to keep her alive. But in reality, like she's getting one shot at when everyone's level 18.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what happened. So I think like Direwolves was just cleaner, like they were more cleaner in the late game execution in team fights.
Yeah, absolutely. And that really illustrated that when they immediately jumped on, she had no chance.
Yep.
Absolutely blown away. What could she really do in that situation?
We were talking about the suicide Katarina, and unfortunately it was too literal there.
All right, well, let's take a look at our Radiant Medal winner for this match, and it's going to be going to Fantix. This is his second medal, and 11 votes out of 24 suggests that he was a very popular pick amongst the analysts. Juice, you don't get to vote, but do you agree with this one?
Yeah, like I think the game one,
Yeah.
Fantix just popped off on the Echo, like unbelievable map pressure as well. And even in this game, like if it actually wasn't for him, I'm pretty sure Direwolves would have won the game, and that top lane, that Avant would have won the game in that top lane play. He hit like a 4-man Syndra stun. Like you can't ask much more from your mid laner.
Absolutely.
Especially going into a Katarina as well. I mean, what they say, Syndra's a very, very big lane bully, but Katarina actually does pretty well into her, especially when you do manage to land a full combo, you can take away all the HP.
All right, so let's take a look at the season-long tally, and then we see series lost out in front on 3 points in terms of Radiant medals. Flares, Raze, and Fantix all on 2 points as well. Juves, have you picked up a Radiant medal yet?
I've got a point.
Yeah,
Yes,
you got 1
I got
point?
1 point. But you know, I feel like I'm a bit underappreciated, right? I feel like I should have a few more, but hey, you know what? Beggars can't be choosers. I'll let Flares have the medals for now.
Let us take a look at the standings, because we've just finished our round 7 of the OPL, and see there, Legacy out in front on 18 points. Direwolves and Chiefs 16 points apiece, but Chiefs have the head-to-head, so they go in front. AV, Sin, only 1 point behind AV after that. You guys could catch him. Tainted Minds, Abyss, and XL5 rounding out the standings. And look, I want to ask you, Juice, because you're here right now. We've just seen Legacy, Direwolves, and Chiefs all play this weekend. Look forward 4 weeks. Who's going to be London Premiers?
Well, I think Legacy are just naturally in a good spot. It
looks so good.
Well, that and their run home is a little easier.
Yeah, Chiefs
I mean,
Devils
like
have to
we're the
play each
only
other.
good team they have left to verse. Legacy are in a good spot.
Yeah.
I mean, it's up for grabs, really. Like if we pinch the set off Legacy, then it's actually opened up to anyone. So like the last few weeks of OPL was actually going to be amazing to watch.
Absolutely. Send the Kingmakers.
Well, like
It really is, yeah.
Yeah, I get to decide who loses.
How does it feel to be ready to play God in that sort of situation?
Well, like the thing is I would much prefer to be first, but a few hiccups here and there, So at the end of the day, I'll just be happy with deciding who finishes first instead.
So do we want to take a look at the schedule for next week before we get out of here today? Dolls will take on Tainted Minds, Legacy versus Sin. Oh, it's the rematch, baby. XL5 versus Chiefs and AV versus Abyss. It's very decisive towards that because as we edge closer, I mean, these rankings, they could shift a little bit here and there. You guys could be sitting in 4th place. Who knows? AV might drop to 5th. Anything could happen.
Well, I think 5th versus 4th anyway, so it doesn't really matter. I guess maybe you get to pick sides. I'm not sure how it works. But, picking sides would be nice.
Any small advantage for
Hey, I'll take it.
He'll take it. Well, that brings us to the end of our broadcast today. I'd like to thank you for joining us, as well as our guest Mendrix and Juice today. We'll see you next week with more OPL.
Will come out in series, and the ultimate gets interrupted from Triple straight away. He'll be taken down. Series is now sitting duck. Sybil goes in, will be able to take down his rival on Schönfire, but Avant lose too, and Jake is slowly being whittled down. The crit comes through, Destiny flashes door, and Chippy spins around for a double.
Over the wall?
He does. He's looking for Chippies, but he gets stunned. Heal will come out. He's forced to flash away as well. The ultimate will come out from Shen. Triple now going in. That's a good ultimate. Fantix is going to be taken down. Triple gets that first kill. Here comes
coming in.
The reset city, baby, as Katarina picks up 2. He wants 3. King is next. And that is a better play from Avant. Oh, there goes Series deep into the back line. He's going to follow through with the Katarina. Triple is almost dead. Schönfire will pay for it with his life. Triple gets a standing on as soon as he comes out of stasis. Chippy's deep into the back line, splashes out, and suddenly Avant are running away. That's 2 kills being picked up. 3 as the sniper himself is able to take one down. Series is going to be next. Series watches as his face just gets absolutely destroyed. Exhausted on top of that, turned into a little cupcake. He's going to go down. They want to kill everyone from Avant before they finally take the Nexus and pick up the clean 2-0.